and welcome to Home Studies e-learning for Cambridge English Advanced. This is a C1 qualification that shows you have the language skills that employers and universities are looking for. It is a thorough test of all areas of language ability. My name is Natalie and I'm here to prepare you for the speaking component of the exam. Now, as you may know, the advanced speaking exam only takes 15 minutes. That's 1-5. So it's quick. But for many students, it can be the most stressful part of the exam. Candidates don't know what to expect. They don't feel confident in their English, and they just don't know how to prepare. Well, the good news is that you don't have to worry because we're going to take you through all of that. In this course, we'll explain the exam to you so you know what's coming. We'll give you lots of test tips and advice to help you get well prepared. What's more, we'll tell you what the examiner expects from you. So this can help you to understand how to do well in different parts of the exam. And finally, we'll give you plenty of speaking practice with exam-style questions, all of which is designed to improve your speaking performance and so increase your speaking confidence. Right, so as you might suspect, we have a lot of work to do to get you ready for the exam. So shall we get started? Okay, great. I will see you in the first video. Hello and welcome to Home Studies e-learning for Advanced. Thanks for joining us. In this video, we'll take a look at listening part 1. We're going to give you some information, tips and strategies for this part of the exam and also give you the chance to practice your listening in exam-style conditions. In particular, we're going to focus on understanding the gist or the general meaning of a conversation. Before you get started, it's a good idea to print out the PDF handout of this unit so you can easily make notes and underline key information during the listening tasks. Or if you don't have a printer, you can download it to a different device and use a highlighting tool for note-taking. The complete listening test lasts for about 40 minutes. There are 4 parts to the test. In part 1, you listen to 3 extracts that are usually in the form of dialogues. In part 2, you listen to a long monologue, which is one person talking about a specific topic. In part 3, you listen to an interview. Again, this is a long listening between 2 or 3 people. And in part 4, once again, you listen to 5 extracts of people talking about a similar topic. In every part of the listening, you get to hear the recording twice. In the listening test, you need to write all your answers on a separate answer sheet. So you don't need to do this during the test as you're listening. You can just write your answers and your notes on the question paper, but you have 5 minutes at the end of the test to transfer all of your answers to the separate answer sheet. So when you do this, make sure that you transfer your answers very carefully so you don't make any mistakes and you don't lose any unnecessary marks. You get 1 mark for each correct answer in the listening test. So that gives you 30 marks in total. If you get 26 out of 30, this is a C2 pass. This means you've done extremely well in your exam. If you get 18 out of 30 or more, this is a C1 pass. And if you get 13 out of 30 or more, then you would get a B2 pass. In listening part 1, you hear 3 short extracts which are usually dialogues or conversations on different themes. So there is no connection between the 3 dialogues that you will hear. There are 2 questions for each extract. So that means a total of 6 questions to answer. You have to answer 2 multiple choice questions with 3 options for each conversation. So in each case, choose answer A, B, or C for each one. This part of the test assesses how well you are able to identify the gist or the overall meaning or the main idea of a conversation or what the 2 people are speaking about. You also need to be able to identify the speaker's attitudes and opinions on the topic, as well as whether the speakers agree or disagree about it. Let's go over some tips which can help you to do better in this part of the exam. First of all, be prepared for different accents. During this course, you'll probably get used to my accent, or you are already used to your teacher's accent, so you feel like your listening skills are pretty good. However, in the exam, you get to hear accents from all over, so the UK, the USA, Australia, New Zealand, and some of these accents can be really hard to understand. In this course, we'll expose you to some of these, but you can also train your ear by watching a wide variety of movies and TV series or listening to podcasts and audiobooks. This is fun, but also very good exam training for you. Before listening, it's important to read the prompts and the questions to infer meaning. So read, underline the keywords, and try to guess what the answer might be based upon the information you have. This can help you understand the recording when you hear it and find the right answer more easily. It's important to note, though, that the words you hear will be different than the words you underlined in the question. Next, listen for gist. So that means listen for general information without too many details. So you're not listening for specific details here, okay? You're listening for the main idea, the speaker's meaning, attitude, and opinions. It's important to look out for red herrings or distractors. So Cambridge likes red herrings. These are statements that take your attention away from the correct answer, or they lead you in the wrong direction. So if you see a word or phrase in the question, and then you hear that exact word or phrase in the listening, it's probably not the right answer. To help you spot these red herrings, to see these distractors, I suggest waiting until you've heard the whole extract once before answering any questions. And to consolidate, take time to analyze the audio scripts. It can take a little bit longer, but by studying the transcript, you'll be able to see which of Cambridge's traps you fell into or which red herrings you missed. You'll also be able to pick up useful discourse markers like right, well, anyway, mind you, actually, so you can underline these, make a note of these, and try and use them in your own speaking. Listen to the instructions for the practice task. You will hear 3 short conversations in which people are talking about different topics. Unlike in the exam, you will hear each audio only once. Listen for the gist or the general ideas, attitudes, or opinions of the speakers. Do not listen for specific information. You will have a minute after each recording to make notes.
I've just got back from visiting my grandfather. It's been ages since I last saw him. I really miss him now that we live so far apart.
Where does he live?
Up in Scotland, in a tiny fishing village. It's beautiful up there, and it really suits his character, as it's such a serene and isolated place, and yet there's a really warm community spirit.
You always got away with murder because you were the baby of the family.
No, I was just better behaved than you.
Sure you were. That's why you were always finding excuses for all the things you did and blaming stuff on us when you were about to get caught.
It's not my fault I was smarter than you.
Cunning would be a better way of putting it. It had nothing to do with intelligence. In fact, you were a bit of a dunce at primary school.
Oh, cheers. Well, I certainly made up for it, didn't I? Where's your degree then, clever clogs?
How are things between you and Brian, Jenny?
Oh, you know, the same old situation. I don't see why he bothered to propose. I doubt if we will ever get round to tying the knot. I think his divorce really affected him more deeply than he's prepared to admit.
Don't be so harsh on him. You need to look on the bright side. You have a great relationship, and the very fact that he's proposed shows that he's committed to you. He just needs a bit more reassurance. Be supportive and have some fun together. You two both work too hard.
Take a moment now to compare your answers to the suggested answers below. Press pause and press play again when you're ready to continue.
You'll hear 3 different extracts. For questions 1 to 6, choose the answer A, B, or C, which fits best according to what you hear. There are 2 questions for each extract.
First, you will listen to extract 1. Before you listen, read through the questions and underline the keywords. I will give you 20 seconds to do this task. Thank you. Now let's check your answers. In question 1, the key information is about the man's reaction. So what is his attitude, or what is his opinion of the majority of visiting bird watchers? Is it option A, that they speed, that they drive too fast? Is it option B, that they are ignorant, so that they don't have a good understanding or a good knowledge of one of nature's delights? Or is it C, that he doesn't understand why, so what is the reason that they come to the area? In question 2, speakers is an important bit of information to highlight, because there it's the plural form. So we know that in this case, both speakers need to agree on some particular point made in the extract. So is that point A, that they are knowledgeable, that they know a lot about the local wildlife? Is it B, that they both work for some wildlife conservation group in the area? Or is it C, that they resent or they think badly of people who admire the local wildlife?
Extract 1. You will hear 2 people talking about wildlife in the area they live in. Now look at questions 1 and 2.
You know, I find it quite astounding the way people flock through this area to go bird watching, and yet en route they are completely oblivious to the marvel of the birds here on the lowlands.
I know. Every Friday night when I'm driving home from the shop, the motorway plays host to a rush of weekend visitors buzzing past the flat lowlands on their way to the hillier areas of Dartmoor and Exmoor.
It seems it's a local's well-kept secret that the starlings dance in the sky here is probably one of the best natural sights there is to be seen in the area. It makes me want to stop them all and tell them.
Maybe it's not such a bad thing. They'd start to build tea shops and car parks and the whole area would be ruined.
Now you will hear the recording again.
You know, I find it quite astounding the way people flock through this area to go bird watching, and yet en route they are completely oblivious to the marvel of the birds here on the lowlands.
I know. Every Friday night when I'm driving home from the shop, the motorway plays host to a rush of weekend visitors buzzing past the flat lowlands on their way to the hillier areas of Dartmoor and Exmoor.
It seems it's a local's well-kept secret that the starlings dance in the sky here is probably one of the best natural sights there is to be seen in the area. It makes me want to stop them all and tell them.
Maybe it's not such a bad thing. They'd start to build tea shops and car parks and the whole area would be ruined.
Let's take a look at your answers. So for question 1, the answer is B. The man believes that the vast majority of visiting birdwatchers are ignorant of one of nature's delights. And for question 2, the answer is A. The speakers seem to be knowledgeable about their local wildlife. So how many of those did you get correct? Okay, so now let's take a look at the audio script to analyze why you got the question right, or if you didn't, where you went wrong. Take a moment and look at the transcript. Try to find the exact quotation that shows us that the man believed that the majority of birdwatchers are ignorant to nature's delights. Press pause and press play when you'd like to check your answer. Did you highlight the right part? Oblivious is a synonym of ignorant. Now you will hear extract 2. Before you listen, please read through the questions and underline any keywords if necessary. I will give you some time for this task. Thank you. Now let's check what information you underlined. So as you can see in this extract, there isn't very much to underline because the questions and the answers are both quite short. However, you might want to underline the expression caused the disturbance because you need to listen and say what caused the trouble in the middle of the night.
Extract 2. You will hear 2 people talking about a disturbance in the night. Now look at questions 3 and 4.
Did you hear that terrible racket last night?
Yes, it woke me up.
It sounded like a battleground. I thought it was a gang of youngsters messing around at first.
I went to investigate because I thought we might have prowlers.
There has been a spate of burglaries in this area recently. I did consider calling the police, but I couldn't see anyone out of the window.
Well, from the mess around our rubbish bins this morning, it was obvious what it was, as there was litter everywhere where it had been looking for food.
Our bins weren't touched, but I'm glad my cat was in, or it could have been eaten.
Now you will hear the recording again.
Did you hear that terrible racket last night?
Yes, it woke me up.
It sounded like a battleground. I thought it was a gang of youngsters messing around at first.
I went to investigate because I thought we might have prowlers.
There has been a spate of burglaries in this area recently. I did consider calling the police, but I couldn't see anyone out of the window.
Well, from the mess around our rubbish bins this morning, it was obvious what it was, as there was litter everywhere where it had been looking for food.
Our bins weren't touched, but I'm glad my cat was in, or it could have been eaten.
Let's now take a look at your answers. So the answer to question 3 is B. The man and the woman are neighbours. And the answer for question 4 is C. A wild animal probably caused the disturbance. Right, so let's go and look at the audio transcript to see why these are the correct answers. Take a look at this part of the audio transcript and try to highlight or underline the quotations that support your answers to questions 3 and 4. First, let's analyze the options for question 1. So this question is a little bit tricky. You have to try and infer the answer from looking at the context. So because you can see there in the last 2 sentences, the man says, our rubbish bins. And then the woman contrasts that with saying, well, our bins. So the implied information there is that they have different bins. So if that's the case, then they can't be flatmates and they can't be married because they don't live in the same place. So that excludes answer A and answer C, which means by process of elimination, they must be neighbours, answer B. That's a tough one. Now let's look at question 2. Okay, so we know that it's not A, we know that it's not a cat because the lady says in the final sentence, I'm glad my cat was in. So that tells us that the cat was not involved. It can't be B because the woman also says she couldn't see anyone out of the window. So there wasn't a person or a burglar involved. So the answer must be C, which is supported by 2 quotes. Number 1, the man says it had been looking for food. And the woman says, in reference to her cat, that it could have been eaten. So both of those suggest to us that it is some kind of wild animal. Now it's time for extract 3. Before you listen, please take some time to read through the questions and underline the keywords. I will give you some time to do this task. Thank you. Now let's compare our keywords. The keyword in question 5 is woman. So we need to focus on her opinion rather than on the man's. So is the answer A, that there are no obvious benefits to the landfill sites? She doesn't see the purpose or the point of having them. Is it B, that they cause disease and illness amongst local people? Or is it C, that they are not as bad as incineration? So they are bad, but they're just not that bad in comparison to burning. In question 6, the key language is plans. We need to focus on what they say about plans. So is it A, that they have been temporarily, so rather than permanently stopped? Is it B, that they will never be implemented, so they will never be realized? Or is it C, that they have been stopped by protesters who are blocking the research? So in C, both of these pieces of information must be true for C to be the correct answer.
Extract 3. You will hear two people discussing a site where domestic rubbish is officially dumped. Now look at questions 5 and 6.
I can see why people are campaigning to block the new landfill site, as the one just outside town is pretty smelly and unsightly. But on the other hand, it provides food for many species of birds.
Well, yes, it's a fact that some species have seen their numbers increase substantially due to the abundance of insects and worms found on or around the dumps.
If the new site isn't opened, and in fact the original one may be closed, it could send the bird population into decline again in this area.
But it has been argued that birds feeding on these sites regularly die of poisoning.
I don't know if the council will opt for incineration instead of creating more tips, but I think that the smoke from the incinerators causes more pollution than the tips do.
I've heard that the whole thing has been put on hold until more research can be carried out.
Now you will hear the recording again.
I can see why people are campaigning to block the new landfill site, as the one just outside town is pretty smelly and unsightly. But on the other hand, it provides food for many species of birds.
Well, yes, it's a fact that some species have seen their numbers increase substantially due to the abundance of insects and worms found on or around the dumps.
If the new site isn't opened, and in fact the original one may be closed, it could send the bird population into decline again in this area.
But it has been argued that birds feeding on these sites regularly die of poisoning.
I don't know if the council will opt for incineration instead of creating more tips, but I think that the smoke from the incinerators causes more pollution than the tips do.
I've heard that the whole thing has been put on hold until more research can be carried out.
Let's take a look at your answers. So the answer for 5 is C, that according to the woman, landfill sites are not as bad as incineration. So in other words, incineration is much worse than the landfill sites. And the answer for question 6 is A, that the plans to build a new landfill site have been temporarily stopped. So how many of those did you get right? Okay, good. So let's take a look at the audio script to see why these are the correct answers. Take a look at this part of the audio transcript and try to highlight or underline the quotations that support your answers to questions 5 and 6. The audio script for extract 3 is actually rather long, so we'll just look at a didacted or shortened version of it. For question 5, there is a clear quotation that supports C as the answer. The woman says, "I think that the smoke from the incinerators causes more pollution than the tips do." Now, a tip in British English is another word for a rubbish dump or a landfill site. So her argument is that the incinerators are more harmful to the environment than the landfill sites. And for question 6, when it comes to the plans, the speakers do mention the protesters. They say people are campaigning to block the new landfill site. However, they do not mention blocking any research. So this is a red herring. The answer is only partially true, so it cannot be C. Again, there is a clear quotation that supports A as the answer. It says the whole thing has been put on hold. So to put something on hold means to stop it for the time being. And that brings us to the end of listening part 1. Thank you for taking the time to watch this video. I really hope that it's been helpful for you. But before we wrap up, I just want to give you one final tip. And listen up, okay, because it is a good one. Many candidates think that They don't need to worry about time management in the listening, but that is not true. Good time management can earn you valuable extra minutes in your exam. Okay, so what do I mean by that? Well, you are taking a course to prepare yourself for the exam, and that's great. Good for you, because not everyone does that. So you will know what to expect in different parts of the exam. You won't need to listen to Cambridge's long, slow introduction that gives instructions for every task. You can skip the introduction and go straight to part 1, start reading and underlining keywords. And to be honest, you can skip the introductions to the other parts too when you get there. You will know what to do, so there's no need to wait. You can just go ahead and do it. Okay, and on that note, please do go ahead and do the practice activities that we have linked to this video. So good luck with those, and I will see you in listening part 2. In this video, we'll take a look at listening part 2. We're going to give you some information, tips and strategies for this part of the exam, and also give you the chance to practice your listening in exam-style conditions. In particular, we're going to look at how to listen for detail, so listening for specific rather than general information. Before you get started, it's a good idea to print out the PDF handout of this unit so you can easily make notes and underline key information during the listening tasks. Or if you don't have a printer, you can download it to a different device and use a highlighting tool for note-taking. In listening part 2, you hear a monologue. So that is one person giving a talk, a lecture, or a broadcast. This part of the test is called sentence completion. So on the question paper, there are 8 sentences about the recording, each with a gap. You have to show you understand what the speaker is saying by filling in the gaps in all of those 8 sentences. You need to complete the sentences with a short word or phrase from the recording. And please note, you need to write down the actual words you hear. Bear in mind that the questions follow the order of information in the monologue. So that's nice because you don't need to jump around. You can just follow in order. And like with every part of the listening exam, you get to hear the recording twice. This part of the exam tests how well you are able to identify specific details. So not the gist or the general meaning, but the specific information like nouns, names, or numbers. Most often, though, you need to write down the nouns that you hear. It also tests how well you can understand the speaker's opinions, so what they think and what their attitudes are. Let's go over some listening tips that can help you to do well in this part of the exam. Before you listen, look closely at the gaps. So before the recording starts, you should get some time to read through the task. When you do this, check what type of information you need and what type of words will fill the gaps. To help you with this, you should learn about word families and sentence structure and think about what type of word you need to put in the gap to make the sentence grammatically correct. When you read, practice predicting the answers. You see, listening for a specific piece of information is much easier than listening to a whole recording, as you can get easily lost. Even if you don't predict the correct word, you'll be more likely to find something similar that could fit the gap. As I mentioned before, when you listen, write the speaker's actual words, okay? This is not a dictation activity, so you won't hear the exact sentence that's written on the paper, but you do need to write the exact words that you hear in the monologue. So please don't paraphrase or change the words in any way. Just write down the words that you hear. And finally, watch your spelling. Make sure you spell the words correctly, as you don't want to waste points on spelling mistakes. Both UK and US spelling are accepted. Look at this question from a listening task. Read the sentence and think about what kind of word could fill in the gap. So this is an activity in predicting. Try to predict what you think the answer could be. Write down 4 words or phrases that could complete the sentence. Press pause on the video and press play when you're ready to review. Now look at the first part of the audio script. Often you will hear several words that could fit the gap, but only one matches the meaning of the sentence. So, what is the correct answer? Well, here actually there are 2 possibilities. So they would accept both my own boss or self-employed. So that would be either a noun phrase or an adjective. Were any of your original guesses correct? Well, if so, you've done a really good job of predicting the right answer. And the more you practice predicting, the better you will get at this task. Let's do a bit more practice with prediction. So look at another question from the same listening task. Read the sentence and write down the part of speech that is needed here. Then think of 3 examples that could complete the sentence. Press pause on the video and press play when you're ready to review. As you might have worked out, the gap requires a comparative adjective. So in this case, he says he is older or a bit older than the other students. So any kind of comparative would have been a good prediction. Let's do one final predictive task. Look at this question, again from the same listening task. Read the sentence and then think about which of the following 4 options, A to D, could complete the sentence. Think about why. So press pause and press play when you're ready to review. As you can see from the audio script, the correct answer was C, the economy. So the reason being that we use because of plus a noun or a noun phrase. So none of the other options would have fit the sentence grammatically. Now it's time to do an exam-style task. Take a moment to read the instructions for the task. Before you do the listening activity, you need to do 2 things. Number 1, underline the key information in each question. And number 2, look at the gaps and try to predict what kind of word could go in the gaps. Press pause on the video and do this for questions 7 to 10. Then press play when you're ready to go on to questions 11 to 14. Continue the same as before. Underline the key information in each question and try to predict what kind of word can fill in the gaps 11 to 14. Press pause on the video and press play when you're ready to check your answers. The key information has been highlighted in green. So let's talk a little bit about what kind of words could go in the gaps. For number 7, we need an adjective, so something that can describe an increase or a percentage. In number 8, we need a noun. So ask yourself, what might inspire someone to buy a home? Maybe an advert, a TV show, something on social media. In number 9 again, we need a noun. So to live in what? So perhaps a nicer, a cheaper, a hotter country. We could be looking for a comparative as well. And number 10, we probably need a noun, so due to something. What might make it easier for people to borrow money from the bank? Here again, in questions 11 to 14, the key information is highlighted in green. So let's take a look at the gaps in greater detail. For number 11, we probably need a noun or an amount, something that collocates with only a of people. In number 12, we've got the construction some of the, which suggests we need a superlative. So for example, some of the best, some of the worst, some of the most expensive property opportunities, for example. In number 13, we need something that collocates with it isn't a good, and then presumably a noun. So a good idea, a good choice, a good decision, something like that. And for number 14, it looks like we are describing laws. So listen out for any specific type of law which might apply in this example. So now that we've done the prep work, we are ready to do the listening. So good luck, and we'll check your answers when it's done.
Part 2. You will hear a radio report about British people buying holiday homes abroad. For questions 7 to 14, complete the sentences. Attracted by the prospect of their own place in the sun and an easy way of making money, the number of British people owning a second home abroad is booming as never before. Around 800,000 British households now own a second home abroad, up by 15% since June 2004, according to research published this week. The boom has been fueled by television programs about people buying abroad and assisted by the rise in property values in Britain, low interest rates and the availability of cheap no-thrill flights. A better climate remains the main reason, with more than half of the nearly 2,000 people questioned giving that as their principal reason for buying overseas. However, an increasing number are seeking to invest in new builds, with 40% of respondents saying that making money was their prime motivation, while 38% wanted a future retirement property and somewhere to take their family. A senior financial analyst said that the property boom has increased levels of housing equity, while the low interest rate environment has allowed other prospective property purchasers to take advantage of relatively cheap borrowing. Overall, Spain remains the most popular destination for living abroad, with 43% naming it as their preferred location. Next is France, followed by Australia and Italy. Despite the increased interest in Eastern European countries, they still remain a target for a minority, with only 7% choosing such destinations. People like Bulgaria because it is a short flight from London, enjoys a Mediterranean-style climate in summer, as well as skiing in the winter. It has safe swimming in the Black Sea and boasts the cheapest property prices in Europe. Additionally, it is about to join the EU and low-cost airlines are expected to expand their routes there. However, many of the latest wave of buyers plunged in without considering the consequences after watching television programs. Generally, it tends to work better if you want a holiday home rather than an investment,
because a lot of people don't realise that tax and inheritance laws are different abroad. Plus, ownership rights can also be problematic. Now you will hear part 2 again. Attracted by the prospect of their own place in the sun and an easy way of making money, the number of British people owning a second home abroad is booming as never before. Around 800,000 British households now own a second home abroad, up by 15% since June 2004, according to research published this week. The boom has been fueled by television programmes about people buying abroad and assisted by the rise in property values in Britain, low interest rates and the availability of cheap no-thrill flights. A better climate remains the main reason, with more than half of the nearly 2,000 people questioned giving that as their principal reason for buying overseas. However, an increasing number are seeking to invest in new builds, with 40% of respondents saying that making money was their prime motivation, while 38% wanted a future retirement property and somewhere to take their family. A senior financial analyst said that the property boom has increased levels of housing equity, while the low interest rate environment has allowed other prospective property purchasers to take advantage of relatively cheap borrowing. Overall, Spain remains the most popular destination for living abroad, with 43% naming it as their preferred location. Next is France, followed by Australia and Italy. Despite the increased interest in Eastern European countries, they still remain a target for a minority, with only 7% choosing such destinations. People like Bulgaria because it is a short flight from London, enjoys a Mediterranean-style climate in summer, as well as skiing in the winter. It has safe swimming in the Black Sea and boasts the cheapest property prices in Europe. Additionally, it is about to join the EU and low-cost airlines are expected to expand their routes there. However, many of the latest wave of buyers plunged in without considering the consequences after watching television programs. Generally, it tends to work better if you want a holiday home rather than an investment, because a lot of people don't realise that tax and inheritance laws are different abroad. Plus, ownership rights can also be problematic. That's the end of part 2.
Take some time now to check your answers. And remember, please do pay attention to spelling. Press pause on the video and press play again when you're ready to continue. Now it's time to do an exam-style task. Take a moment to read the instructions for the task. Before you do the listening activity, you need to do 2 things. Number 1, underline the key information in each question. And number 2, look at the gaps and try to predict what kind of word could go in the gaps. Press pause on the video and do this for questions 7 to 10. Then press play when you're ready to go on to questions 11 to 14. Continue the same as before. Underline the key information in each question and try to predict what kind of word can fill in the gaps 11 to 14. Press pause on the video and press play when you're ready to check your answers. Like in the previous activity, the key language is highlighted in green. However, this time round, I'm not going to go over the predicted answers with you because I'd like to see how you can do on your own. So take a minute to just check the highlighting in questions 7 to 10. And check the highlighting in questions 11 to 14. Okay, so now that you are prepped, you should be ready to do the listening task. Good luck. I hope it goes well.
Part 2. You will hear part of a radio report about marine life in the UK. For questions 7 to 14, complete the sentences. Nowhere is the need for the ecosystem-based management more pressing than in British waters. According to WWF UK, our marine environment is facing more problems than ever, not only from conventional threats such as overfishing, pollution and coastal development, but also from sand and gravel extraction and construction associated with offshore wind farms and the sequestration of carbon dioxide. Those species most in danger include the turtle, shark, Atlantic salmon and pink coral, while such habitats as salt marshes and seagrass and marl beds also face considerable pressure. At present, specific areas within UK waters are protected according to UK and EU legislation as marine nature reserves or special areas of conservation. But these areas are failing to halt the decline. Scientists recommend that 20 to 30% of the marine environment should be fully protected from damaging and extractive activities. However, at present, the only region in which all species and their habitats are managed in this way is a 3.3 square kilometre area off the east coast of Lundy Island in the Bristol Channel. A mere 0.002% of our waters. Organisations such as the MCS, the British Sub-Aqua Club and WWF UK are currently campaigning for the creation of a network of highly protected marine reserves. What the fishing industry would call no-take zones, where all extractive activities are prohibited. Case studies from around the world show that fully protected reserves are the only way to maintain marine biodiversity. It's quite clear that the current system is inadequate. We have to protect a representative number of habitats as a whole if we are to stop the decline of wildlife in UK waters. Not only do we need a network of protected areas, we should also manage fisheries from the perspective of biodiversity and the health of the ecosystem. Historically, we've always looked at these things independently. So, at the policy level, fisheries aren't integrated into the planning process. They are considered separately from environmental issues. So when fisheries councils consider stocks and quotas and so on, they don't consider the environmental impact unless they have some impact on the stock. We need an overall strategy for marine spatial management that considers the impacts on biodiversity and ecosystems, not just the stocks. Now you will hear part 2 again. The need for the ecosystem-based management more pressing than in British waters. According to WWF UK, our marine environment is facing more problems than ever, not only from conventional threats such as overfishing, pollution and coastal development, but also from sand and gravel extraction and construction associated with offshore wind farms and the sequestration of carbon dioxide. Those species most in danger include the turtle, shark, Atlantic salmon and pink coral, while such habitats as salt marshes and seagrass and marl beds also face considerable pressure. At present, specific areas within UK waters are protected according to UK and EU legislation as marine nature reserves or special areas of conservation. But these areas are failing to halt the decline.
scientists recommend that 20 to 30% of the marine environment should be fully protected from damaging and extractive activities. However, at present, the only region in which all species and their habitats are managed in this way is a 3.3 square kilometre area off the east coast of Lundy Island in the Bristol Channel, a mere 0.002% of our waters. Organisations such as the MCS, the British Sub-Aqua Club and WWF UK are currently campaigning for the creation of a network of highly protected marine reserves, what the fishing industry would call no-take zones, where all extractive activities are prohibited. Case studies from around the world show that fully protected reserves are the only way to maintain marine biodiversity. It's quite clear that the current system is inadequate. We have to protect a representative number of habitats as a whole if we are to stop the decline of wildlife in UK waters. Not only do we need a network of protected areas, we should also manage fisheries from the perspective of biodiversity and the health of the ecosystem. Historically, we've always looked at these things independently. So, at the policy level, fisheries aren't integrated into the planning process. They are considered separately from environmental issues. So when fisheries councils consider stocks and quotas and so on, they don't consider the environmental impact unless they have some impact on the stock. We need an overall strategy for marine spatial management that considers the impacts on biodiversity and ecosystems, not just the stocks. That's the end of part 2.
Take some time now to check your answers. And remember, please do pay attention to spelling. Press pause on the video and press play again when you're ready to continue. And that is the end of part 2. Well done. Thanks for taking the time to watch this video. I really hope it's been helpful for you. I'd like to leave you with a final thought before I go that's true for this and indeed for every part of the exam. Please do not leave any answers blank. Make a guess if you aren't sure. It's always better to write something than nothing. You never know, you could be lucky. So I'll leave you now to work on the practice activities. Remember to use the techniques we've just learned, and I'll see you in the next video. In this video, we'll take a look at listening part 3. We're going to give you some information, tips and strategies for this part of the exam, and also give you the chance to practice your listening in exam-style conditions. In particular, we're going to look at how to understand a speaker's opinion, so what they think about the topic they are discussing. Remember, it's a good idea to print out the PDF handout of this unit so you can easily make notes and underline key information during the listening tasks. Or if you don't have a printer, you can download it to a different device and use a highlighting tool for note-taking. In listening part 3, you hear an interview or a conversation between 2 or more speakers. It is another multiple choice activity like part 1, but this time there's only one recording and it's quite long. It can take up to 4 minutes. There are 6 questions, each with 4 options. You need to choose an answer, A, B, C, or D for each one. The questions follow the order of information in the recording. In other words, the first answer comes at the start of the recording and the last answer is at the end. As always, in the advanced exam, you hear the recording twice. This part of the exam tests how well you are able to identify the gist or the general meaning, the general idea of what each speaker is saying, as well as the speaker's attitudes and opinions on the topic being discussed. Let's take a look at some listening tips which can hopefully help you to do well in this part of the exam. Firstly, before you listen, read the questions and underline or highlight the main idea in each one. It's important for you to use the time provided to read the questions carefully and think about possible answers. Underline keywords in the 6 questions or statements so you know exactly what you need to listen for. Start by reading all the questions, and then if you have time, go back and start reading the options. Listen for the same ideas, not the same words. As I've mentioned in previous videos, Cambridge like to use red herrings or distractors, and in this section, it's no different. If you hear a word or a phrase that is exactly the same as what is written in the question or options, it could be a trick. For example, if option B uses the word privilege and one of the speakers uses the word privileged, then it's probably not the answer. So think again. Choose all the correct answers you can the first time you listen to the recording. Don't worry about missing a question. You can leave it and listen for the answer to the next question. Check your answers when you listen to the recording the second time. You can also then try to fill in any questions you have missed. It's a good idea as well to wait until the speaker has finished a particular turn before choosing an answer. The speaker may mention an important piece of information at the end of his turn, so don't hurry to choose an option. It's better to listen to everything they have to say in that particular answer before deciding on what the correct answer would be. And finally, eliminate answers that you know or can clearly tell are wrong. It's always a good idea to start off with crossing out the answers you know are not correct. You can often eliminate 1 or 2 of the 4 choices, so you have a better chance of getting the right answer, even if you don't know the meaning of a certain word. In the test, there will be words you don't know, and that's okay. It's important for you to develop the skill of deduction or guessing what words mean based upon the context. And this is something that we will keep practicing during the course. Let's do a practice task to develop some exam skills. So look at this question from a listening task. It's a radio interview with professional golfer Amy Hartman. Read the question and the options A to D and underline the keywords or phrases. Press pause and then press play when you're ready to check your highlighting. Take a moment to look at the suggested highlights in green. How do they compare to yours? Okay, so if you're ready, let's go on and do the listening. Let's see if you can find the correct answer.
We are here today with golfing phenomenon Amy Hartman. She won countless national and international tournaments. Now, Amy, I was glancing through your website profile and noticed that you were involved in a variety of sports throughout junior high and high school. What did golf have that these other sports were lacking that pushed you to keep playing?
I felt like I could become more successful with golf. I realise it more and more now that unlike track, volleyball and gymnastics, golf is a lot easier on my body as well. I will be able to play golf a lot longer than any other sport that I have ever participated in.
What was your answer? Did you put B? If so, you got the question right. Good job. Let's take a look at the audio script and see exactly what Amy says, and then try to analyze why B is the correct answer. So we can start by eliminating some answers. So it's definitely not C, because she says she was involved in track, volleyball, and gymnastics. So these are other sports. And we can cross out A and D because she doesn't say anything about her particular sporting talents or her favorite sports. However, she does clearly say that golf is a lot easier on her body, and so it will allow her to play for longer. So that's B, and that's one more point in the listening test. Now let's take a look at a slightly more difficult example. As before, read the question and options A to D and underline the key words or phrases. Press pause and press play again when you're ready to go on. Take a moment to look at the suggested highlights in green. How do they compare to yours? Okay, so if you're ready, let's go on and do the listening. Let's see if you can find the correct answer.
This morning we have Samantha Prothero, Professor of Literature at the University of Bristol. Professor Prothero, there have been many novels written about life in the future. It has always been a subject that has intrigued writers. Why do you think that we have such fascination for a world that we will never live long enough to see?
It is part of human nature to strive to grow and develop intellectually, and so there is an innate interest in where our children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren will end up. It's not so much a fear for their future or a desire to be there with them. It's more about the adventurer in us.
Can you give us some background on Huxley and his acclaimed novel Brave New World?
Aldous Huxley wrote Brave New World in 1932 while he was living in France and England. By this time, Huxley had already established himself as a writer and social satirist. He was a contributor to Vanity Fair and Vogue magazines, had published a collection of his poetry entitled The Burning Wheel in 1916, and published 4 successful satirical novels.
Did you also put B? Well, if so, well done. That again is the right answer. Let's now take a look at the audio script to see exactly why. Let's start by eliminating some answers. So it's definitely not A, because the professor clearly says that he had already established himself as a writer, so he wasn't trying to launch his career at this stage. And we can cross out C, because while it's known he was living in England and France, we have no information about if he was happy or not. So what about D? Well, it can't be that, because he had published 4 successful novels. So even if you don't know what satirical means, it's clearly a style of writing that he preferred. So we can guess that he had decided what kind of writer he wanted to be. So by process of elimination, we can guess that the answer is B, and that's correct. So even if you don't know what a satirist is, you can still get to the right answer. And by the way, a satirist is a person who comments on problems in society and social behavior in a funny way. It's now time to do an exam task. Let's read the task instructions together. You will hear an interview with a man who enjoys ice skating in the Netherlands. For questions 15 to 20, choose the answer A, B, C, or D, which fits best according to what you hear.
When winter comes, get yourself to the Netherlands. Strap on some skates and swoop along the canals and frozen fields. For Conrad Wimmer, it's the only way to travel. Conrad, how did your passion for skating begin?
Well, my passion started 15 years ago when I was living in the canal-crossed city of Delft during a 10-day freeze. I'd already studied skating technique as demonstrated by the muffled-up skaters in the paintings of Averkamp and Bruegel. I joined friends to swoop and glide across the ice. Well, actually, it was more skids and tumbles, but with a bit of practice on the local duck pond, I mastered a rough approximation of the classic skate pose, hands clasped behind my back and legs lazily scissoring back and forth.
So, how can someone join in this wonderful ice frolicking?
Ah, there's the problem. Unlike mountains or oceans, which are always there to climb up or sail across, a good freeze only comes from a country in the climatic lottery. Thus the chance for the Dutch to be wild adventurers on their own land comes only every few years.
And then, I guess, a few keen skaters skid around on the ice for a day or two, right?
No, actually, pretty much the whole country closes down while everyone takes to the ice. Kids traditionally demand ice time, but then so do all the adults.
Still, surely you must need to be an obsessive skater to attempt the long tours.
Only if you want to skate the 200-kilometre cross-country race around the 11 cities course in less than 7 hours. Even then, 16,000 non-racing amateurs start before dawn to follow the same 200 kilometres, with most managing to cross the finish line before midnight. But racing aside, if you explore the frozen canals of the Netherlands, you'll enter the wonderful romantic world of the authentic traditional Netherlands, a country of hidden farmyards, lazy cattle, and interesting locals who look as though they are from another era. You'll glide across solidified frozen lakes with fish frozen into the ice. Occasionally signs will lean out of holes in the ice announcing dangerous ice as the surface cracks and groans with shifting temperatures. And you'll see lines of laughing skaters shooting past like colourful water snakes.
Finally, Conrad, do you have any tips for the novice skater?
Well, for a start, forget the hardcore all-in-one skates. Learn from the skaters on the old paintings who wore normal boots with blades attached to them. They're cheap to buy second-hand or new. Never skate alone or away from other skaters, and always stick to recognised routes where the ice has been checked for strength. Avoid ice under bridges, near to factory outflows, under trees or close to locks. Fields flooded to make outdoor rinks provide the safest place to learn on. Figuring out how to stop should be your first priority. And for goodness sake, keep warm. Speedy skaters, you never know, you might be a natural, tuck sheets of newspaper down the front of their trousers to avoid wind chill-assisted hypothermia.
When winter comes, get yourself to the Netherlands. Strap on some skates and swoop along the canals and frozen fields. For Conrad Wimmer, it's the only way to travel. Conrad, how did your passion for skating begin?
Well, my passion started 15 years ago when I was living in the canal-crossed city of Delft during a 10-day freeze. I'd already studied skating technique as demonstrated by the muffled-up skaters in the paintings of Averkamp and Bruegel. I joined friends to swoop and glide across the ice. Well, actually, it was more skids and tumbles, but with a bit of practice on the local duck pond, I mastered a rough approximation of the classic skate pose, hands clasped behind my back and legs lazily scissoring back and forth.
So, how can someone join in this wonderful ice frolicking?
Ah, there's the problem. Unlike mountains or oceans, which are always there to climb up or sail across, a good freeze only comes from a country in the climatic lottery. Thus the chance for the Dutch to be wild adventurers on their own land comes only every few years.
And then, I guess, a few keen skaters skid around on the ice for a day or two, right?
No, actually, pretty much the whole country closes down while everyone takes to the ice. Kids traditionally demand ice time, but then so do all the adults.
Still, surely you must need to be an obsessive skater to attempt the long tours.
Only if you want to skate the 200-kilometre cross-country race around the 11 cities course in less than 7 hours. Even then, 16,000 non-racing amateurs start before dawn to follow the same 200 kilometres, with most managing to cross the finish line before midnight. But racing aside, if you explore the frozen canals of the Netherlands, you'll enter the wonderful romantic world of the authentic traditional Netherlands, a country of hidden farmyards, lazy cattle, and interesting locals who look as though they are from another era. You'll glide across solidified frozen lakes with fish frozen into the ice. Occasionally signs will lean out of holes in the ice announcing dangerous ice as the surface cracks and groans with shifting temperatures. And you'll see lines of laughing skaters shooting past like colourful water snakes.
Finally, Conrad, Do you have any tips for the novice skater?
Well, for a start, forget the hardcore all-in-one skates. Learn from the skaters on the old paintings who wore normal boots with blades attached to them. They're cheap to buy second-hand or new. Never skate alone or away from other skaters, and always stick to recognised routes where the ice has been checked for strength. Avoid ice under bridges, near to factory outflows, under trees or close to locks. Fields flooded to make outdoor rinks provide the safest place to learn on. Figuring out how to stop should be your first priority. And for goodness sake, keep warm. Speedy skaters, you never know, you might be a natural, tuck sheets of newspaper down the front of their trousers to avoid wind chill assisted hypothermia.
Take a moment to check your answers. In the exam, there will be words or phrases that you don't know, and that's okay. In that situation, you need to try and deduce the meaning from the context. So that means to guess or to figure out what something means, even though you're not sure. So let's work a bit on your deductive skills. Your task is to try and define or explain the words in blue in your own words. Use the context of the sentence and the listening task in general to help you. Now pause the video and press play when you're ready to review your answers. Let's take a look at the suggested definitions. So number 1, to strap on means to fasten something in position. In this example, the ice skates. Number 2, to swoop means to move very quickly and smoothly, like a bird, for example. Number 3, frolicking, as a gerund, is playing in a happy, energetic, carefree way. Number 4, novice describes a beginner or a person who isn't very experienced at doing something. And number 5, obsessive, describes thinking about someone or something too much. So how many of those definitions did you get? It's now time to do another exam task. Let's read the task instructions together. You will hear part of a radio interview with the comedian Lenny Henry. For questions 15 to 20, choose the answer A, B, C, or D, which fits best according to what you hear.
Lenny, you are currently studying English literature with the Open University. Why English literature? And why the Open University?
All of the people I admire in showbiz are very, very smart. Quite a lot of them have been to university and benefited from it. Doing my BA is really helping me to structure my thoughts. It's helped me to understand that good work is not an accident. You know, the best writers like Flaubert and George Eliot and people like that took a long time to plan their work. And the Open University has shown me that if you take the time to plan your work and structure it properly, you can do well. It's just helped me to organise my thoughts a bit better. And I think the challenge of producing an essay every month or so is good. It keeps me on my toes.
Why do you think comedy is such a powerful fundraising tool?
I think it's powerful because if I'm going to communicate with an audience, they remember something I said with a bit of a twinkle in the eye better than boring old facts. There is a lot of really heartbreaking and moving documentary stuff on the comic relief night. And if we can make people laugh in between, it softens the blow and cushions the effect of the harder stuff we show.
This year is the 10th anniversary of comic relief, but there's still a lot of poverty out there. Do you think it has made a real difference?
I think it's made an immense difference. It's empowered the public, given them the ideas and tools to raise money off their own back without anybody telling them what to do. I think it's fantastic when I come to Africa and I see the grain banks, the new wells that have been built, the children being inoculated, and terraced mountains that have been funded by comic relief. There are huge problems in Africa like HIV and AIDS, but a drip of water can erode a rock, and I think comic relief is becoming a strong and mighty drip. We've got to keep going until the rock dissolves, and it will dissolve, but it's going to take a long time, so people have to stay committed.
Work for comic relief has taken you to some pretty depressing places. How does seeing people coping with terrible poverty affect you personally?
I've been in Addis Ababa this time round. I went to a place called Debre where I watched this wonderful care worker called Fanti visiting various people who were suffering from HIV. Even though these people were in immense pain, there was a lot of dignity involved. And what's wonderful is comic relief, by funding people like Fanti, are doing something to help.
You've received numerous accolades and awards during your career, and you're a husband and father and a mammoth fundraiser. Do you have any ambitions left?
I'd like to write something on my own that I feel was a good piece of work. And the only way I'm going to do that is if I have confidence and faith in my own ability. I've always worked with other writers. There's nothing wrong with collaborating, but I'd love to write something on my own and know it was good before I gave it to someone else to read. I think the Open University is helping me to judge my work in a way that writing something and giving it to someone to read for me simply doesn't.
Lenny, you are currently studying English literature with the Open University. Why English literature? And why the Open University?
All of the people I admire in showbiz are very, very smart. Quite a lot of them have been to university and benefited from it. Doing my BA is really helping me to structure my thoughts. It's helped me to understand that good work is not an accident. You know, the best writers like Flaubert and George Eliot and people like that took a long time to plan their work. And the Open University has shown me that if you take the time to plan your work and structure it properly, you can do well. It's just helped me to organise my thoughts a bit better. And I think the challenge of producing an essay every month or so is good. It keeps me on my toes.
Why do you think comedy is such a powerful fundraising tool?
I think it's powerful because if I'm going to communicate with an audience, they remember something I said with a bit of a twinkle in the eye better than boring old facts. There is a lot of really heartbreaking and moving documentary stuff on the Comic Relief Night, and if we can make people laugh in between, it softens the blow and cushions the effect of the harder stuff we show.
This year is the 10th anniversary of Comic Relief, but there's still a lot of poverty out there. Do you think it has made a real difference?
I think it's made an immense difference. It's empowered the public, given them the ideas and tools to raise money off their own back without anybody telling them what to do. I think it's fantastic when I come to Africa and I see the grain banks, the new wells that have been built, the children being inoculated, and terraced mountains that have been funded by Comic Relief. There are huge problems in Africa like HIV and AIDS, but a drip of water can erode a rock, and I think Comic Relief is becoming a strong and mighty drip. We've got to keep going until the rock dissolves, and it will dissolve, but it's going to take a long time, so people have to stay committed.
Work for Comic Relief has taken you to some pretty depressing places. How does seeing people coping with terrible poverty affect you personally?
I've been in Addis Ababa this time round. I went to a place called Debre where I watched this wonderful care worker called Fanti visiting various people who were suffering from HIV. Even though these people were in immense pain, there was a lot of dignity involved. And what's wonderful is Comic Relief, by funding people like Fanti, are doing something to help.
You've received numerous accolades and awards during your career, and you're a husband and father and a mammoth fundraiser. Do you have any ambitions left?
I'd like to write something on my own that I feel was a good piece of work. And the only way I'm going to do that is if I have confidence and faith in my own ability. I've always worked with other writers. There's nothing wrong with collaborating, but I'd love to write something on my own and know it was good before I gave it to someone else to read. I think the Open University is helping me to judge my work in a way that writing something and giving it to someone to read for me simply doesn't.
Take a moment to check your answers. Let's do a bit more practice with deduction. Your task is to try to think of a synonym for the words in blue. So that is a word with the same or nearly the same meaning. Again, use the context of the sentence and the listening task to help you. Once again, pause the video and press play when you're ready to review your answers. Let's take a look at the suggested answers. Number 1, to cushion, means to soften or reduce the effect of something. Number 2, inoculated is the same as vaccinated against a disease. Number 3, an accolade is an award. Number 4, mammoth means extremely big or huge. And number 5, dignity is similar to pride, self-respect, or grace. So how many of those synonyms did you get? That brings us to the end of listening part 3. Thank you for taking the time to watch this video. I hope it's been informative and that you've learned something. Before I leave you, I would just like to share one final thought and let you know or warn you about the fact that you have to be ready for the longest part of the test. As I said before, this can last up to 4 minutes, which is a really long time to be actively listening and paying attention. So to practice, make sure you listen to longer interviews and conversations on different kinds of media. Preparing for this part of the listening is kind of like preparing for a marathon. And like with running, practice makes perfect. You just have to train your ear. Okay, so don't forget to do the practice tasks that are connected to this module, and I will see you in video part 4. In this video, we'll take a look at listening part 4. We're going to give you some information, tips and strategies for this part of the exam, and also give you the chance to practice your listening in exam-style conditions. In this part, we'll focus on how to understand the speaker's main points, how to get the most important information from what they are saying. As always, it's a good idea to print out the PDF handout of this unit so you can easily make notes and underline key information during the listening tasks. Or, if you don't have a printer, you can download it to a different device and use a highlighting tool for note-taking. In listening part 4, you hear 5 short monologues on related topics. So the monologues all have a common theme, a common topic. Each monologue lasts about 30 seconds. This part consists of 2 parallel matching tasks, which are related to the monologues. So there's task A and task B. Each task consists of 5 questions, so there are 10 multiple matching questions in total, and you have to choose the correct options from A to H to match with each monologue. The tasks answer different questions and focus on 2 different aspects of the monologues. You need to complete both tasks at the same time. As always, you will hear each recording twice. This part of the exam tests how well you are able to identify the gist, so the general idea of what each speaker is saying. The speaker's attitudes, so their opinions or what they think about the topic they are discussing. And their main points. And these are often deduced, or you have to work them out from the context. Right, let's go over some listening tips which can hopefully help you to do well in this part of the exam. First of all, before you listen, read both tasks and underline the key ideas in each option. So this is really important because if you highlight the main ideas, then you know exactly what you should be listening for. Next, listen for words and phrases that have the same meaning as the words you have underlined. The speaker is unlikely to use exactly the same words as are in the options, so listen out for paraphrases or synonyms or things that are said in a similar way. As you listen to each speaker, try to answer the questions in both tasks. So just remember, you could hear the answer for task 2 before the answer to task 1, as the answers in each monologue can be in any order. And if you cannot answer one of the questions on your first listening, please don't worry. You get to listen twice for a reason. When you listen again, you might hear the answer more easily, especially as some of the other answers will already be eliminated, so you'll have fewer options to choose from. And finally, wait until each speaker is finished before you choose your answer. So unlike, for example, in part 2, where the information is in order, in this activity, the information does not come in an order. The answers to the tasks may come at the beginning, the middle, or the end of what each speaker says. Let's do a task to practice some exam skills. So look at these statements, A to D, from a listening task about extreme sports. Can you put them into your own words? For example, the opportunity to experience a different reality. Well, this is like the chance to do something different to anything you've done before. So press pause and press play when you're ready to review. Take a moment now to compare your answers to the answers written in green. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on. Let's take a look at the audio script for speaker 1. So can you find a phrase or sentence which has the same meaning as one of the statements A to D? Use your notes to help you. Press pause and play the video again when you're ready to check. What was your answer? Did you get C? Well, the abundance of choices, or as we said, the wide variety of things to climb, is the same as the countless ice walls that one can choose from. So there is the link, and that's why C is the correct answer. Let's try another one. This one is a bit more difficult because there is a red herring or a distractor that can lead you to the wrong answer. Once again, find a phrase or sentence that has the same meaning as one of the statements A to D. Press pause and play the video again when you're ready to review. And what's your answer here? Did you find the distractor? So the answer is B. It talks about the importance of posture or the position of the body when doing an activity. And in the audio script, it mentions the importance of maintaining a stable stance on the snowboard. So there's the connection. That means B is the right answer. The distractor is D. It says the tendency is for all beginners to get severely injured. They do mention beginner snowboarders, but say they normally get injured rather than always, and they say nothing about how serious the injuries are. Let's break down the tasks step by step. We'll start with task 1. You will hear 5 short extracts in which people are talking about animals. For questions 21 to 25, choose from the list A to H the person who is speaking. This is just a practice task, so you will hear the audio and read the audio script for each speaker one at a time. This is just to help you get started. As you listen, make a note of the words or phrases in the text that support your answer.
Speaker 1.
I'm proud of the relationship we have with the animals. It's not always easy here, and there are days when I get deeply upset because an animal's sick and nothing can be done to save it. On the other hand, we're doing some wonderful things in the way of conservation, and we're linked up with satellites and with other institutions worldwide to keep track of certain species. The value of this work cannot be underestimated. We're protecting different species for future generations to enjoy.
First, check your answer. Then check the language that you highlighted to support your answer.
Speaker 2.
I was always a very active person, and I've always been surrounded by animals. As a child, we would have several cats and dogs in the house. Now that I live in sheltered housing, my dog is good company for me. I'd be tempted to not leave the house at all some days, but he gives me a reason to get some fresh air and exercise. I think I'd put on a lot of weight if I didn't have him. He keeps me young at heart, too. On the whole, I prefer my own company. But you do chat to people a lot when you have a dog. They are good icebreakers.
First, check your answer. Then check the language that you highlighted to support your answer.
Speaker 3.
I have immense respect for animals. Well, let's face it, my life would be totally different without them. It's not just about companionship, it's mutual trust. We couldn't do without each other. What we could do without is people on the street coming up to us and causing a distraction. I can understand why it happens, but people don't stop to think. Basically, she's doing a job and people forget that.
First, check your answer. Then check the language that you highlighted to support your answer.
Speaker 4.
It's surprising how common animal allergies are. I've been allergic to cats all my life. My eyes start to water, I have trouble breathing. I have a lot of patients with allergies of various kinds, and finding the cause of the allergic reaction can be quite tricky at times. I have one patient who's seriously allergic to her dog, but she insists on keeping it. Now that, to me, doesn't make any sense at all, no matter how attached they may be to the animal.
First, check your answer. Then check the language that you highlighted to support your answer.
Speaker 5.
I have great respect for all the animals that I work with. Some people may not approve of what I do, or they may wonder how I can be so brave. Really, that's not what it's all about. It's to do with years of training and experience and knowing what you're doing. There's no room for error in this job. We used to have endangered species, but the climate has changed now, and they are no longer part of the show.
First, check your answer. Then check the language that you highlighted to support your answer. Now it's time to take on task 2. So again, let's read the practice task instructions together. For questions 26 to 30, choose from the list A to H what each speaker is expressing. You will hear the audio, but this time you will not have the audio scripts to help you. Before you listen, highlight or underline the key ideas in the options on the list. Please take 30 seconds to underline or highlight the key ideas on the list.
Speaker 1.
I'm proud of the relationship we have with the animals. It's not always easy here, and there are days when I get deeply upset because an animal's sick and nothing can be done to save it. On the other hand, we're doing some wonderful things in the way of conservation, and we're linked up with satellites and with other institutions worldwide to keep track of certain species. The value of this work cannot be underestimated. We're protecting different species for future generations to enjoy.
Speaker 2.
I was always a very active person, and I've always been surrounded by animals. As a child, we would have several cats and dogs in the house. Now that I live in sheltered housing, my dog is good company for me. I'd be tempted to not leave the house at all some days, but he gives me a reason to get some fresh air and exercise. I think I'd put on a lot of weight if I didn't have him. He keeps me young at heart, too. On the whole, I prefer my own company. But you do chat to people a lot when you have a dog. They are good icebreakers.
Speaker 3.
I have immense respect for animals. Well, let's face it, my life would be totally different without them. It's not just about companionship, it's mutual trust. We couldn't do without each other. What we could do without is people on the street coming up to us and causing a distraction. I can understand why it happens, but people don't stop to think. Basically, she's doing a job and people forget that.
Speaker 4.
It's surprising how common animal allergies are. I've been allergic to cats all my life. My eyes start to water, I have trouble breathing. I have a lot of patients with allergies of various kinds, and finding the cause of the allergic reaction can be quite tricky at times. I have one patient who's seriously allergic to her dog, but she insists on keeping it. Now that, to me, doesn't make any sense at all, no matter how attached they may be to the animal.
Speaker 5.
I have great respect for all the animals that I work with. Some people may not approve of what I do, or they may wonder how I can be so brave. Really, that's not what it's all about. It's to do with years of training and experience and knowing what you're doing. There's no room for error in this job. We used to have endangered species, but the climate has changed now, and they are no longer part of the show.
Pause the video and check your answers. How many of them did you get right? Now it's time to look at an example of a listening task that includes both task 1 and task 2. So this is like a genuine exam question. You will have 45 seconds to read both tasks and highlight or underline the key ideas in the list of options. You will then hear the examiner's instructions. Follow them carefully. Once the listening is finished, we will go over your answers. Your 45 seconds starts now.
Part 4. Part 4 consists of 2 tasks. You will hear 5 short extracts in which people are talking about animals. For questions 21 to 25, choose from the list A to H the person who is speaking. Now look at task 2. For questions 26 to 30, choose from the list A to H what each speaker is expressing. While you listen, you must complete both tasks. Speaker 1.
There are very strict laws now about the movement of animals, especially from abroad. But, unfortunately, some people still smuggle animals into the country, as people will pay a high price for them. The fact that they're endangering many species by doing this doesn't seem to bother them. Of course, we don't deal in anything illegal, as there are plenty of interesting creatures that can be purchased without having to break the law.
Speaker 2.
Obviously, in different parts of the world, the problem of animal conservation varies. In my work, I try to capture the essence of the animal. I have tremendous respect for animals, and I'm aware that my job can be quite dangerous if I get too close. It's upsetting when you come across something like a wounded deer that has been shot. I always do my best to contact the authorities in that situation, so that it can be put out of its misery.
Speaker 3.
Yes, it's true that I make a living out of wild animals in a way, and I'd like to think that I'm quite knowledgeable about the animals in Africa. People come all year round to take hundreds of photographs. They all want an elephant and a big cat. I don't think the tourists I escort harm the environment, though. And if every now and then we have to shoot a threatening animal to protect our clients, well, that's the law of the jungle, as they say. I'm not going to lose any sleep over it.
Speaker 4.
It's becoming harder and harder to survive in our trade. Everything is changing thanks largely to the huge supermarket chains who want to pay us the absolute minimum. After expenses, there's very little money left for us, and they are on a huge profit. We are in danger of becoming a dying breed, and if that happens, people will get a nasty shock. Even the vegetarians would have a problem. Where will they get their dairy products if we're put out of business?
Speaker 5.
So I may get caught. It wouldn't be the first time. I got a small fine last time and that was it. No big deal. I feel so strongly about this cause that I will never give up. I have a full-time job, but I'm prepared to give up all my free time to protect these unfortunate creatures. I'm sick of people justifying such atrocities. And if it means that I have to be in violent situations, so be it. As long as it wakes people up to what is really going on in these places. Someone has to take a stand.
Now you'll hear part 4 again. Speaker 1.
There are very strict laws now about the movement of animals, especially from abroad. But, unfortunately, some people still smuggle animals into the country, as people will pay a high price for them. The fact that they're endangering many species by doing this doesn't seem to bother them. Of course, we don't deal in anything illegal, as there are plenty of interesting creatures that can be purchased without having to break the law.
Speaker 2.
Obviously, in different parts of the world, the problem of animal conservation varies. In my work, I try to capture the essence of the animal. I have tremendous respect for animals, and I'm aware that my job can be quite dangerous if I get too close. It's upsetting when you come across something like a wounded deer that has been shot. I always do my best to contact the authorities in that situation, so that it can be put out of its misery.
Speaker 3.
Yes, it's true that I make a living out of wild animals in a way, and I'd like to think that I'm quite knowledgeable about the animals in Africa. People come all year round to take hundreds of photographs. They all want an elephant and a big cat. I don't think the tourists I escort harm the environment, though. And if every now and then we have to shoot a threatening animal to protect our clients, well, that's the law of the jungle, as they say. I'm not going to lose any sleep over it.
Speaker 4.
It's becoming harder and harder to survive in our trade. Everything is changing thanks largely to the huge supermarket chains who want to pay us the absolute minimum. After expenses, there's very little money left for us, and they are on a huge profit. We are in danger of becoming a dying breed, and if that happens, people will get a nasty shock. Even the vegetarians would have a problem. Where will they get their dairy products if we are put out of business?
Speaker 5.
So I may get caught. It wouldn't be the first time. I got a small fine last time and that was it. No big deal. I feel so strongly about this cause that I will never give up. I have a full-time job, but I'm prepared to give up all my free time to protect these unfortunate creatures. I'm sick of people justifying such atrocities. And if it means that I have to be in violent situations, so be it. As long as it wakes people up to what is really going on in these places. Someone has to take a stand.
That's the end of part 4.
Let's quickly go over your answers to see your mark, and then we'll take a look at the audio scripts in more detail. So press pause on the video, check your answers, and press play when you're ready to continue. Speaker 1 is a shopkeeper who thinks that some people have a selfish attitude towards animal preservation. How do we know that? Find and underline the key words in the text. Press pause on the video and press play when you're ready to review. Let's check. Is the text in green the same as the text that you highlighted? Speaker 2 is a photographer who is interested in the animal's character and its appearance. How do we know that? Find and underline the key words in the text. Press pause and press play again when you're ready to review. Let's check. Is the text in green the same as the text that you highlighted? Speaker 3 is a holiday guide who believes it's not his responsibility to protect animals. How do we know that? Again, find and underline the key information in the text. Press pause and press play again when you're ready to review. Let's check. Is the text in green the same as the text that you highlighted? Speaker 4 is a farmer who feels like he is being exploited. How do we know that? Find and underline the information in the text that tells us that. Press pause and play again when you're ready to review. Let's check. Is the text in green the same as the text that you highlighted? Speaker 5 is an animal rights activist who believes that people only listen to extreme behavior. How do we know that? So, as before, find and underline the key words in the text. Press pause and press play again when you're ready to review. Let's check. Is the text in green the same as the text that you highlighted? So that brings us to the end of listening part 4 and your preparation for the listening test. Congratulations! Thank you for watching this video series. I hope that the videos have been helpful for you and that you're feeling more ready and more confident to take on the test. Before I leave you though, I just would like to give you one final tip. And that is true not only for part 4, but for every part of the listening exam. So please listen out for distractors. Listen out for those red herrings we've spoken about. With each speaker in part 4, there will be 1 or 2 options that are designed to distract you, but they are not the right answer. So it's important that you read the options very carefully and listen to what they say to try and find the perfect match. Okay, so once we finish the video, go ahead and do the practice activities that are attached to the module. They will help you to consolidate what we've been doing. And in case I don't see you again, good luck for the exam. I hope it goes really well for you. Well, that brings us to the end of the speaking module. I hope you have enjoyed it and that you have learned a lot. Please don't forget to do all of the practice activities and the quizzes for each part to consolidate everything that we have covered in these videos. And remember that speaking, just like playing a sport or playing a musical instrument, just takes practice. Like they say, practice makes perfect. So your self-study shouldn't end with the end of this module. If you can, try to find a study partner, so a friend who is at or around your level, or maybe even someone who is preparing for the same exam as you. You can do live speaking practice together, for example on Zoom, where you can go through the practice tests together. You can take turns being the examiner and in the roles of student A and student B. Use a digital device to record your speaking. Then you can listen back and give each other some constructive feedback. If you don't have a study partner, don't worry. All practice is good practice. You can ask yourself the examiner's questions and set yourself a time limit for the task, just like we did during the course. Again, record your speaking, and when you listen back, think about how you were able to perform the task. Ask yourself, what did I do well, and what could I improve? And finally, if you would like to have a live practice exam session with me or one of our experienced Cambridge exam trainers, then please contact Home Studies for more information. Well, in case I don't see you again, good luck for the speaking exam. I hope it goes really well on exam day.
Hello and welcome to Home Studies e-learning for Cambridge English Advanced. This is a C1 qualification that shows that you have the language skills that employers and universities are looking for. My name is Sarah and I'm here to prepare you for the reading and use of English component of the exam. The reading and use of English exam tests both your reading skills and your use of English. But what exactly is use of English? Well, essentially it's about how well you can apply your grammatical and lexical knowledge. This component of the exam consists of 8 sections, all with different question formats. And each question tests different skills. You only have 90 minutes to complete the exam paper. So when you think about the various texts that you need to read, 90 minutes really isn't very long. In fact, some of the tasks in this part of the exam would challenge a native speaker if they hadn't looked at any past papers and they weren't familiar with the style of question. So, what you need is a clear strategy about how to deal with each task. And that's where we come in. We'll go through each part of the exam systematically and explain what you need to do. We'll give you checklists to help you with each question style, and most importantly, you'll have lots of opportunities to practice each task. So, there's a lot to do. We'd better make a start on it. Are you ready? I'll see you in the first video.
Hello and welcome to Home Studies e-learning for Advanced. Thanks for joining us. In this video, we'll take a look at Reading and Use of English Part 1, the multiple choice close. We'll look at this part of the exam in detail and talk about what it tests. We'll give you tips and strategies to approach the question, as well as some practice exercises. Before you get started, it's a good idea to print out the PDF handout of this unit so you can easily make notes and underline key information during the tasks. Or if you don't have a printer, you can download it to a different device and use a highlighting tool for note-taking. Okay, so before we delve into how to deal with the multiple choice close, let's have a quick overview of the Reading and Use of English paper. First of all, you have 90 minutes to complete the whole paper. That's really not very long to complete the whole exam. The exam is made up of 8 parts and contains a total of 56 questions. Although you can underline things and make notes on the question paper, you need to write your final answers on the separate answer sheet. It's really important that you remember to transfer your answers. Answers written on the question paper will not count and you won't receive any marks for them. Unlike the listening exam, you don't get extra time at the end of the exam to transfer your answers. You must do this within the 90 minutes. So the best idea is probably to do it as you go along. As you know, this exam paper combines reading and use of English. There are 5 sections of the exam that focus on your reading skills. Part 1, Part 5, Part 6, Part 7 and Part 8. Each of these sections tests you in different ways. In this video, we'll look at Part 1, and in later videos, we'll look at Parts 5, 6, 7 and 8. If you look at these 5 parts of the exam as a whole, there is a total of 50 marks available for the reading part of the exam. If you get 43 out of 50 on the reading, this equates to a pass at C2 level. If you get 32 out of 50, this equates to a pass at C1 level. So we've talked about the reading side of the exam paper. What about the use of English focus? There are 3 sections of the exam which focus on use of English. There's Part 2, Part 3 and Part 4. We'll look at these in greater detail in later videos in the series. Regarding the marking, there are 28 marks available in these 3 sections of the exam. Getting 23 out of 28 equates to a pass at C2 level, and getting 16 out of 28 equates to a pass at C1 level. Okay, first let's take a look at what Part 1 of the exam involves. Part 1 is the multiple choice close. In this activity, you'll be presented with a text with 8 gaps. You need to complete the gaps. There'll also be an additional gap at the beginning, number 0, which is an example. Along with the text, you'll be given a list of multiple choice answers. There are 4 options for each gap, A to D. For each gap, you need to choose the correct answer, A, B, C or D. Remember, there's only one correct answer for each gap. In Reading and Use of English Part 1, the focus is on meaning or content words, not grammatical words. So the options probably won't include things like prepositions, articles, or determiners. And finally, each correct answer is worth 1 mark. So there's a total of 8 marks available in Part 1. Okay, now let's look at some tips that can help you to do well in this part of the exam. First of all, the text you're given usually have headings or titles. Remember to look at the title as it will quickly introduce the topic of the text. Then, before you look in detail at any of the gaps, skim read the text so that you get the gist or the general meaning of the passage. During the exam, you won't have access to a dictionary and there will be words you don't understand. So the best way to deal with this is to try and guess their meaning through the context. If you've already skim-read the text in its entirety, then you're much better prepared to try and work out unknown meanings. When you look at the 8 gaps, you'll definitely need to think about the words directly before and after each gap. This will give you really useful clues about which answer to choose. What do I mean by that? Well, for example, if you're choosing between 4 nouns, ask yourself whether these nouns are countable or uncountable. The presence or absence of an article before the gap might give you a clue. Things like this will help you to immediately rule out or eliminate certain answers. In other words, focus not only on the word that goes in the gap, but also on what is around that word. Lastly, don't spend too much time on one question. It's tempting to spend as much time as it takes to find the correct answer. But even with the helpful tips we've discussed, to some extent you either know the answer or you don't in this section. Remember, this is just the first part of the exam. Try to go fairly quickly through this section. The exam is long and you'll need as much time as possible for the reading sections. As I mentioned previously, Part 1 of the exam focuses on testing your vocabulary rather than testing your grammar. This means that the multiple choice answers you're given will most likely be content words. That is, words that carry a lot of the meaning in a text, not words like articles, prepositions, or conjunctions. Look at this list of lexical features. These are some of the aspects of English that might be tested in this part of the exam. Do you know what they all mean? Don't worry if you don't. We're going to look at examples of them on the next few pages. Let's do a couple of tasks to try and clarify the meaning of some of these grammatical words. In task 1, you have 4 grammatical terms and 4 sentences. Match the grammatical term to the sentence which contains an example of this term. You can write your answers on your PDF handouts. Pause the video and press play when you think you're done. Now, in the second part of the task, using the examples you've just looked at, try to match the 4 grammatical terms to their definitions. Pause the video while you think about the answers. Let's look at some more grammatical terms. Again, match the grammatical term to the sentence which contains an example of it. Write your answers on your PDF handouts. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to continue. Finally, again use the examples you've just looked at to try and match the 4 grammatical terms to their definitions below. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to check the answers to tasks 1 and 2. Okay, now it's time to check your answers to the 2 tasks we've just done. Compare your answers to the correct ones here. Did you get them all correct? If not, you might want to pause the video and find some more examples of them in a good grammar resource. Pause the video while you check your answers and press play when you're ready to move on to the next task. Okay, let's look at 2 more practice activities now. In task 3, select the right answer from the options you're given. For each question, think about which option collocates with the language in the question. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to task 4. Now let's try task 4. Again, you need to select the correct option from the multiple choice answers. Some of the options are very similar, but think carefully about the specific meaning of each option. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to check your answers to tasks 3 and 4. Okay, so let's look at the answers to these 2 tasks. First of all, task 3. You can probably immediately eliminate option B. Using any of the other options would probably communicate your intended meaning, but the correct collocation here is to take a step. Answer C. Question 2. Here, I would immediately rule out answers B and D. Option C kind of makes sense here, but the problem here is with the preposition with. So the only possible correct answer is option A, provides. Question 3. Here, really, you either know it or you don't. Answer B, large, is the only one which collocates with amount. Question 4. Again, the options are all in the right general area, but in English, the correct collocation is to reach the summit of a mountain. Answer C. Now let's look at the answers to task 4. Number 1, the answer is raw, D, a substance that hasn't yet been processed for use. Rubbish is unlikely to be natural, and we usually use the word crude to talk about a specific unprocessed material, such as crude oil or crude sugarcane. Number 2, the answer is event, A. This is a strong collocation in English. Meeting friends, for example, might be a social activity, but a ball is an event, something important or unusual. Number 3, the answer is record, D. Safety report and safety standards are also collocations, but their meanings don't fit this particular sentence. Finally, number 4, the answer is area, C. It's the only one of the 4 options which collocates with of expertise. Let's think now about headings. In the advanced exam, it's really important to read the heading of any text if it's provided. This is really useful because it gives you information about the text and allows you to predict the possible content to come. Let's practice. Take a look at this heading. What do you think the text is going to be about? Take a minute to consider. When you're ready, go to the next slide and skim read the text quickly. Don't spend more than 1 minute reading it. Skim read the text quickly to get the gist or the general meaning of it. Remember, don't spend more than about a minute reading it. Take a look at this short summary of the text. It explains the overall meaning in just one sentence. Was your prediction something similar? Okay, so now we're going to do a practice exam task. Before you begin, let me explain the instructions. On the next 8 pages, you're going to see 8 questions. For each question, choose the multiple choice answer which best completes the gap. You might not be 100% sure about the correct answer, but you can probably identify some of the answers as definitely wrong. For each sentence, try to justify why you choose a particular answer. Parts of the text have been highlighted in green to help you. These sections contain clues to the correct answers. Let's take a look at the example question before you get started on the task. You can tell it's the example question because it's marked number 0. As you can see, the answer is B, take. This must be the answer because it's the only option that fits with the expression, something it easy. Question 1. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to the next question. Question 2. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to the next question. Question 3. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to the next question. Question 4. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to the next question. Question 5. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to the next question. Question 6. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to the next question. Question 7. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to the next question. Question 8. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to check your answers. Okay, let's take a look at your answers now. So question 1, the answer is C, reveals. It's logical that a survey would reveal new information. D wouldn't make sense because conceal is the opposite of reveal. Why would a survey hide information? A also doesn't make sense because to betray information means to reveal it accidentally. Question 2. The answer is D. Here, the highlighted section gives us some clues. The correct answer must collocate with the verb have and be followed by the preposition on. So quite besides the meaning of the sentence, we know it can't be A, B or C because these nouns aren't usually followed by the preposition on. Question 3. The correct answer here is B. Technically, answer C could be true too, but the focus of the text is on health, not financial savings. Question 4. The answer we need here is D. We know this because it's the only one of the 4 options that makes sense lexically and is followed by the preposition for. Question 5, the answer here is A. The text in general is talking about consumption of unhealthy foods. Vegetable intake is a synonym for vegetable consumption. Question 6. Look at the section highlighted in green. What does the pronoun they refer to? It must be C, the findings of the survey. Question 7. We're looking for a word that collocates with of evidence. The expression body of evidence means a large amount of evidence. Finally, question 8. Again, the prepositions highlighted in green are helpful in deducing the right answer. It can't be A because that would be followed by a noun. For example, moments of clarity or moments of sadness. The correct answer is C, in terms of. Okay, so now let's take a closer look at the instructions for part 1 when you sit the Advanced Reading and Use of English exam. In the multiple choice cloze activity, the instructions will always explain that for questions 1 to 8, you need to read the following text and choose the most suitable answer from A, B, or C. There's always an example question, which is shown as question 0. So don't waste time thinking about the correct answer to this question. The answer is already given and you won't receive any marks for this. The instructions also show you how you need to mark your chosen answer on the answer sheet. So now let's look in a bit more detail at exam strategy, what you need to do after you've read the instructions. First of all, there's only one correct answer. So as we mentioned earlier, you can immediately cross out the answers you know are wrong. That will reduce your options and make your task clearer. Then, think about part of speech. Look at the sentence. Does it indicate that you're looking for a noun, an adjective, or something else? Next, take a look at the words either side of the gap. Do these suggest that the word you're looking for might be part of a collocation or fixed expression? Try your remaining options in the gaps. Do you notice any familiar collocations? Next, think about prepositions. Are any of the surrounding words in the text prepositions? Look at your options. Which prepositions are usually used with these words? Finally, when you think you've chosen the right option, read the full sentence again. Does the sentence make sense grammatically? Sometimes you might need to look at the wider text, not just the words immediately surrounding the gap. Does your answer make sense in the context of the full text? Now that we've considered exactly how to approach the question, here's another practice exam task for you to try. On the next 4 pages, you'll see a part 1 task entitled Home Sweet Home. Read the text and for each gap, choose the multiple choice answer which fits best. You'll see the multiple choice options at the bottom of each page. Think about the exam strategy tips we just discussed. For each sentence, try to justify why you choose a particular answer. Now, pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to questions 3 and 4. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to questions 5 and 6. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to questions 7 and 8. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to check your answers. Okay, time to go over your answers. Remember that question 0 is an example and you don't need to answer it. So let's look at number 1. The correct answer is C. It's the only option that really fits with the preposition into. Number 2, the answer is A. A big clue here is that attitudes often collocates with the preposition towards, whereas the other possibility, ideas, usually collocates with the prepositions about or on. In question 3, the answer is B. Rise to a challenge is a common verb-noun collocation in English. A is most commonly used when it comes to physical activity, such as mountain climbing. See is most often used in the context of birds or prices. And D is often used about numbers, or, for example, your toe if you drop something on it. Question 4. The answer here is D. There are several possibilities here, but only D makes sense in the context of environmental responsibility mentioned earlier. Question 5. The answer is B. This is the only option that can be followed by somebody to do something. Question 6. The answer is D. This is the only one of the 4 options that fits grammatically here, being able to be followed by an adjective plus enough. Question 7. C is the only answer that fits between the 2 prepositions in and of. And question 8. Given a choice of 4 adverbs, B is the only one that fits given the context of changing times and habits. So, how many correct answers did you get out of 8? And that brings us to the end of Reading and Use of English Part 1, Multiple Choice Close. Thanks for taking the time to watch this video. I hope it's been really informative. Before I leave you, I just want to give you one final tip. Never leave a question unanswered. Even if you don't know the answer, you have at least a 25% chance of getting it right just by guessing. And most of the time, you know that some of the answers are definitely wrong. So if you can get it down to 2 options, you have a 50-50 chance of choosing the right answer. Always pick one. You never know, it might be right. Okay, so thanks again for watching, and remember to do the practice activities and quizzes in this module to consolidate the techniques that you've just learned. Good luck, and I'll see you in the next video. In this video, we'll take a look at Reading and Use of English Part 2, the open-close. This part of the exam is similar to the multiple choice close we looked at in the last video, but without the multiple choice options. In this video, we'll discuss what's required in this part of the exam and do some practice exercises to improve your performance. As I've mentioned, before you get started, it's a good idea to print out the PDF handout of this unit so you can easily make notes and underline key information during the tasks. Or, if you don't have a printer, you can download it to a different device and use a highlighting tool for note-taking. Okay, let's take a look at Part 2 of the exam in greater depth. Part 2 is the open-close. In this activity, you'll be presented with a text, and you'll need to complete the 8 gaps. There'll also be an additional gap at the beginning, number 0, which is an example. You need to complete each gap with the correct missing word. Unlike in Part 1 of the advanced exam, this task isn't multiple choice. You're not given a set of words to choose from. This time, most of the missing words will be grammatical words, not meaning or content words. You can only use one word in each gap, although in some cases there may be more than one possible answer. And finally, each correct answer is worth 1 mark. But remember, if you write more than one word in the gap, you won't get any marks, even if one of the words is correct. As I've already mentioned, in Part 2, the words you'll need to fill in the gaps will be mostly grammar words, rather than content words that carry the meaning of the sentence. So let's think about what type of words you might be looking for. Most of them are likely to be grammatical parts of speech, or lexico-grammatical words. Have a look at the examples given. Are you familiar with all these terms? If not, you might want to pause the video and look them up in a good grammar resource. Now it's time for a task. Let's check your understanding of some grammatical terms. Complete the table of different parts of speech with the words below. If you're not sure about the meanings of any of these terms, you might want to look them up in a good grammar resource. Pause the video and press play when you've finished the task. Okay, so pause the video while you compare your answers. As I've mentioned, if you're unclear about any of these grammatical terms, take a moment and look them up in a good grammar resource. Press play when you're ready to continue. Now it's time for another task. We've looked at some different parts of speech. Now let's look at some different language functions. Complete the table with the linking words that we use to show these 4 different language functions. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to check your answers. Now check your answers. Did you get them all right? Think about other conjunctions and what functions we use those to show. Would you recognize when to use them in an open-close? Now let's look at task 3. Look at these 7 sentences. Each of the fixed expressions highlighted in blue collocates with a particular preposition. Can you complete the gaps using the correct prepositions? Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on. Okay, let's check the answers then. Number 1 is to keep an eye on her kids. It means to watch someone, to make sure they don't get into trouble. Number 2 is stayed in touch with. This is a synonym for to keep in contact with someone. Number 3 is only a matter of time until. This expression means you're not sure when something will happen, but it's inevitable that it will. For example, it's only a matter of time until we run out of fossil fuels. Number 4 is to have any joy in. The speaker is asking if you've managed to find a flatmate. We use this expression in questions and negative sentences. Number 5 is stand a better chance of. It means you'll be more likely to do something. Number 6 is to be conscious of. To be conscious of something is a synonym for to be aware of. Finally, number 7 is to pay attention to detail. Did you get them all right? Make sure you make a note of any you got wrong. In a moment, we're going to do an exam-style task. But before you begin, let's just consider a few questions you should ask yourself when you're trying to fill in each gap. First of all, which part of speech do you need? Look at the sentence. Are you looking for an article, a verb, a preposition, a conjunction? Next, are there any clues to suggest that the word you're looking for is part of a collocation or a fixed phrase? Look at the words either side of the gap. Does the missing word have a dependent preposition? Remember, the correct answer will always be just one word, not a phrase. Finally, when you think you know the missing word, read the full sentence again. Does the word definitely fit with the words before and after the gap? So now that we've looked at some exam strategy tips, let's practice applying them. On the next 3 pages, you'll see a Part 2 style task. Read the text and try to fill in each of the missing words. Think about the exam strategy tips that we just discussed. Now pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to questions 12 to 14. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to questions 15 and 16. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to check your answers. Okay, so if you're ready, compare your answers with the correct ones here. Notice how quite a few of the questions have more than one possible answer. Did you get them all right? If not, look back at the hints on the previous pages to see where you went wrong. Let's think briefly about headings. As I mentioned in the previous video, it's really important to read the heading of any text if there is one. The reason it's so useful is because it gives you information about the text and allows you to predict the possible content to come. Let's practice. Take a look at this heading. What do you think the text is going to be about? What kind of words would you expect to come across in a text with this title? Take a minute to consider. Then, go to the next slide and skim read the text quickly. Don't spend more than 2 minutes reading it. Skim read the text quickly to get the gist or the general meaning of it. Remember, don't spend more than 2 minutes reading it. Take a look at this short summary of the text. It explains the main points of the text in just a few sentences. Was it similar to what you predicted it would be about? Did any of the vocabulary you predicted come up? Okay, so now we're going to do a practice exam task using the text that you just read briefly. But before you begin, let me explain the instructions. You're going to see 8 questions. The questions are numbered 9 to 16, as these will be the question numbers when you sit the real exam. For each question, fill in the missing word using a suitable grammatical or lexicogrammatical word. Parts of the text have been highlighted in green to help you. These sections contain clues to the correct answers. Remember, you can only use one word in each gap. There's always an example question marked question 0 to show you what you need to do. Don't waste time trying to answer this question, as the answer's already given and you won't get any marks for it. When you sit the real exam, you need to write your answers clearly on the separate answer sheet in capital letters. For this practice task though, you can write your answers on the PDF handout. Let's take a look at the example question before you get started on the task. You can see that this is the example question as it's marked 0. Underneath the question you can see the answer, of. But why is the answer of? Well, we use of to link a quantity and a plural noun. Okay, let's begin the practice task. For some of the questions, it might be useful to look back at the text in its entirety to see the sentence in context. Write your answers on the PDF handout. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to the next question. Question 10. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to the next question. Question 11. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to the next question. Question 12. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to the next question. Question 13. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to the next question. Question 14. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to the next question. Question 15. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to the next question. Question 16. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to check your answers. Okay, time to check your answers now. Compare your answers to the correct ones below. You'll notice that for some of the questions there's more than one acceptable answer. If your answer isn't listed here, you wouldn't get a mark for it. If this is the case, look back at that sentence and try to work out why your answer is wrong. Remember, some sections have been highlighted to help you. Okay, so you've read the question and you think you know which word should go in the gap. What do you do next? Well, here's a checklist to help you. Firstly, you're allowed to write on the question paper, so write your answer in the gap. Then ask yourself the following 3 questions. Does the answer that you've written look right? Does it sound right? Does it feel right to you? Look again at the words that come directly before and after the gap. Does your answer fit with these words? If you've asked yourself these questions and you feel confident, then now you need to transfer your answers onto the answer sheet. If after this you're still unsure about a particular question, you can still come back to it later when you've completed the other sections. Here's another practice task for you to have a go at. Remember to apply all of the strategies and tips that we've talked about, like reading the heading and giving yourself a minute or 2 to quickly read the text for gist. Don't forget to go through your checklist when you think you know your answer. And remember, each gap represents one single word. You can't fill in a gap with an expression or a phrase. Pause the video and give yourself about 10 minutes to work on this task. Then press play when you're ready to check the answers. Okay, time to check the answers now. Compare your answers to the correct ones below. Did you get more answers right this time? That brings us to the end of Reading and Use of English Part 2, Open Close. Thanks for taking the time to watch this video. I hope it's been really useful. Before I leave you, I just want to give you one final tip. Learn and record phrases, not just individual words. What exactly do I mean by that? Well, instead of learning the expression stay in touch, learn the full expression, stay in touch with someone. Instead of noting down stand a good chance, make sure you write down the whole expression, stand a good chance of doing something. That way, not only will your English be more accurate, but it will stand you in good stead for the open-close activity in the Reading and Use of English exam. Thanks again, and remember to do the practice activities and quizzes in this module to consolidate the techniques you've just learned. Good luck, and I'll see you in the next video. In this video, we'll take a look at Reading and Use of English Part 3, Word Formation. We'll look at what this part of the exam involves and advise you on the best way to approach this section of the exam. You'll also do some practice exercises to help you gain more experience of Part 3. Before you start, remember to print out the PDF handout of this unit so that you can easily make notes and underline any key information during the tasks. Or, if you don't have a printer, you can download it to a different device and use a highlighting tool for note-taking. So, what does Part 3 involve? In Part 3, you'll be faced with a text that contains 8 gaps, plus an extra gap which relates to an example question. Each gap represents a missing word. You'll notice that on the right side of the page, at the end of some lines, there's a stem word printed in capital letters. Each question is worth 1 mark, so there's a total of 8 marks available in part 3. So what do you need to do in this part of the exam? Well, you need to use the stem word to form the correct word to fit in the relevant gap. It's important to remember that you can only write 1 word for each answer. And unlike part 2 of the advanced exam, there is only 1 possible correct answer for each gap. Let's have a look at what this part of the exam tests you on. First of all, part 3 is focused on vocabulary and word families, and it tests your ability to form words. To do well in this part of the exam, you need to have a good knowledge of prefixes, suffixes, and internal changes. So, for example, spelling changes that occur within words when they change parts of speech. The root word that you're given might have more than 1 noun or more than 1 adjective, for example, with different meanings. So it's really important that you're able to understand the context that the word is being used in and choose the word with the appropriate meaning. One of the first tasks you face when you're doing part 3 is that you need to work out what part of speech the missing word is. When I say part of speech, I mean word classes such as nouns, verbs, adjectives, and adverbs. Let's do a practice task now to check how familiar you are with identifying different parts of speech. Read sentences A and B and match the words highlighted in blue to one of the parts of speech listed below. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to check your answers. Okay, time to check your answers. Did you get them all right? Pause the video while you check, then press play when you're ready to move on to the next task. Time for another practice activity. Complete this table with the words listed below. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to check your answers. Okay, now pause the video while you check your answers, then press play when you're ready to move on. I mentioned earlier that you need to have a good knowledge of prefixes for the Part 3 task. So let's take a closer look at prefixes. Have a look at this example. There's 1 prefix in this sentence. The prefix is ex in the word ex-girlfriend. It means former, as in former girlfriend. Look at these 3 sentences. Try to identify the prefix in each sentence and explain what it means. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to check the answers. Okay, now let's check the answers. As you probably know, mono means 1. So monolingual is an adjective to describe a person who only speaks 1 language. Pre means before, and auto means by or of yourself. So an autobiography is a book about your life written by yourself. Bear in mind that at least one of the answers in the Part 3 task always requires a prefix, sometimes more than 1. So be on the lookout for answers that require them. Okay, now it's time for another practice task. In this task, you need to match the prefix on the left to its meaning on the right. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to check your answers. Okay, now pause the video while you check your answers. Press play when you're ready. So we've looked at prefixes. Let's consider suffixes now. Take a look at the example. The suffix highlighted in blue, al, is a common suffix used in the formation of adjectives. Some other examples are personal, topical, and logical. Now look at these 4 sentences. Try to identify the suffixes and the word class of the words in blue. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to check the answers. Okay, now check your answers. So number 1, the suffix dom is a suffix used in many nouns. Other examples are wisdom, boredom, and kingdom. Number 2, the suffix ible is used almost exclusively with adjectives. Other examples are responsible, flexible, and incredible. Number 3, again, the suffix fully is used almost exclusively with adverbs. Other examples include skillfully, tactfully, and playfully. Finally, number 4, the suffix en is a suffix which is sometimes used to turn adjectives into verbs. Other examples of this are brighten or frighten. Press play when you're ready to continue on to task 4. Okay, let's try another task now. In this activity, you need to put the suffixes into the correct column according to their usual part of speech. Try to think of an example word for each one. You can use a dictionary to help you if you want. Remember, write your answers on your PDF handout. So pause the video and press play when you're ready to check the answers. Okay, so now it's time to check the answers. We'll look at the suffixes that usually denote nouns, first of all. I'll give you an example word for each one. So, we have ship, for example, relationship. Shun, for example, expectation. Munt, for example, government. ty or ity, for example, curiosity. ance or ence, for example, absence. Ist, for example, specialist. Ism, for example, racism. And ness, for example, darkness. Now let's look at the suffixes that usually denote a verb. Eyes, for example, materialize. Ate, for example, speculate. ify, for example, identify. And en, for example, heighten. Now let's look at the suffixes that usually denote an adjective. So, ous or ious, for example, delicious. Able, for example, adorable. Ish, for example, childish. Full, for example, hateful. Ickle, for example, musical. And ive, for example, corrective. Finally, the suffixes that usually denote an adverb. ly or ily, for example, heavily. And ally, for example, musically. Okay, now let's move on and think about headings. In the advanced exam, you should always look at the heading of any text if it's provided. The reason why this is so important is because it gives you information about the text and allows you to predict the possible content to come. Let's practice. Take a look at this heading. What do you think the text is going to be about? Take a minute to consider. Then go to the next slide and skim read the text quickly. Don't spend more than 2 minutes reading it. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to continue. Now skim read the text quickly to get the gist or the general meaning of it. Remember, don't spend more than about a minute reading it. Take a look at this short summary of the text. It explains the overall meaning in just a few sentences. Was your prediction something similar? Okay, so in a short while we're going to do a practice exam task using the text you just read. But before you begin, let me explain the instructions. For questions 17 to 24, you need to read the text. For each question, use the stem word in capitals at the end of the line to form a word from the same word family. There's always an example question marked question 0 to show you what you need to do. Don't waste time trying to answer this question as the answer's already given and you won't get any marks for it. When you sit the real exam, you need to write your answers clearly on the separate answer sheet in capital letters. For this practice task though, you can write your answers on the PDF handout. Let's take a look at the example question. In this example, you have the stem word signify. As you can see, the words have cooled have been highlighted. This gives you a clue. This is a verb, so it suggests that the word in the gap will be an adverb, describing how the oceans have cooled. Do you know the answer? Pause the video for a moment while you think about it. Then press play to continue on to the answer. As I mentioned, we're looking for an adverb from the stem word signify. The adjective is significant, so to make the adverb, we simply add the suffix ly. Now let's consider exam strategy. What questions should you ask yourself when you're trying to find the answers? First of all, try to identify what part of speech is needed in the gap. Analysing the sentence around the gap will help you with this. Look at the stem word given to you on the right. What part of speech is this? Think about how you can change the stem word. Do you know any other words that are part of this word family? If you've decided that you need a noun, try to work out from the context whether it needs to be singular or plural. Think about the meaning of the whole sentence or the wider text. Are there any clues about whether the word that you're looking for is positive or negative? Also, consider whether the missing word needs a prefix. Okay, so now let's begin the practice task. On the following 8 pages, you'll find questions 17 to 24. For each question, part of the text has been highlighted in green to help you. You'll also find a useful hint at the bottom of each page. Write your answers on the PDF handout. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to the next question. Question 18. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to the next question. Question 19. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to the next question. Question 20. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to the next question. Question 21. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to the next question. Question 22. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to the next question. Question 23. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to the next question. Question 24. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to check your answers. Okay, time to check your answers. Compare your answers to the correct ones below. Did you get them all right? If not, look back at the relevant question and try to work out why your answer is wrong. Okay, so now let's focus on exam strategy. You've read the question and you think you know which word should go in the gap. What do you do next? Here's a checklist to help you. Write your answer in the gap on the question paper. Then consider the following questions. Does the answer that you've written look right? Does it sound right? Does it feel right to you? Then look again at what you've written. Is it spelt correctly? Remember, you need to spell the word completely correctly to get the mark. Then check again that your answer is the right part of speech for the sentence and check whether it makes sense in context. Does it need to be negative, for example? So if after all this you're happy with your answer, now you can write your answer on the answer sheet. Alright, now we've talked about our checklist, here's another practice task for you to try. Remember to apply all of the strategies and tips that we've talked about in this video. And don't forget to go through your checklist when you think you know the answer. Pause the video while you do questions 17 and 18, then press play when you're ready to move on to the next questions. Pause the video while you do questions 19 to 21. Then press play when you're ready to move on to the next questions. Pause the video while you do questions 22 to 24. Then press play when you're ready to check your answers. Okay, pause the video while you check your answers. Press play when you're ready to continue. How did you do? That brings us to the end of Reading and Use of English Part 3, Word Formation. Thanks for taking the time to watch this video. Hopefully you've learnt lots of strategies to help you in this part of the exam. Before I leave you, I just want to give you one final tip. Spelling matters. In this part of the exam in particular, you need to make sure that your spelling is correct. You won't get the mark if the words aren't spelt perfectly correctly. So bear this in mind, particularly when you're adding prefixes and suffixes. And think about any other spelling changes that might occur when using a different part of speech of the stem word. So thanks again, and remember to do the practice activities and quizzes in this module to consolidate the techniques that you've just learned. Good luck, and I'll see you in the next video. In this video, we'll take a look at Reading and Use of English Part 4, Sentence Transformation. We'll look at what this part of the exam involves and help you to develop the skills to change sentences without changing the meaning. You'll also do some practice exercises to become familiar with the strategies we show you. Before you get started, remember to print out the PDF handout of this unit so you can easily make notes and underline key information during the tasks. Or if you don't have a printer, you can download it to a different device and use a highlighting tool for note-taking. Let's look at Part 4 of the exam in greater detail. Part 4 is the sentence transformation. In this task, there are 6 questions. There'll also be an example question along with the instructions. Each question in Part 4 consists of 3 parts. You're given a lead-in sentence, which is a full, complete sentence. You're then given a key word, which will be shown in capital letters and in bold. Underneath this, you're given a second sentence, which has a beginning and an end, but is incomplete. So, what do you need to do in this task? Well, you need to complete the second sentence so that it has the same meaning as the lead-in sentence. And of course, the second sentence must be grammatically correct. The gap must be filled in with a minimum of 3 words and a maximum of 6 words. And finally, you must use the keyword that you are given. It's very important to note that it cannot be changed in any way. So, for example, if it's a singular noun, you can't make it plural. If it's a verb, you can't change the tense. And you can't change the part of speech. Let's examine how this part of the exam is marked. In previous videos, I've talked about parts 1 to 3 of the advanced exam. You may remember that in those parts, each question is worth 1 mark. However, in part 4 of the exam, there are 2 marks available for each question. So how does it work? Well, the mark scheme divides each answer in part 4 into 2 parts, and you get 1 mark for each half of the answer. Pause the video for a moment while you take a look at this example question and answer. Press play when you're ready. As you can see from the example, you get 1 mark for getting the first part of the answer, in spite of, and 1 mark for the second part of the answer, his lack. If you get the whole answer right, you'll be awarded 2 marks. So, what does part 4 of the exam test? Well, it tests both your grammar and your vocabulary. In addition, it tests your ability to be flexible and resourceful with your use of language. To do well in part 4, you'll need to be familiar with a wide range of collocations, idioms and fixed expressions, phrasal verbs and grammatical structures. So, we just mentioned grammatical structures. Now, let's take a look at a couple of tasks to see how comfortable you are with them. First of all, in task 1, you have a list of 4 grammatical terms and 4 sentences. Match the grammatical structure to the sentence which contains an example of it. You can write your answers on your PDF handout. Pause the video and press play when you think you're done. Okay, now it's time to check your answers. Compare your answers to the correct ones here. Did you get them all right? If not, you might want to pause the video and find some more examples of them in a good grammar resource. Pause the video while you check your answers and press play when you're ready to move on to the next task. Okay, time for task 2. In this task, we're testing your knowledge of conditional structures. Match each type of conditional structure to the correct example on the right. Write your answers on your PDF handout. Pause the video and press play when you think you're done. Okay, now check your answers. Did you get them all right? If not, you might want to pause the video and review some of the trickier conditional structures. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to the next task. In the next task, we're testing your ability to transform sentences. In sentence 1 and 2, transform the sentences from the active to the passive voice. In sentences 3 and 4, transform them from relative clauses to reduced relative clauses. Write your answers on your PDF handout. Pause the video and press play when you think you're done. Time to check your answers. If you need to, now is the time to review your knowledge of the passive and reduced relative clauses in a good grammar resource. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to continue. Okay, so now let's consider how to approach this part of the exam. First of all, before you think about the answer, consider the following things. Look at the word in capital letters that you've been given. What kind of word is it? What I mean is, what part of speech is it? Is it a verb, a noun, an adjective, etc.? This is important information to know. Next, ask yourself if you know any collocations, idioms, or phrasal verbs that contain this word. Also, you need to look at the second sentence, the incomplete one. Can you identify any grammatical structures in this sentence? When you think you know the answer to the question, write it in the gap on the question paper. Look at the two sentences and read them carefully. Do these two sentences have the same meaning? Remember that you must use the word in capital letters as it is. You cannot use a different part of speech, for example. Now let's look at the exam instructions for the Part 4 task. The instructions are as follows. For questions 25 to 30, complete the second sentence so that it has a similar meaning to the first sentence, using the word given. Do not change the word given. You must use between 3 and 6 words, including the word given. Make sure that you stick to the instructions and don't use more words than you are allowed. As I mentioned before, there is always an example question. Let's take a look at an example question for Part 4. Pause the video for a moment and read through the example. Press play when you're ready to continue. Note the instruction to write your answer in capital letters. As I mentioned earlier, the mark scheme for Part 4 splits the answers into 2 parts. Look at the way the example has been marked. It shows you that you would have got 1 mark for writing "he would have," even if the rest of your answer was wrong. Similarly, you would have got 1 mark for writing "succeeded in," even if the rest of your answer was wrong or was missing. If you'd written the exact correct answer, you'd have got the full 2 marks. But how did the candidate arrive at this answer? Now we're going to analyse the example. Look at the 3 questions below. Pause the video and think carefully about the answer to each question. When you think you can answer them all, press play and check your answers on the following page. Pause the video while you check your answers. This example shows how an analytical approach to the sentences in Part 4 can really help you to come up with the correct answers. Make sure to ask yourself similar questions whenever you're faced with this style of question. Now let's think some more about exam strategy. Here's a checklist of things to consider in Part 4. When you think you know the answer, write it in the gap on the question paper. Then ask yourself the following 3 questions. Does the answer that you've written look right? Does it sound right? And does it feel right to you? Next, check your spelling. Is the answer spelt correctly? Also, remember to check that you've followed the instructions about how many words you can use. You must write between 3 and 6 words, no more and no less. If you've asked yourself these questions and you feel confident, then now you need to transfer your answers to the answer sheet. If after this you're still unsure about a particular question, you can always come back to it later when you've completed the other sections. So now we've considered the task and task strategy, let's have a go at a practice task. On the following pages, you'll find 6 Task 4 style questions. Use the clue style questions at the bottom of the page to help you. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to check your answer. Okay, so here you have the answers to the 2 clue style questions, and you have the correct answer to question 25, which is in the habit of playing. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to continue. Question 26. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to check your answer. Pause the video while you check your answer. Press play when you're ready to move on to question 27. Question 27. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to check the answer. Pause the video while you check your answer. Press play when you're ready to move on to question 28. Question 28. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to check the answer. Pause the video while you check your answer. Press play when you're ready to move on to question 29. Question 29. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to check the answer. Pause the video while you check your answer. Press play when you're ready to move on to question 30. Question 30. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to check the answer. Pause the video while you check your answer. Press play when you're ready to continue. So hopefully the guided approach to the last activity, along with clues and highlighted sections, helped to show you the best way to deal with Part 4. Here's another Part 4 task to try. This time you're on your own. Pause the video while you answer questions 25 to 27. Press play when you're ready to move on to the next questions. Pause the video while you answer questions 28 to 30. Press play when you're ready to check your answers. Pause the video while you check your answers. Then press play when you're ready to continue. That brings us to the end of Reading and Use of English Part 4, Sentence Transformation. Thanks for taking the time to watch this video. Hopefully you've learnt lots of strategies to help you in this part of the exam. Before I leave you, I just want to give you one final tip. Always write something down. Even if you don't have a complete answer, still transfer what you've got to the answer sheet. You never know, you might still get 1 mark for it. Thanks again, and remember to do the practice activities and quizzes in this module to consolidate the techniques you've just learnt. Good luck, and I'll see you in the next video. In this video, we'll take a look at Reading and Use of English Part 5, Multiple Choice Reading. We'll look at what this part of the exam involves and give you tips and strategies on how to deal with it. You'll also do some practice exercises to help you get familiar with the best strategies to use in Part 5. Before you get started, remember to print out the PDF handout of this unit so that you can easily make notes and underline key information during the tasks. Or, if you don't have a printer, you can download it to a different device and use a highlighting tool for note-taking. So what is Part 5 all about? Well, in Part 5 you'll be given one long text of between 650 and 750 words. You'll need to read the text and answer 6 multiple choice questions. for each question selecting either A, B, C or D. You'll find that the questions are in the same order as the answers appear in the text. Each question is worth 2 marks, so there's a total of 12 marks available in this part. So what are you being examined on in part 5? Well, firstly, this part of the exam tests your ability to understand the main ideas, tone and purpose of a text. It also tests whether you're able to understand the writer's opinion. Finally, you're tested on how you cope with new vocabulary and understand the organisation of a text. So now we've looked at what you need to do and what you're being tested on. But how should you approach part 5 of the exam? First of all, skim read the main text to try and understand the main ideas of it. When it comes to the questions, you need to make sure that you analyse them. Be sure that you understand exactly what the question is asking. Then, you need to locate and underline the part of the text which looks like it contains the answer. Then, look at the multiple choice options. Candidates often make the mistake of only briefly referring to the text when answering a question. Often they just choose the answer that sounds plausible or reflects their own ideas. So it's really important to find the evidence in the text. Next, read the question and look at the 4 options and the relevant section in the main text. When you think you've chosen your answer, check that the whole question and answer matches the information in the text, not just part of the phrase in option A, B, C or D. And remember, look out for traps. You might read the options and think all the answers seem plausible. This can happen if you just read the text quickly. It's important that you avoid just matching words in the text with words in the question or multiple choice answers. These are most likely there to trick you. Let's think about headings for a moment. It's really important to read the heading if it's provided. This is really useful because it gives you information about the text and allows you to predict the possible content to come. Let's practice. Take a look at this heading. What do you think the text is going to be about? Take a minute to consider. Then go to the next 2 pages and skim read the text quickly. Don't spend more than 2 minutes reading it, and don't worry about looking up words that you don't understand. Skim read this first part of the text quickly to get the gist or the general meaning of it. Remember, don't spend more than about a minute on this section. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to the second half of the text. Now skim read the last part of the text. Again, don't spend more than about a minute on it. When you've finished reading, think about whether your predictions about the text were correct. Pause the video and press play when you've finished. Okay, now we're going to consider how to deal with it when you come across words that you don't understand. This is something that you can practice every time you read. Don't automatically reach for the dictionary or translation software when you don't know a word. Instead, look at the context the word has been used in. There are usually clues that can help you to deduce the meaning. Also, look at how the word is formed. Does the word include a common prefix or suffix that might give you a clue as to its meaning? Does the word contain a root or a stem that might help you with the meaning? You'll feel much more confident dealing with unfamiliar words in the exam if you practice this technique in your daily life. Let's give it a try. Look at this extract and the words highlighted in blue. You might not have come across these two words before, but think about them in the context given. Are there any clues that could help you to work out the meaning? Well, we can see from the word more that rampant is being used as part of a comparative adjective. From the context, it looks like it means getting worse or being out of control. Next, we can see that staggering is a present participle adjective. From the huge numbers being talked about in the sentence, it looks like it might mean shocking or surprising. Okay, now let's try to put these techniques into practice. In this task, read the text and try to work out the meanings of the words in blue. Look for clues to help you from the context and in the word formation. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to check the answers. Okay, time to check your answers. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to the next task. Okay, so in a moment we're going to do a practice exam task. Before you begin, let's look at the instructions. First of all, you're going to skim read the main text to understand the gist of it. Then, you'll need to read the questions and underline the key words. Next, read the paragraph or paragraphs and find the section of the text that you think the question relates to. Then, look at the multiple choice options and decide which is the best answer. Underline the parts of the text that made you choose this answer. Remember, it's important to be able to justify your answers. To do this task more easily, print out the reading handout to have it as a separate document next to you, or have it open on another device. Quickly skim read the first part of the text. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to the second half of the text. Now skim read the second half of the text. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to the first question. Now pause the video while you read question 31 and underline the key words in the question. Press play when you're ready to go to the next page for the relevant section of the text. Pause the video and try to find the correct answer to question 31. Press play when you're ready to check your answer. The correct answer is C. Pause the video and make sure you understand why this is the correct answer. Press play when you're ready to move on. Now pause the video while you read question 32 and underline the key words in the question. Press play when you're ready to go to the next page for the relevant section of the text. Pause the video and try to find the correct answer to question 32. Press play when you're ready to check your answer. The correct answer is D. Pause the video and make sure you understand why this is the correct answer. Press play when you're ready to move on. Now, pause the video while you read question 33 and underline the key words in the question. Press play when you're ready to go to the next page for the relevant section of the text. Pause the video and try to find the correct answer to question 33. Press play when you're ready to check your answer. The correct answer is B. Pause the video and make sure you understand why this is the correct answer. Press play when you're ready to move on. Now pause the video while you read question 34 and underline the key words in the question. Press play when you're ready to go to the next page for the relevant section of the text. Pause the video and try to find the correct answer to question 34. Press play when you're ready to check your answer. The correct answer is A. Pause the video and make sure you understand why this is the correct answer. Press play when you're ready to move on. Now pause the video while you read question 35 and underline the key words in the question. Press play when you're ready to go to the next page for the relevant section of the text. Pause the video and try to find the correct answer to question 35. Press play when you're ready to check your answer. The correct answer is D. Pause the video and make sure you understand why this is the correct answer. Press play when you're ready to move on. Now pause the video while you read question 36 and underline the key words in the question. Press play when you're ready to go to the next page for the relevant section of the text. Pause the video and try to find the correct answer to question 36. Press play when you're ready to check your answer. The correct answer is B. Pause the video and make sure you understand why this is the correct answer. Press play when you're ready to move on. Okay, so now let's take a closer look at the instructions you're given on the exam paper regarding Part 5. Let's look at a typical Part 5 task. You're going to do the task yourself in a moment. The instructions say, you're going to read a magazine article about someone who set up their own business. For questions 31 to 36, choose the answer A, B, C or D, which you think fits best according to the text. So let's consider exam strategy. First of all, you'll need to read the whole text quickly to get a general understanding of it. At this stage, don't worry about any words you don't understand. Then, you should look at the questions. It's really helpful to underline key words because it will make your task clearer. Next, identify the part of the text that you think contains the answer. Underline or highlight the section of text that supports your chosen answer. Then, look at the multiple choice options and try to decide which one is most similar to the relevant part of the text. Now that we've considered exactly how to approach the question, here's another practice exam task for you to try. On the next 6 pages, you'll see a Part 5 text entitled Starting Up Your Own Business. Read the text, then continue on to read the 6 multiple choice questions about the text. Remember, you can also use your PDF handout if it's easier. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to read page 2 of the text. Here's page 2 of the text. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to page 3. Here's page 3 of the text. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to page 4. Here's page 4 of the text. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to page 5. Here's page 5 of the text. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to page 6. Here's page 6 of the text. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to look at questions 31 and 32. Remember, use your PDF handout to mark the relevant sections in the text. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to questions 33 and 34. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to questions 35 and 36. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to check your answers. Okay, time to check your answers. So, question 31. The answer is B. The writer implies that his injuries wouldn't have been so bad if she hadn't been rooted to the spot in shock. Question 32. The answer is C. She says the course wasn't what she'd expected. Although she goes on to talk about getting married, this isn't the reason for her not finishing her studies. Question 33. The answer is D. She mentions how nature supported her on a practical level. The answer can't be A because although she says she had little money, she still managed to feed the children. Question 34. The answer is B. There are a few options here that might be designed to trick you. She says her parents had used homeopathy, but she doesn't say that they ran a clinic. She also says that homeopathy wasn't so popular back in the 80s, but doesn't say that this caused her to worry. Question 35. The answer is A. Again, some of the answers are based on half-truths. It can't be C, as although she managed to deal with the problems that came up, it wasn't because she was well prepared. Similarly, she says her first rates bill was very expensive, but she doesn't say she couldn't pay it. Lastly, question 36. The only fitting answer is C. This is the only description that fully matches the writer. Reading extensively in English is probably the best way to expand your vocabulary. Now that you've finished the reading task, take this opportunity to check the meaning of any words that you didn't understand and make a note of them for future reference. Any new words that you come across while preparing for the advanced exam and doing past papers might come up again in future exams, so always record new words, along with basic information about usage and pronunciation, and an example of it in a sentence. Creating word cards is a great way to keep track of the new vocabulary you learn from exam preparation reading, as well as from anything that you read in English, really. Use a dictionary to check the part of speech and information about pronunciation. Also, on the card, write an example sentence. It's a good idea to write a true example about yourself, as this will help you remember it. And that brings us to the end of Reading and Use of English, Part 5, Multiple Choice Reading. Thanks for taking the time to watch this video. I hope it's been informative and you're confident about how to deal with this part of the exam now. Before I leave you, I just want to give you one final tip. Try to read one article every day. The more experience you have of reading in English, the better you will become at being able to scan a text quickly to find the main idea. You'll also be better equipped at coping with words that you don't know and being able to identify the writer's attitude. All these things will help you greatly in Part 5. So, thanks again for watching, and remember to do the practice activities and quizzes in this module to consolidate the techniques that you've just learned. Good luck, and see you in the next video. Hello, and welcome to Home Studies e-learning for Advanced. Thanks for joining us. In this video, we'll take a look at Reading and Use of English Part 6, Cross-Text Multiple Matching. We'll look at what this part of the exam involves and give you tips and strategies on how to deal with it. You'll also do some practice tasks to help you get more familiar with the best strategies to adopt. Before you get started, remember to print out the PDF handout of this unit so you can easily make notes and underline key information during the tasks. Or if you don't have a printer, you can download it to a different device and use a highlighting tool for note-taking. So, let's get started. What do you need to do in Part 6? Well, in this part of the exam, you're going to read 4 short texts. The texts will all be connected by theme. Bear in mind that these texts will be academic in style. There are only 4 prompts or questions in Part 6. What you need to do is to read the texts and the prompts, then to match the statements about the writer's opinions with the correct text. Each answer is worth 2 marks, so there are a total of 8 marks available in this part of the exam. So what skills does this part of the exam test you on? Well, firstly, you'll be tested on your ability to identify similarities, differences, and connections in the 4 extracts you read. You'll also need to be able to identify the writer's opinions or attitudes, even when they're not expressed explicitly. Often in this part of the exam, you'll need to deduce the writer's opinions from what they've written. Finally, the task tests your ability to identify areas of agreement and disagreement between the 4 different writers. What opinions do they share, and where do they differ? So now we've looked at what you need to do, let's look at some tips for this part of the exam. Firstly, make sure you're clear on how to do the task. This might sound obvious, but one of the biggest problems with Part 6 is that you need a clear strategy in order to find the correct answers quickly and effectively. Unfortunately, many candidates find it difficult and end up wasting a lot of time, which they could have used for the other tasks in the exam. Hopefully, this video will help you with this. Next, you need to read the title and texts quickly. At this stage, don't read word for word or worry about words you don't know. First, read the text for gist in order to get a general idea of the opinions and attitudes that the different writers have. Remember, the whole point of the task is to compare what the different people think about a certain topic. So try to get a feeling for what they're trying to say as soon as you can. This also means that when you go back and look for more specific opinions, you already have some knowledge of the texts, and the answers will be easier to find. Okay, so when you're familiar with the texts, the next thing to do is to analyse the questions. Read the questions carefully and underline the most important parts. If a question is asking for a similar or different opinion to, for example, writer A, then you should identify and underline the specific opinion of writer A on that topic. The task will then involve looking at all the other writers and identifying the similar or different opinion. Finally, you'll need to compare attitudes and opinions to allow you to choose the right answer. Remember, one question will ask you to find an opinion which is different from the rest. Right, now that we've looked at some tips for approaching Part 6, it's time to try a practice task. But before you begin, let me explain what you need to do. On the following page, you're going to see a review of an art exhibition. You should scan the text quickly, spending no more than 1 minute on it. Underline or highlight any words and phrases that indicate the writer's opinion. When you've done that, think about the words and phrases that you've identified and decide whether the reviewer has a positive or negative opinion of the exhibition. Remember, use the PDF handout so that it's easier for you to underline or highlight the text. Okay, let's begin. Remember to only spend 1 minute scanning the text for clues. It's important to practice the task using the same kind of time constraints you'll face in the exam. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to check your answers. As I'm sure you found, the reviewer has a positive opinion of the exhibition. The sections of the text highlighted in green provide the evidence for this. Okay, so now let's take a look at what you need to do in the next part of this task. You're going to quickly read through the rest of the reviews of the exhibition, texts A, B and C. Then you'll read the 4 questions one by one, taking particular notice of the information highlighted in green. These are clues, highlighted to help you. Next, you'll scan texts A to D and underline any parts which seem like they relate to the questions. Finally, you'll choose the text A to D which best matches each question. To do this task more easily, print out the reading handout to have it as a separate document next to you, or have it open on another device. Quickly read through texts A and B. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to text C. Quickly read through text C. Text D is the text you've already read. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to continue. Okay, so now you've read the texts, let's look at the first question and consider how to approach it. The first question asks, which reviewer, unlike the other 3 reviewers, makes no reference to Matisse's use of colour in his work? The key words in the question have been highlighted in green to help you. So, before dealing with this question, you need to ask yourself 3 questions. Number 1, do you need to look for a text that contains a similar opinion to the other texts, or one that contains a different opinion? Well, we're looking for a text which reveals a different opinion. We know that because of the word unlike. Secondly, what kind of information do you need to look for? Well, the question is talking about Matisse's use of colour, but we need to find a text that doesn't mention this. Thirdly, what are you comparing? You need to look at and compare all 4 of the texts. Here are the 4 questions, but let's just focus on question 37 for now. You'll need to refer to your printed reading handout to answer the question. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to go over the texts and check your answer. The sections highlighted in green show places where the writers mention Matisse's use of colour. You'll see that this is mentioned in text A, but not in text B. Again, the sections highlighted in green show the places where the use of colour is mentioned. It's mentioned in both C and D. The only text where it isn't mentioned is text B, so this must be the answer. Now let's look at question 38. Again, key words in the question have been highlighted. Think back to our strategy and the 3 questions you need to ask yourself. Are you looking for a similar opinion or a different one? Again, you're looking for a different opinion, as we can see from the use of the word disagrees. what information are you looking for? You're looking for information on whether his talent was an innate ability, i.e., a talent that he was born with. Finally, what are you comparing? Again, you're comparing all 4 texts. Now, refer back to your reading handout and answer question 38. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to go over the texts and check your answer. So let's look at the text then. Again, the highlighted sections show places where the writers discuss his talent. You can see that in text A, the writer describes his ability as inherent, which is a synonym for innate. Text B, however, talks about him working to master his skill. Text C and D both talk about the effort Matisse put into developing his skills. The answer must therefore be text A. Now let's move on to question 39. Again, key words in the question have been highlighted. Let's again consider our strategy and the 3 questions you need to ask yourself. Firstly, are you looking for a similar opinion or a different one? Well, this time you're looking for the text which is different from the others because this one mentions a particular thing. Secondly, what information are you looking for? Well, you're looking for information on Matisse's techniques. And finally, what are you comparing? Again, you're comparing all 4 texts. Now, refer back to your reading handout and answer question 39. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to go over the texts and check your answer. So let's look at the text then. You can see by the lack of highlights, Matisse's techniques aren't mentioned anywhere in texts A or B. Neither are his techniques mentioned in text C. Text D does, however, talk about his process of creation, so this must be the answer. Now let's look at the last question, question 40. Again, key words in the question have been highlighted. Think about our strategy again and the 3 questions you need to ask yourself. Firstly, are you looking for a similar opinion or a different one? Well, this time you're looking for something similar. Secondly, what information are you looking for? Well, you're looking for information on a Spanish artist. And finally, what are you comparing? Well, the question highlights text B, so start there, then look at texts A, C and D. Now, refer back to your reading handout and answer question 40. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to go over the texts and check your answer. Okay, so let's look at the texts. Text B mentions Spanish artist Picasso, but text A doesn't mention any Spanish artists. You can see that text C also mentions Picasso, whereas text D doesn't mention any Spanish artists. C is therefore the answer. Here you can see a summary of the 4 correct answers. How many did you get right? Okay, so just to recap, let's look at the instructions for a typical Part 6 exam question. You're going to do this practice task in a moment. You're going to read 4 reviews of a film. For questions 37 to 40, choose the correct review from A to D. Each review may be chosen more than once. Remember, it may be helpful to use your PDF handout to do this task. Before you begin the task, let's just review the exam strategy. The first thing to do is to quickly read through the whole text to try and get an overall view of each writer's opinion or attitude. Next, look at the prompts and read them one by one. Underlining the key words will help you to match them to the correct texts. The next step is to read texts A to D and underline relevant parts of each text. Finally, choose the text which best matches each question. Remember, each text can be chosen more than once. Read through text A quickly to get a general sense of it. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to review B. Read through text B quickly to get a general sense of it. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to review C. Read through text C quickly to get a general sense of it. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to review D. Read through text D quickly to get a general sense of it. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to look at the questions. Look at the 4 questions. You'll need to go back and look at each of the reviews in more detail now. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to check your answers. Let's check the answers then. Question 37 is fairly straightforward. There's no mention of another film in review A, whereas there is in the other 3 reviews. In question 38, review B is the only other review, apart from D, which mentions the film's writer, identifying him in review B as a playwright. In question 39, review D states that the film could have been a bunch of blather, which means rubbish, but it isn't. Similarly, review B talks about the difference between how the film appeared at first and people's opinions after they saw it. Finally, in question 40, review A states that the historical focus of the film might deter or discourage viewers who are not specifically fans of history or cinema. So, did you get all 4 answers right? Remember that apart from being enjoyable in its own right, the great side effect of reading is that you come across new words and expand your vocabulary. So, make use of any practice tasks you complete. When you've finished a reading task, check any vocabulary that you don't understand and make a note of it in your notebook. Any new words you learn could come up again in different parts of the advanced exam. So make sure you write them in your notebook, along with their definition, part of speech, pronunciation, and a personal example that will help you remember it. As I mentioned in the previous video, making word cards is an excellent way of keeping track of the new vocabulary you learn from your readings. Besides recording the meaning, part of speech, and pronunciation, it's also a good idea to check the register, so whether it's formal, informal, or slang, so that you know how and when to use the new word correctly. And that brings us to the end of Reading and Use of English Part 6, Cross-Text Multiple Matching. Thanks for taking the time to watch this video. I hope you feel better prepared to tackle this part of the exam now. Before I leave you, I just want to give you one final tip. Think of a strategy and stick to it. It's really important to understand each task and to follow a step-by-step process that you can easily memorize and recall in the exam. Even candidates who use English fluently and accurately at C1 level can still fail if they aren't prepared for specific exam tasks. So, thanks once again for watching, and remember to do the practice activities and quizzes in this module to consolidate the techniques you've just learned. Good luck, and I'll see you in the next video. In this video, we'll take a look at the Reading and Use of English Part 7, the gapped text. We'll look at exactly what you need to do in this part of the exam and how to approach the task. We'll give you tips and strategies to help you deal with it, and you'll do some practice exercises to help you improve. Before you get started, remember to print out the PDF handout of this unit so you can easily make notes and underline key information during the tasks. Or, if you don't have a printer, you can download it to a different device and use a highlighting tool for note-taking. So, first of all, what do you need to do in Part 7? Well, in this part of the exam, you'll be presented with a text that's between 650 and 800 words long. 6 paragraphs from the text have been removed. You can see on the exam paper the gaps where these paragraphs have been taken from. You'll find the 6 paragraphs in question below the reading text. You need to decide which paragraph goes in which gap. You'll be given 7 paragraphs, A to G. One of these is extra and won't fit in any of the gaps. In Part 7, each answer is worth 2 marks. The Part 7 task examines quite specific skills. You'll be tested on your ability to understand how a text is structured. In its correct order, the text will be coherent. That means the text will make sense to the reader, without any omissions or confusion. The task will also test your ability to understand how an argument is developed through a text of this length, how the writer introduces and builds their case. Finally, the task tests your ability to understand how a writer creates cohesion. That is, how he or she connects ideas together using devices such as synonyms or the use of pronouns. So now we've looked at what you need to do, but how should you approach Part 7? Well, many candidates find this to be the most difficult reading task, so it can take up a lot of time. Some people even spend up to 20 minutes on it, which could hurt you in other parts of the exam. Remember, time is limited, so if you know you'll take longer here, try to save time by doing other tasks more quickly. Part of the training in this course is to see what your strengths are and which tasks you can race through. So give yourself enough time, but also not so much time that you're struggling with the other sections. Keep an eye on the clock. The first thing you should do is to read through the whole text very quickly first, to get a general feel of it. When you do this, don't focus on each gap separately. You need to get an idea of the structure and understand the development of the theme of the text in order to do the task well. Candidates frequently make the wrong choices by selecting an option which fits the text before the gap, but neglecting to check that the text after the gap follows on smoothly. So avoid making this mistake. Thirdly, look for links between various paragraphs. Connecting words or phrases like moreover, in addition, in contrast, will help you work out how the paragraphs fit together. Words like they, so, there, and those that refer to other parts of the text will also provide useful clues. Finally, try to eliminate wrong answers. If you aren't sure when it comes to a particular gap, start by eliminating the wrong answers and write down which ones you eliminated. This way, when you come back to it later, you'll have fewer options to choose from. As I mentioned, in this part of the exam, it's really important to look for the links the writer makes between paragraphs. These links are used to tell a story or develop an argument. There are three main types of links that you'll need to look for. The first kind of link is when ideas are linked through vocabulary. This happens when an idea is introduced in one paragraph and then developed in the next one. You probably won't find the same word repeated. That would be too easy. But you should look for synonyms or words from the same word family. The next kind of link is when ideas are linked grammatically. One of the most useful things to be aware of here is the use of pronouns. So, if one of the paragraphs begins with she, it, or these, think about what these pronouns refer to. They must refer back to something or someone that's already been mentioned in the text. Another important kind of grammatical link is the use of conjunctions, linking words, and phrases. Finally, think about logical links. Look for references to people, places, or ideas that were mentioned in the base text, then come up again in one of the option paragraphs. These kinds of references can provide big clues. Okay, so now it's time to practice recognizing the three different types of links: vocabulary, grammatical, and logical. In this task, take a look at these 4 extracts from a text about Alexandria in Egypt. For each extract, identify what is being linked and decide whether the links are vocabulary-based, grammatical, or logical. You can make notes on your PDF handout. Pause the video now and press play when you're ready to check your answers. Now pause the video and check your answers. Did you manage to correctly categorize each one? Now that we've practiced identifying types of link, it's time to try a practice task. But before you begin, let me explain what you need to do. So, over the next 6 pages, you're going to be looking at an extract from a newspaper article. On each page, you'll need to decide which of the 2 paragraphs should fill the gap that's been marked. It can be really helpful to underline or highlight any links that can help you to work out how the paragraphs fit together. And finally, remember that you might find clues in the paragraphs before or after the gap. Don't only rely on the paragraph before. Okay, let's begin. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to the next question. Question 42. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to the next question. Question 43. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to the next question. Question 44. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to the next question. Question 45. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to the next question. Question 46. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to check your answers. Okay, time to check your answers now. Compare your answers to the paragraph numbers in green and look at the notes which explain the reasons for each answer. How did you do? Now let's talk about the best strategy for approaching part 7. The first thing to do is to read through the main text. Forget about the gaps for now. Just try to get a general understanding of what the text is about and how it's structured. Next, read additional paragraphs A to G. When you've done that, look carefully at the words before and after the gaps. Try to identify any possible links between these and paragraphs A to G, such as pronouns or vocabulary references. Make sure that any answers you choose fit both with the previous and the following paragraph. Now, match any gaps and missing paragraphs that you are sure of. Next, go back through the remaining options and see which of these fit. When you think you've completed the whole text, read through it again to make sure the text makes sense as a whole. Okay, so just to recap, let's look at the instructions for a typical Part 7 exam question. You're going to do this practice task in a moment. You're going to read an extract from a magazine article. 6 paragraphs have been removed from the extract. You must choose which of the paragraphs A to G fits each gap, 41 to 46. In addition, there's one extra paragraph which you won't use. To do this task more easily, print out the reading handout, which contains the optional paragraphs A to G, so that you can have it as a separate document next to you, or have it open on another device. First of all, read the main text. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to paragraph 2. Remember, you can use your PDF handout for the task if it's easier. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to paragraph 3. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to paragraph 4. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to paragraph 5. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to paragraph 6. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to paragraph 7. Pause the video and press play to read extra paragraphs A to E. Pause the video and press play to read extra paragraphs F and G. Read paragraphs F and G. When you've done that, you'll need to go back and try to identify any possible links between the paragraphs. When you think you've completed the whole text, read through it once again to make sure the text makes sense as a whole. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to check the answers. Now take a few moments to check your answers. Pause the video while you check, then I'll explain the reasons for the answers. Question 41, the answer is F. This is because of the big project referenced both in the first paragraph of the text and also in paragraph F. Question 42. The answer must be B because of the reference to the Sultan's suggestion in the following paragraph. Technical expertise, etc. came together to make the Sultan's dream a reality. What dream? This dream is mentioned in paragraph B. Question 43. The answer here is D. This is clear because of the link between the mention of traffic hell and the mention of 3-hour trips and gridlock in paragraph D. Question 44. The answer is G. We know this because the topic of the North Anatolian Fault is introduced in paragraph G and is then explained in greater depth in the following paragraph. Question 45. The answer is A. Again, we know this because it introduces the topic of earthquakes along the fault line. The following paragraph goes on to talk about the history of earthquakes on the fault line. Finally, question 46. The answer is C. This paragraph bridges the gap between the paragraphs either side of it, moving from talking about recent earthquakes to the chances of a future earthquake hitting Istanbul. So the one paragraph that isn't used is paragraph E. And that brings us to the end of Reading and Use of English Part 7, Gapped Text. Thanks for taking the time to watch this video. I hope it's been really helpful and you feel more prepared to tackle this task. Before I leave you, I just want to give you one final tip. Read news articles in English. Reading news articles online is a great way to help you prepare for the advanced exam and for your language development in general. But this will really help you with Part 7 in particular. As you're reading, actively look for vocabulary, grammatical and logical links that the writer uses to develop his or her story or argument. So, thanks again for watching, and remember to do the practice activities and quizzes in this module to consolidate the techniques you've just learned. Good luck, and I'll see you in the next video. In this video, we'll take a look at Reading and Use of English Part 8, Multiple Matching. We'll look at what you're required to do in this part of the exam, and we'll give you some tips and strategies to help you locate specific information in a text. You'll do some practice exercises to help you improve your Part 8 performance. Remember, before you get started, print out the PDF handout of this unit so you can easily make notes and underline key information during the tasks. Or, if you don't have a printer, you can download it to a different device and use a highlight. So let's take a look at what you need to do in Part 8. In this last section of the exam, you'll be presented with either one long text divided into 4 to 6 parts, or 4 to 6 shorter texts. The task is exactly the same, whichever of these formats you encounter in the exam. There are 10 questions in Part 8. For each question or prompt, you need to match it to the correct text or to the correct section of text. In this part of the exam, each correct answer is worth 1 mark, so there are a total of 10 marks available. So, what are you being examined on in the Part 8 task? Well, firstly, the exam tests your ability to find specific information or details in a long text. You need to be able to pick out the relevant information and identify which text or section of the text it comes from. This task also tests 2 different kinds of reading skills. Firstly, you're being tested on your ability to read quickly to understand the gist. That means reading something quickly to get the general idea without worrying about every word. And secondly, you're being tested on whether you can read carefully to understand the precise meaning of something. So, making sure that the meaning of the prompt and the relevant part of the text match. So now we've looked at what you need to do and what you're being tested on. But how should you approach Part 8? Well, firstly, make sure you read the prompts before you read the text. When you're reading the prompts, underline or highlight the key words and ideas. On the question paper, the questions or prompts are always printed before the text, so it's in a logical order. Next, don't read the whole text first. The text, or sometimes texts, is long and contains quite a lot of superfluous information that you won't need to answer the questions. So you don't want to waste time. Instead, focus on the questions. Next, look for a paraphrase of the whole prompt, not just one part of it. Learn to ignore ideas in other sections that may look similar but don't reflect the whole of the question. When you think you've found the paraphrase, you'll need to read it very carefully to make sure the relevant piece of text exactly matches the meaning of the question. Finally, don't pick an answer just because you find the same words in the question and the text. The questions usually use different words to communicate the ideas in the text. So if you find identical words in the question and the texts, it doesn't mean you found the right answer. In fact, it's probably a trap. Okay, let's try a task now. In the first part of this task, you're going to scan the text quickly to see what it's about. Press pause, give yourself 10 seconds, then press play to continue on to the second part of the text. Now for the second part of task 1. Give yourself 1 minute to read the text again, this time searching for the answers to these questions. Note that the answers to the questions don't appear in the same order in the text. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to check the answers. Now it's time to check your answers. Did you manage to find all the answers in just 1 minute? Now that we've practiced reading for gist and reading for information, it's time to try another practice task. But before you begin, let me explain what you need to do. Over the next 3 pages, you're going to look at some extracts of people talking about their jobs. You need to scan each text to find 2 particular pieces of information, rather than reading them in detail. Okay, let's begin. Remember, just scan the text quickly. Don't take the time to read it carefully. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to the next question. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to the next question. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to check your answers. Okay, pause the video while you check your answers. Did you find all 6 phrases? Now let's talk about the best strategy for approaching part 8. The first thing to do is to read through the prompts. Select the key information in each one and underline or highlight it. The best way to approach part 8 is to go through the text paragraph by paragraph, instead of question by question. One of the biggest mistakes that candidates make in this part of the exam is trying to complete the task question by question. This means they look at the first prompt and go through the whole text until they find the part that corresponds with the question. Then they repeat the same process for all the other questions. The problem with this approach is that it takes a lot of time, and it means you could read the text 7, 8, 9, or even 10 times before you've answered every single question. So, instead of doing this, start with text A and read through it carefully. Look for phrases which match any of the prompts. If you've already underlined the key words from the prompts, then this will make your life easier. Once you've read through text A, start on text B. Then repeat the same strategy for each of the texts. Hopefully, by the time you've read all of them, you'll have found most of the answers. You might need to go back and search again for a couple of the final answers. Now let's look at the instructions for a typical Part 8 exam question. You're going to do this practice task in a moment. You're going to read some reviews of festivals in the UK. The questions are numbered 47 to 56. For each question, choose from the reviews A to F. Each review can be chosen more than once. To do this task more easily, print out the reading handout so that you can write on it. First of all, read the first 5 prompts. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to the rest of the prompts. Now read the rest of the prompts. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to reading the texts. Here is text A. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to text B. Here is text B. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to text C. Here is text C. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to text D. Here is text D. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to text E. Here is text E. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to move on to text F. Here is text F. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to check your answers. Okay, let's check your answers now. Question 47, a cheap way to do an activity. The answer is D. In Liverpool, you'll receive a discount on water sports lessons. Question 48, an event opened by young people. The answer is A. The Brighton Festival kicks off, or begins, with a children's parade. Question 49, art reflecting life. The answer is E. The London Art Exhibition offers insights into the young artists' lives. Question 50. Watching a film in the fresh air. The answer is C. An open-air cinema is one where you sit outside. Question 51. Watching professionals fight. The answer is D. This refers to the unarmed combat displays by the Royal Marines. Question 52. The chance to make a long-term investment. The answer is A. This refers to the possibility of buying a work of art from recent graduates. Question 53. Someone who did quite well in a competition. The answer is F. The Mercury Music Prize is a music award. Question 54. Spending time with contemporary literary celebrities. The answer is B. You can go to a storytelling afternoon with some of Britain's leading authors. Question 55. Music in a religious building. The answer is E. There's the concert in St. Paul's Cathedral. And finally, question 56. People pretending to be dolls. The answer is B. This refers to the human mannequin window displays. And that brings us to the end of Reading and Use of English Part 8, Multiple Matching. Thanks for taking the time to watch this series of videos. I hope they've been really useful and you feel more prepared to take on the advanced exam now. Before I leave you, I just want to give you one final tip. Step out of your comfort zone and try to read a wide variety of texts related to different topics. The Reading and Use of English exam covers a variety of topics, so it can help you to perform better if you read a wide variety of texts in English. So, for example, novels, short stories, magazines and newspapers, as well as academic texts. As well as being an interesting read, this will also help you to build a range of formal and informal vocabulary related to different topics. So, thanks once again for watching, and remember to do the practice activities and quizzes in this module to consolidate the techniques you've just learnt. Good luck with the Reading and Use of English paper.
Well, that brings us to the end of the Reading and Use of English module. I hope that you've enjoyed it and learnt a lot. Don't forget to do all the practice activities and quizzes for each part to consolidate everything that we've covered in these videos. And remember, when it comes to your reading skills, the best way for you to improve is to read widely and read often in English. And don't just stick to one type of text, but mix it up. So try reading different genre novels, newspaper articles, special interest magazines, even academic articles in your area of interest. And when you come across new words and expressions, make a note of them. Not just in isolation, but along with other important information, like what preposition they're followed by, for example. Also, remember, exam strategies are key in the reading and use of English exam. Practice the strategies that you've learned until they become second nature. These really will help you to tackle the exam questions efficiently and in the best possible way. So finally, in case I don't see you again, good luck with the reading and use of English exam. We hope it goes really well on exam day.
Hello, my name is Ethan, and welcome to Home Studies e-learning for the Cambridge English Advanced Certificate. In these videos, I will help you prepare for the writing facet of the examination. Now, most non-native English speakers communicate verbally more than they write, so for many students, this aspect of the exam can be the most challenging. Therefore, often requires the most preparation. Well, luckily we've designed this lesson program to guide you. So in this writing section, I will explain how it is marked and walk you through every form of writing that could be in the exam. And for each type of writing, I'll advise you on how to plan and structure it, tell you about the different conventions, and give you tips to gain better marks and write more efficiently. I will also show you how to connect all of your sentences and paragraphs so that they can flow more smoothly, and demonstrate ways to make your language engaging so that the marker will be hooked. All so that you can write just like William Shakespeare. Okay, well, maybe not just like William Shakespeare, but these e-learning lessons will give you all the tools you need to ace this section of the exam. So let's get started. Thanks for joining us. In this video, we'll take a look at the writing overview, how to understand the writing section. Here, we'll look at the details of the entire writing section. This will include the length and time you have to complete the different parts, and how the test is marked. But before you get started, it's a good idea to print out the PDF handout of this unit so you can easily make notes and underline key information during the tasks. Or, if you don't have a printer, you can download it to a different device and use it as a highlighting tool for note-taking. The time allotment for the entire writing section is 1.5 hours. That is divided between part 1 and part 2. And as each section is worth the same marks, allow 45 minutes for each section. In regards to the word limit, you'll have to write between 220 and 260 words, both for part 1 and 2. This is clearly stated at the top of each section. And a question I'm constantly asked is, what happens if I write less than 220 words or more than 260? Well, if you write under 220 words, the marker will assume you have not included all the required information and do not have the necessary language range. However, if you go over 260 words, the examiner will believe that the text contains extraneous or irrelevant information. Regardless, not staying within the word limit will negatively affect your marks. Now let's have a look at the assessment scale. This is how you are graded, and it is divided into 4 sub-scales: content, language, organization, and communicative achievement. Let's analyze how the writing section is graded. This section is worth 40 marks and is split equally between part 1 and 2, which are both worth 20 marks each. Therefore, each subscale is valued at 5 marks apiece. Now we'll go through, in detail, each of the subscales. In relation to content, you are praised on how well you fulfill the task. This means address all content points. But what are content points? These are what you are specifically asked to do, the questions you are supposed to answer. Keep text relevant, meaning don't digress or go off topic. Ensure the target reader is fully informed. The target reader is the person who, in the context of the writing task, will read your writing. Subscale 2, language. Here you are evaluated on your use of language. Thus, show your grammatical and lexical range, which means use a mixture of simple and complex words and grammatical forms, and demonstrate accuracy regarding vocabulary and grammar. And just to note, if you do make any errors, they have to be related to less common words and grammatical structures, so as not to affect your grade to any large extent. Now it is time for a task. Vocabulary range. This restaurant review has a very limited lexical range. Therefore, upgrade the underlined vocabulary to more interesting words and phrases. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to continue. Welcome back. Let's take a look at the answers. Firstly, we are reviewing a restaurant. However, you should not repeat the word restaurant, as it shows a limited vocabulary range. Thus, you will need to come up with synonyms in order to demonstrate your wide lexicon. Therefore, a range of nouns with a similar meaning is used, such as pizzeria. Now, this is a more specific noun that's related to a specific type of Italian restaurant that we are talking about. Eatery. This is a synonym for a small restaurant. And joint. This is a colloquial term for an establishment such as a bar, a restaurant, or even a hotel. Now let's have a look at the upgrade adjectives. Instead of describing the restaurant as small, cozy was used. Why? Because small, when describing property, has a negative connotation. However, this is a positive review. Therefore, the adjective chosen should reflect this positivity. And cozy has a positive connotation. I mean, it does mean small, but it also means warm and comfortable. Lovely. Now, this is a very generic adjective used to describe many things. On the other hand, charming collocates with decoration and places. We use it to describe apartments, houses, and even restaurants. Now, remember to avoid all-encompassing adjectives like good and nice and interesting. Mouth-watering and to die for are both upgrade adjectives on good tasting and tasty. This is because the latter are very simplistic. These adjectives, even A2 students may know. However, the former are more complex compound adjectives. Why is the verb overlooks better than where you can look down on? Because you have to be succinct and concise when you do your writing. If one word can be used instead of 7, then use that word. In the middle of, to describe a location of the restaurant, is very dry and mathematical. On the other hand, in the heart of is very descriptive. It paints a picture in your head. You can feel the pulsating and buzzing of the suburb that is being described, which is great for reviews and descriptive letters. Food and meal. Again, these are very blanket terms. Thus, upgrade to cuisine and dish. In the first review, people was used on multiple occasions. However, people is too generic. Which people are you referring to? In the writing section, you need to be a lot more specific. Therefore, the upgraded review uses words like residents and locals instead. This also indicates that the people who go to this restaurant live in the area, implying that the pizzeria is not a tourist destination. Furthermore, you could have upgraded to words like customer, patron, etc. Review 1, use many people come to. when referring to the restaurant. However, review 2 used pack somewhere out. Now this is an upgrade, as it is a more complicated phrasal verb. It is good to use phrasal verbs in informal letters and sparingly in reviews. Every night is not as good as night after night. Why? Well, night after night makes it seem that people come more frequently. It is an exaggeration. Now, as this is a positive review, this works well. The main attraction is an upgrade on reason people come, as it is concise and is a commonly used phrasal verb in the hospitality industry. The word taste is a more simplistic verb than sample. Many new English learners are unaware that sample can be used as a synonym for taste, so therefore I would use that instead. Now it is time for another task. Grammatical accuracy. This informal letter has a few syntactic inaccuracies. Therefore, correct the underlying grammatical errors in order to gain higher marks. Now pause the video and press play when you're ready to go on. Now let's check the answers. Visit to. Now here, we use after every verb or noun that indicates going from one place to another, the preposition to. For example, we walked to the shop, or we went for a drive to the countryside. It's. Now this is a contraction of it is. Therefore, you need an apostrophe. Can. Now, after can or any modal verb, always use an infinitive without the s. Also. Now, also is an introductory phrase. Therefore, it needs a comma after it. A teacher. Well, a teacher is a single noun and is one of many. Therefore, it needs the article language, spelling. Now, the question is, which to use, British or American spelling? Well, the answer is, you can use either. However, be consistent. Use one or the other, not both. Now it is time for some tasks. Which suffix is American and which is British? So now pause the video and press play when you're ready to review. Let's have a look at the answers. The American suffix is OR, whereas the British is OUR. Let's do another one. Which suffix is American and which is British? Pause the video now. Let's take a look at the answers. The British spelling is ENCE. However, the Americans is ENSE. Let's do one more. So, which suffix is American and which is British? Pause the video now. Let's have a look at the answers. The British ends in ISE, whereas American ends in IZE. Now, a general rule of thumb is that the American spelling is more phonetic, meaning that you spell it the way it sounds. The S in the British spelling sounds a bit like a Z, and the Americans spell it that way. So for some people, it's a little easier. Subscale 3, Organization. Now in this subscale, you are judged on your arrangement abilities. So structure your text in a coherent and well-organized way. Use cohesive devices. Now these are tools that you can use to maintain the flow of your sentences. They help smoothly merge one paragraph into another and clearly tie clauses together. Now it's time for a task. Cohesive devices. The report on the right has missing cohesive devices. Therefore, add the devices below to the text. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to continue. Now let's have a look at the answers. Firstly, now this is a list word. There are many list words such as secondly, or lastly. Thus, now this is a sentence connector, so obviously it's used to connect sentences. In this case, thus means consequence, result, or a reason. This. Now this is a pronoun. It is used to link a person, thing, or an idea in this case. Now, the advantage of using these is that you do not have to repeat the same subject over and over again. As. Now, this is a conjunction, and it is used to link clauses together. In this case, as means because. Now this is a relative pronoun. In this case, it's used in a defining relative clause. Now, a defining relative clause gives us essential information about the person, thing, or idea that was mentioned previously. Furthermore, now, this is a sentence connector. However, this means additional information. Which. Now, this is a relative pronoun, but in this case, it's used in a non-defining relative clause. Here, it gives extra information about a person, a thing, etc. Subsection 4. Communicative achievement. Now, in this subsection, you're assessed on your delivery skills. So use the appropriate register or tone of language. So in some types of writing, it needs to be formal, and in others, it needs to be informal. Demonstrate task conventions. Now, there are specific requirements for each type of writing. We will go through those in further videos. You need to communicate your ideas effectively and convincingly. Essentially, you need to make the reader believe what you're writing. Engage the reader, hook them, make them want to actually keep reading, and fulfill all communicative purposes, which means do everything that the task states that you should do. And that's the end of the writing overview. Thanks for taking time to watch this video. I hope it's been illuminating. And before we wrap up, I just want to give you one final tip. Remember to relax. You can achieve good grades by knowing the exam structure. And don't forget to practice activities and quizzes in this module to consolidate the techniques that you've learned. Good luck, and I'll see you in the next video. In this video, we'll take a look at Part 1 Overview and Essay Writing. How to write a well-ordered essay. Now this video will include task information, essay conventions, how to demonstrate a wide range of vocabulary using synonyms and rephrasing, a method for structuring paragraphs, creating an action plan, and designing a writing outline. But before you get started, it's a good idea to print out the PDF handout of this unit so you can easily make notes and underline key information during the tasks. Or, if you don't have a printer, you can download it onto a different device and use it as a highlighting tool for note-taking. Task information. Now this section is compulsory, meaning that you have to do it, and it'll always be in the form of an essay. Conventions. Now, the target reader is usually an academic tutor, so this task is written as a follow-up to a lecture, documentary, or even a seminar. Therefore, the register or tone of this writing is both formal and neutral. However, the details of this will be expanded on in a later video. This essay question always contains a topic statement. Now, this is the background or the context of the essay. Now pause the video and read the essay question. What do you think is the topic statement? Now let's have a look at the answer. You have watched a TV debate about which charity organization should receive funding from the government. So the essay is the follow-up to a TV debate. The essay question also contains 3 bullet points. These are the 3 points that you made in the context of the essay, and they are related to the topic statement. Again, pause the video and decide what are the 3 bullet points. And the answer is: which charities should receive funding from the government? Sports and recreation charities, health charities, or human rights charities? Further task information. In the essay question, you will also find 3 personal opinions. These are the beliefs or ideas that you noted down in relation to the 3 bullet points. So again, pause the video and find the 3 personal opinions. And the 3 personal opinions are: some opinions expressed in the discussions. We should not spend money on sport, but on health. Cancer charities have helped lots of people and need our support. Human rights issues should be addressed. Lastly, the essay question will have content points. These are the central questions that you must answer. So pause the video and figure out what the content points are. And the content points are: write an essay discussing 2 of the charities in your notes. You should explain which charity is more important for the government to give money to, giving reasons in support of your answer. Just to reiterate, this is an extremely important point. Write only about 2 of the bullet points, not 3. And you have to state clearly which points are more important or valuable or effective, etc. Finally, you need to justify your opinions. Essentially state why you believe what you believe. Advice. You can use the 3 opinions, but deal with them in a different way. They are essentially just guides. So do not copy directly from the text or exam questions. This is because you will not get marks for copying words and phrases. And, as far as you can, use your own words and phrases. All of this is important as you are graded on demonstrating a variety of vocabulary and grammar. This can be achieved by using synonyms and rephrasing the questions. I will demonstrate this through a series of tasks. So let's try one of those tasks now. Bullet point synonyms. Think of as many words with the same meaning as charity as you can. So pause the video and press play when you're ready to go on. Let's take a look at the answers. NGO, or non-governmental organization, is a partial synonym, as not all NGOs are charities, but you could also write charity NGO. You can also use organization, group, or institution in front of charity in order to diversify your vocabulary, so you don't simply have to repeat the word charity alone. Furthermore, you can work out different parts of language of the word charity. In this case, charitable is the adjective. So you are now able to create synonyms by mixing the adjective with other nouns, such as charitable institution, charitable organization, etc. So, let's try that task again, but this time we're going to be using the noun funding. So, think of as many words with the same meaning as funding. So pause the video and press play when you're ready to continue. Now let's see the answers. Again, you can create similar meaning words and phrases by breaking funding into different parts of language. For example, the verb fund. Or you can use the adverb financially with the verb support. You can also use the colloquial phrase, spend money on. Let's do another task. Rephrase opinions. So write the opinion in a different way. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to continue. Okay, so how could this simple sentence be rephrased? Now, as this is an essay, this sentence will need to be rephrased more formally. Therefore, remove personal pronouns such as I, us, or in this case, we. This is too personal for essays, proposals, and reports. Use rather than at the beginning, which is more formal than but. Replace money with the state's financial resources. Use a synonym for should, which is ought to. Now, this is not really that formal. However, it will demonstrate your lexical range. And finally, instead of writing in the active form, write in the passive. In this case, ought to be funded. Let's do one more task. Write the opinion in a different way. So pause the video and press play when you're ready to progress. Let's check out the answer. Again, avoid us, as it is too personal. Furthermore, us is not specific enough. Formal writing requires specificity. Therefore, the upgraded phrase referred to patience. And once more, the passive was used in the more formal writing, illustrated by many patients have benefited. In the rephrased sentence, thus was used rather than and. This is because thus refers to reason or a consequence, and the second sentence is a result of the idea expressed in the first. Next, require is more formal than need, and governmental financial assistance is more accurate and specific than our support. The C structure. Now, this is my advice on how to structure your paragraphs, which has dramatically improved the writing of many of my students. Now, bear in mind, this is not a hard and fast rule. In fact, I would not use it for every paragraph, as you should mix around the structure to show your structural range. So let's go through the easy to follow acronym. Start off with a statement. This is what you think, the central idea you want to express. Then, the explanation. This is why you believe the statement. This is then followed by an elaboration. Here you can add details that further justify your point of view or statement. And finally, an example, which is evidence justifying your opinion. For the CAE exam, the proof does not have to be true. You can make it up, as the examiner wants to see that you can structure a paragraph in a correct way. There is no fact-checking. Now it is time for a task. The C structure. So rearrange the 4 sentences so that they go in the following order: the statement, explanation, elaboration, and example. So pause the video and press play when you're ready to review. So let's take a look at that answer. So we had the first sentence, number 1. It is the central idea. Number 2, this is the reason why you believe the statement. Number 3 is additional information. And number 4 is an example. Now, let's take a look at an action plan. How to construct the entire essay. Firstly, carefully read the question. Decide which 2 points you will discuss. If you have trouble deciding which 2 points to write about, here are a few questions to ask yourself. Which of the 3 bullet points would you find it the easiest to write about? Which do you know the most vocabulary for? And which point do you truly believe is better, correct, etc.? Think about how you will expand on both of your 2 chosen points, the reasons why you think that, and examples to back up those points. Also, ponder how you will compare your points and which one you will state is more important and why. Note down some synonyms and think about rephrasing bullet points and opinions. This will help you to write more smoothly and quickly when you have the vocab at hand. Draw a quick writing outline. I will show you how to do that very soon. And finally, proofread. Allow at least 2 minutes for this. Everyone finds something that they can change. Essay structure convention. Now, it is essential that you arrange your essay into clear paragraphs. It's usually 4. This contains an introduction. Now, this opens the topic and asks the central question presented in the content points. The body paragraph 1. This is an expansion of the first bullet point that you have decided to write about. Body paragraph 2. This is an expansion of the second bullet point that you have decided to expand on. Conclusion. This is a clear explanation of which of the 2 points is more important, better, etc. Now let's go through how to draft a writing outline. You can draw this on a spare piece of paper in the exam before you start writing. This outline is designed to answer the exam question we've been working on previously in the video. A few words of advice before we continue. You only need to make simplistic notes. I usually write it all in the present simple. Just use abbreviations, acronyms, and incomplete sentences, as this is not being marked, as long as you can understand it when you begin writing. So let's begin. Introduction. Always begin loosely, writing around the topic for a sentence or 2. In this example, I intend to write about the different types of charities and how they help different people. Then I give 2 examples of charities: Mind, which is a mental health organization, and the Fresh Air Fund, which is a recreation and sports charity, and explain what they do and how they help people. Hence, the writing is getting closer to focusing on the central question, which is, should the state fund health or sports and recreation charities? Following this, I begin with body paragraph 1, where I argue that health charities should receive government money, and expand out why. In this case, I argue that it helps vulnerable people in society. We also need aid organizations more than ever, as we have an aging population. Furthermore, the rise of obesity-related illnesses mean that more young people need more health care in the future. Then we move to body paragraph 2, where we argue for sport and health and recreation. Here we make a justification that sports and recreation charities are even more essential for the government to finance. And the justification is that the prevention is better than the cure, meaning that it is better to stop illness through a healthy lifestyle than treating the illness later in life. This is backed up by an example that I just made up, where I cite a fake Oxford University study that discovered that exercises reduces weight, which is obviously true, and extends people's lives. Therefore, I decide to write a conclusion clearly stating that sports and recreation should get government funding over health, as it reduces the state's spending on health. Now it's time for a task. So arrange the essay paragraphs into the correct order so that you have an introduction, a body paragraph 1, a body paragraph 2, and a conclusion. So pause the video and press play when you're ready to continue. Now let's take a look at the correct arrangement. Now, I would pause the video and compare the completed written essay to the outline in order to discover how to translate one into the other. That brings us to the end of writing part 1 and essay. Thanks for taking the time to watch this video. I hope it's been educational. But before I wrap up, I just want to give you one final tip. Structure is as important as grammatical range and accuracy. So good luck, and I'll see you in the next video. In this video, we'll take a look at the Writing Part 2 overview and letter writing. In this video, we're going to go through Part 2, task information, discuss letter conventions, look at the opening and closing formula for letters, check out how to write clear opening sentences, begin analyzing functional language, in this case, complaining, and lastly, drafting an action plan. But before you get started, it is a good idea to print out the PDF handout of this unit so you can easily make notes and underline key information during the tasks. Or, if you don't have a printer, you can download it to a different device and use a highlighting tool for note-taking. Task information. Just like in writing Part 1, the word limit is between 220 and 260 words. Choose only one task from a choice of 3. Here you have the option of writing a letter, a review, a report, or a proposal. In the same way as Part 1, the Part 2 question will inform you what you have to write, why you are writing, and who you are writing to. Letter conventions. Openings and closings. There is an array of different ways to open and close a letter. The choice is dependent on the letter recipient. Formal letters, such as job applications, have a range of openings and closings, as well as informal letters, like a letter to a friend. Now it is time for a task. Opening and closing letters. Add the opening and closing formula to either the formal or informal sections. So pause the video and press play when you're ready to continue. Now let's have a look at the answers. Formal opening formula. Dear Mr., Mrs. or Ms. and add the recipient. Dear Sir or Madam. To whom this may concern, which you would use when you do not know who you are writing to. Informal opening formula. Hi and the recipient's name. Hello and the recipient's name. And dear and the recipient's name. Formal closing formula. Yours faithfully, yours sincerely, and kind regards, or just regards. Informal closing formula. Take care, all the best, talk to you soon, and best wishes. So now let's have a look at some more letter conventions. Now, one very important aspect of beginning or opening a letter is clearly stating at the beginning your purpose for writing. However, the style of sentence, that being formal or informal, will differ considerably depending on the reader or type of letter you are writing. Therefore, it is time for another task, so you can discover some of the introductory sentences. Match the types of letters below to the opening sentences. So pause the video and press play when you're ready to review. So let's take a look at the answers. A complaint letter. I'm writing to express my dissatisfaction. This is clearly a conventional opening complaint sentence to a company. Furthermore, you could replace dissatisfaction with many other nouns, such as frustration, annoyance, etc. Requesting advice from a friend. I just thought I'd get in touch with. Now, we know that this is a friend, as the phrasal verb get in touch is colloquial, and get some tips is an informal way of saying receive some advice. Response, letter to a friend. Getting back to you. Now this means to reply, and it must be to someone you know well, as it is very conversational language. resignation letter. I regret to inform you that I will resign from my current position. Now, this is clearly bad news. It is also formal and evidently to your employer. Description letter to a friend. Now, this is obviously conversational language, as the phrase ins and outs of something means to give details or characteristics or describe something. Furthermore, the verb update is defined as give current information. And the last one, job application letter. I'm writing to apply for, you can add a job or position in that place. And instead of position, you could also write job or role. Functional language. Each task or piece of writing has a different purpose, so therefore requires a different style of language. We think about the task in functional terms. The function of a type of writing could be complaining, recommending, or explaining, and many more. For example, you could write many types of letters, and one of them could be a complaint letter. Therefore, let's do a task that demonstrates the types of phrases and sentences you could use to write such a complaint letter. Functional language complaining. For each of the complaint sentences, fill in the missing words. Now, pay attention to and note down the phrases in bold, as it will be helpful in any complaint letter. Furthermore, most of the missing words are prepositions, as many students get these wrong in completing these phrases. So pause the video and press play when you're ready to go on. Welcome back. Now let's discover the answers. Number 1. I'm dissatisfied with the product and service that I have received. Number 2. In my opinion, your course has been a total waste of my time and money. Number 3. I'm writing to complain about the sales staff at your Boston branch. I'm sorry to say this, but your company has fallen well short of my expectations. Number 5. It was disappointing to be spoken to so rudely by members of your so-called customer service team. Number 6. I'm afraid there is a problem with the internet connection in our room. Number 7. I'm hoping you can help me, as there seems to be something wrong with the program I purchased from your company last month. And number 8. We will not use your service again, as your products are overpriced when compared to your competitors. Now, let's have a look at creating an action plan. Choose the task that you believe you can write the best answer to. Read the question carefully. Underline the key points. Based on the task you choose, think about what style and conventions you need to use, using opening or closing sentences, for example. Consider what functional language you have to implement. Write a short plan before writing. Write and proofread. So let's take a look at an example complaint letter question from the exam. You recently had an unpleasant experience when you were shopping in a department store. One of the assistants wrongly accused you of shoplifting. Although you were able to prove that you had paid for the item in question, you received no apology. Write a letter to the manager of the shop saying why you were angry and disappointed, and asking for some kind of compensation for the way you were treated. Say that you will take further action if you do not receive an official apology. Write your letter. You do not need to include a postal address. Now it's time for a task. Match the definitions below to the vocabulary in bold in the complaint letter. This vocabulary could be useful in any complaint letter. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to go on. So let's take a look at the answers. The first one. Inexplicably. Now this means in a way that cannot be accounted for or explained. exacerbated. To increase irritation, severity, or bitterness. Compensation. Something given or received in order to make up for a loss or damage. Wrongdoing. Behavior or action that is bad, immoral, etc. Conduct. Personal behavior or a way of acting. Docked. To deduct from wages or pay. Forthcoming. Ready or available when expected or required. To make matters worse. To make an already unpleasant or difficult situation more so. And that's the end of Part 2, Overview and Letter Writing. Thanks for taking the time to watch this video. I hope that it has helped you to understand letter writing conventions. But before I leave, I just want to give you one final tip. Clarity is key to writing letters. The marker needs to know who you are writing to and why. And don't forget to do the practice activities and quizzes in this module to consolidate the techniques you've just learnt. Good luck, and I'll see you in the next video. In this video, we're going to take a look at review writing, how to formulate an engaging review. We're going to go over task information. I will also demonstrate how to write more engaging sentences, show you how to structure a review, and state the review features and conventions. Explain how to create a catchy title, and teach the functional language of giving or expressing opinions. And lastly, go through review vocabulary. But before you get started, it's a good idea to print out the PDF handout of this unit so you can easily make notes and underline key information during the tasks. Or, if you don't have a printer, you can download it to a different device and use a highlighting tool for note-taking. Task information. Reviews are usually written for a magazine, newspaper, or website. The aim is to describe and express your opinions of the restaurant, book, or film. The functional language that is usually used in reviews are description, evaluation, recommendation, or giving opinions. The purpose is to inform and to entertain. Thus, the language needs to be engaging, which we will look at later in this video. The style is semi-formal. This is due to the fact that you are able to, and should, express your personal opinions, which means that it is slightly less formal than, say, essays, proposals, and reports. How to create engaging sentences. In order to create a captivating sentence, leave the most necessary or interesting information till the end. This is the info that, if left out, would not give the sentence any meaning. This is usually the subject of the sentence, or the description of the subject. This, therefore, keeps the reader hooked and wanting to read till the end. Just to note, don't use this formula all the way through your piece of writing, as you need to show structural diversity. However, it is useful in introductions to create instant intrigue in your writing. Therefore, let's compare two sentences so as to work out what is the most crucial or fascinating info. Sentence 1. The Witch is considered the most terrifying film of the last decade among horror aficionados. Now, this is an okay sentence, and it's grammatically accurate, but it's not as intriguing as it could be. So let's have a look at the second one. So let's have a look at the second sentence. There is a consensus among horror aficionados that the most terrifying film of the last decade is The Witch. Now, the second sentence, this keeps the reader asking questions as they read. What is the consensus among horror aficionados? What is the most terrifying film of the last decade, etc.? The subject and adjectives describing the subject are withheld to the end. Now it's time for an exercise. Rewrite the sentence from a book review in a more engaging way. So pause the video and press play when you're ready to continue. Let's check out the answer. Z.E. Smith the 25-year-old author from London, has been hailed by a publisher as the new Ernest Hemingway. So what Zadie Smith is being hailed as, or what literary great she's being compared to, is far more interesting than how old she is or where she's from. Thus, the more fascinating information is withheld to the end. Now, rewrite the sentence from a film review in a more engaging way. So pause the video and press play when you're ready to progress. So, let's have a look at a possible answer. In the rewritten sentence, adapted from Frank Herbert's 1960s opus, was added first, as this is relatively boring factual information. However, June is dense, moody, and quite often sublime, was put second, as it expressed a fascinating personal opinion, and it used interesting adjectives to describe the film. Rewrite the sentence from a restaurant review in a more intriguing way. Thus, pause the video and press play when you're ready to continue. So, let's have a look at a possible answer. Now again, the subject, in this case the restaurant name, is withheld to enhance suspense in the reader as to what great restaurant is being written about. And the fact that it won a Michelin star is by far the most interesting piece of information here. Hence, it is added at the end. The first sentence, when finding out the wine list is well chosen at the end, is anticlimactic when you already know that the restaurant has a Michelin star. The review structure. Now, you always start off with a title, and I will explain to you how to create an engaging one very soon. Then you move on to an introduction. Here you add some factual information on the subject. For example, the author of the book, the director of the film, or when the play is opening. Now remember, it does not have to be factual. If you don't actually have the correct information at hand, you can make it up. The next paragraph is a description. Here you're going to describe the restaurant or hotel, etc., or summarize the story of a film, book, or play. The next paragraph is an evaluation. So here you're going to state what you liked or did not like about it. Much of the content of the text should be devoted to the writer's opinion than facts about the subject. And in the last paragraph, you'll write a conclusion. Here you will explain why you would or would not recommend it. Titles. The title should be no more than 5 words maximum. Therefore, be concise. You can leave out articles, prepositions, and linking words. It does not have to be grammatically accurate. Being succinct is the key. Also, allude to how you feel about the film, restaurant, or book. The title should correlate positively or negatively with the review. And finally, hook the reader. As this is also a piece of entertainment, you should entice the reader to want to continue reading. Now it's time for a task. Which is the best review title for the film Minari, and why? So pause the video and press play when you're ready to go on. And the answer is Minari, a heartwarming family tale. Now this is because it alludes to how the reviewer feels about the film. It also hooks the reader into wanting to know more about the film by the fact that it is heartwarming. The first one doesn't tell you anything about how the reviewer feels. Which is the best review title for the book Blood Meridian, and why? Therefore, pause the video and press play when you're ready to review. And the answer is Violence, Depravity, the American West. Now this is due to the fact that the second title is not concise enough. It uses too many words. You don't need the noun book, the preposition about, and the linking word and. These words add nothing to the overall meaning and feeling behind the title. Lastly, Which is the best review title for the British History Museum, and why? So pause the video and press play when you're ready to continue. And the answer is World History Under One Roof. Now the first title does not hook the reader. Old stuff, this is not very alluring. However, knowing that there are historical artifacts from all over the world in one place very much is. So let's take a look at the functional language of giving opinions. Now use this type of language sparingly. This is because reviews are still relatively formal. Thus much of the language needs to be fairly neutral. Hence, this type of language mostly is used in the evaluation and conclusion paragraphs, as these sections are used to express your personal thoughts on the subject. Now it's time for a task. So for each of the giving opinion sentences, fill in the missing words. So pause the video and press play when you're ready to continue. So let's take a look at the answers. Number 1. To my mind, Nomadland captures modern-day America like no other film. Number 2. My impression is the hotel staff have no interest in the welfare of their guests. Number 3. Speaking personally, I found the book to be a bit of a slog. Number 4. It seems to me that no one cares whatsoever what went into preparing the meals. Number 5. I'm under the impression that this biography was written without the permission of the subject. Number 6. As far as I'm concerned, this is the most dynamic and well-run bar in all of the Algarve. Number 7. I believe that every spa in Auckland ought to emulate Indulgence Days Resort. And number 8. I'm of the opinion that no novelist alive today creates such rich, three-dimensional characters like Jonathan Franzen. Now take note of all of the phrases in bold. You can use these in any review to express your personal opinion. Now it's time for a vocabulary task. The vocabulary in bold in this task will be useful for any book review. Match the definitions below to the vocabulary in bold in the book review. So pause now and press play when you're ready to go on. So let's take a look at the answers. In a nutshell, now this phrase means to summarize concisely or in a few words. Unfolds. Now this verb means to become clear through systematic exposition. Prodigy. Now this noun means a young person or child who has extraordinary talent or ability. Shot to fame. Now this phrase means to attain stardom or popularity quickly. Must read. Now this noun is a piece of writing that should be read. A page turner. Now this noun is a book so exciting that one is compelled to read it rapidly. Debut. Now this is the first public appearance of a piece of artwork. Settings. Now these are the places and the times of a story. And that brings us to the end of part 2, review writing. Thanks for taking the time to watch this video. I hope it's been informative. But before I leave, I just want to give you one final tip, and that is to entertain your reader. Now this piece of writing is supposed to make the reader want to continue. They want to read and be entertained. Don't forget to do the practice activities and quizzes in this module to consolidate the techniques that you've just learnt. Good luck, and I'll see you in the next video. In this video, we'll take a look at part 2, report writing, how to draft a coherent report. In this video, we're going to go over task information, make clear how to structure a report, define and practice creating topic sentences, look at the functional language of recommending and suggesting, and lastly, review linking words. But before you get started, it's a good idea to print out the PDF handout of this unit so that you can easily make notes and underline key information during the tasks. Or, if you don't have a printer, you can download it to a different device and use a highlighting tool for note-taking. Task information. Now, the target reader for this task is usually a boss or a superior, someone who requires specific information, for example, a college principal or a line manager. Now, the aim is to assess a situation or a place objectively. This includes looking at the positives and negatives and making suggestions on how to improve the situation or thing. The functional language used in this task are descriptions, suggestions, or recommendations. As the text is for a manager or superior, the style should be formal and neutral. The report structure. Now, most reports require a title, which we looked at in the previous video. However, reports also require subheadings for each body paragraph. Now, as reports are read by superiors who are usually busy, they need to be able to access the information they need without reading the entire report. Thus, subheadings should be simple and clear. In the introduction, state the reason for writing. Body paragraphs. Now, find the 3 content points in the task outline, and these will form the basis of your 3 body paragraphs. Usually the conclusion will be a simple recommendation. So now it's time for a task. So read the report task question and discover who is the target reader. So pause the video and press play when you're ready to review. And the answer is the local council. So as stated earlier, you will always write to a superior. Next, what is the aim? So pause the video and press play when you're ready to go on. Okay, so as I mentioned before, the aim is to always assess a situation or a place. In this case, the answer is write a report saying what the effect the shopping center might have on the local environment and the community. Lastly, what are the content points? So, pause the video and press play when you're ready to progress. So, the 3 content points are: state the positive aspects of the shopping mall. This will be body paragraph 1. State the negative aspects of the shopping center. This will be body paragraph 2. And make suggestions on how more negative aspects could be improved. This will be body paragraph 3. Topic sentences. Now, topic sentences introduce or summarize the theme of the paragraph. The purpose is that it allows the reader to know precisely the intention of the specific part of writing. It is usually the first or sometimes the last sentence. But I would say for the CAE exam, always put it at the first, as it is much easier to read that way. Now it's time for a task. What is the topic sentence of the paragraph? So pause the video and press play when you're ready to go on. And the answer is the advantages, both environmentally and socially, of the new St. Luke's shopping centre on Ottery Town are numerous. This sentence, therefore, tells the reader what will come next. Foremost, the residents are now finally able to shop within their own town. Is a social advantage that the new St. Luke's Mall has brought to Ottery Town. And the last sentence, the ecological benefit being that carbon-producing car journeys to Skipton Mall, 11 miles away, have drastically decreased is a positive environmental advantage. Again, what is the topic sentence of the paragraph? Pause the video and press play when you're ready to continue. And the answer is, there are a range of changes that I would highly recommend implementing. Once more, what is the topic sentence of the paragraph? So pause the video and press play when you're ready to progress. And the answer is, the factor that had the most pronounced impact on the expansion of international travel has been globalization. Functional language, recommending and suggesting. Now, the purpose of this language is to advise or present your ideas as worthy. Now, this language is quite personal. It's all about what you think should happen. Finally, you should use this language in the final paragraph, as this section requires recommendations and suggestions. Now it's time for a task. Functional language, recommending and suggesting. For each of the sentences below, fill in the missing word. So pause the video and press play when you're ready to continue. So let's have a look at the answers. Number 1. It would be a good idea to train all the volunteers before they touch down in Nairobi, as opposed to having them learn in the field. Number 2. The college should consider adding evening cooking classes to the timetable. Number 3. I would highly recommend adding more transport links to and from the shopping centre. Number 4. Extending the 171 train route would be preferable to adding a new line to the service. Number 5. Hiring a new senior data scientist is advisable, as the interns are not experienced enough to pick up the slack. Number 6. Therefore, I advocate building a children's playground on the site of the demolished building. Number 7. I suggest that your organization cease using the electronic voting machines. Number 8. You should seriously take into consideration the generous offer presented by AGS. So, take note of all the words and phrases in bold. They can be used for recommending and suggesting in any report, as linking words are excellent for connecting up your ideas. We're now going to do a little task in relation to learning that language. So match the definitions below to the linking word vocabulary in bold in the report. So pause the video and press play when you're ready to go on. So let's take a look at the answers. Nonetheless. Now this is a synonym with however or nevertheless. Consequently. Now this is a synonym with as a result, effect, or outcome. Moreover. Now this means in addition to. You're adding more information. Paradoxically. In a contradictory way or manner. Regardless. Now this is without concern or problems. Furthermore. Now this is a synonym with moreover. This is when you want to give additional information. In addition. Again, a synonym with also or as well as. On the other hand. Now this means in contrast to. And that's the end of Advanced Part 2, Report Writing. Thanks for taking the time to watch this video. I hope it's been entertaining. But before I leave you, I just want to give you one final tip. Ensure that the reader understands the purpose of each paragraph. Don't forget to do the practice activities and quizzes in this module to consolidate the techniques you've already learned. So good luck, and I'll see you in the next video. In this video, we'll take a look at Advanced Part 2, Proposal Writing, how to compose a persuasive proposal. In this video, we're going to look at task information, go over proposal structure, analyze the difference between formal and informal writing, and check out the functional language of persuasion. But before you get started, it's a good idea to print out the PDF handout of this unit so you can easily make notes and underline key information during the tasks. Or, if you don't have a printer, you can download it to a different device and use a highlighting tool for note-taking. Task information. Now, the target reader is usually a business or an academic superior. The aim is to present suggestions and back them up with facts in order to convince the target reader to take action. The functional language is usually description, recommendation, and persuasion. And the style is formal and neutral. Proposal structure. Now, all proposals have a title, and they also have subheadings for each body paragraph to make easy reading for your superior. The introduction is usually the place where you state the aim of the proposal, and the main body paragraphs often include describing an institution, a situation, etc. Then, recommending improvements or additions to this institution or situation, and convince the reader to implement these changes. Finally, the conclusion is usually the reinforcement of the persuasion. Now it's time for a task. Who is the target reader? So pause the video and press play when you're ready to go on. And the answer is the university. Next question. What is the aim? So pause the video and press play when you're ready to continue. And the answer is the institution has asked students to write a proposal of what they would like to see in the center. And the next question. What are the content points? So pause the video and press play when you're ready to progress. And the answer is, discuss what you think should be included and why in order to improve the overall experience of the student population. Formal and informal writing. Each task requires a different style of writing. So essays, formal letters to bosses or employers, reports and proposals are all formal. Reviews, however, are semi-formal. And informal letters, such as letters to friends and family, are all informal. Now it's time for a task. So which is the formal and informal sentence, and why? So pause the video and press play when you're ready to go on. So, the informal sentence is the first one, because this is an active sentence. The subject does the verb to the object. On the other hand, the second sentence is formal. This is due to the fact that it's a passive sentence. The next one. Which is the formal and informal sentence, and why? So pause the video and press play when you're ready to continue. So, the first sentence is formal. This is due to the fact that there are no abbreviations. However, the second sentence is informal. This uses an abbreviation. Next, which is the formal and informal sentence and why? Pause the video and press play when you're ready to review. So, the first sentence is formal. This is because it avoids contractions. On the other hand, the second sentence is informal, as it uses a contraction. Next, which is the formal and informal sentence, and why? So pause the video and press play when you're ready to progress. So, the first sentence is informal. This is because you use a phrasal verb. In formal sentences, you want to avoid phrasal verbs. Next, which is the formal and informal sentence, and why. Pause the video and press play when you're ready to go on. So, the first sentence is informal. This is because you do not use colloquial words and phrases in formal sentences. On the other hand, in formal sentences, you want to use formal words and phrases, like furthermore, whereas, or on the other hand. Next question. Which is the formal and informal sentence, and why? Pause the video and press play when you're ready to continue. So, the first sentence is formal. This is because you always write out the organization name in full, and then put the acronym in brackets after it. From that point on, you can just use the acronym. In this case, WHO. Next, which is the formal and informal sentence, and why? So pause the video and press play when you're ready to continue. And the formal sentence is the second. This is due to the fact that you should use specific vocabulary. Avoid generic verbs such as get, have, and take. These all have multiple meanings, so use their specific meaning. So get, for example, can mean receive or understand. In this case, we use received. And lastly, which is the formal and informal sentence, and why? Pause the video and press play when you're ready to progress. The formal answer is the first. This is due to the fact that you should be succinct. The second sentence read, driving quickly against each other. Now this can all be summed up with one verb, race. Now let's have a look at functional language, persuasion. Now the purpose of persuasion is to convince the reader to believe in an idea or opinion, or to get them to do something. Now it's time for a task. Functional language, persuading. So, for each sentence below, fill in the missing word. So pause the video and press play when you're ready to continue. So let's take a look at the answers. Number 1. There's no denying the fact that this is a very generous offer. Number 2. Management must admit that the IT department is in dire need of an overhaul. Number 3. I can tell you from experience that these products are of excellent quality. Number 4. It is essential for our subsidiaries to act now in order to cut costs. Number 5. The Council is being strongly urged to vote in favour of expanding the bus route. Number 6. I'm sure that you will agree that the package on offer is excellent value for money. Number 7. We can assure you that building a sound infrastructure is an excellent long-term strategy. Number 8. I'm certain you will not regret taking advantage of the low share price. So take note of all of the phrases in bold, as they can be used in any situation where you need to persuade. Now it's time for the final task. Why are the words and phrases in bold informal? And how can you make them formal? So pause the video and press play when you're ready to continue. Let's look at the first one. So instead of CAU, we could write California Arts University, and then, in brackets, put the acronym. From this point on, in the writing, you can use just the acronym. Next, instead of worse for wear, we decided to go with in a state of deterioration. This is due to the fact that worse for wear is a very colloquial adjective. Next, instead of I am, we wrote the student union is. Well, this is due to the fact that I is very personal, and this is a very neutral piece of writing. Therefore, always remove yourself, such as I and we. Next, Instead of you will, we used you will. This is because you will is a contraction. We want to avoid these in formal writing. Next, instead of one final thing, which is a very colloquial linking word, we use lastly. Next, instead of uni, we wrote out university. This is due to the fact that you want to avoid abbreviations. However, this is not a hard and fast rule, because if you've used university earlier in the writing, you may want to use uni at some point to show your range of vocabulary, but definitely use uni later down in the essay. Now, say is too generic. We use the word say in many ways, such as promise, whisper, or in this case, reveal. Lastly, instead of a really cool opportunity, this is too colloquial. This is a very colloquial adjective. Therefore, we went with an amazing. And that's the end of Advanced Part 2, Proposal Writing. Thanks for taking the time to watch this video. I hope it's been clear and entertaining. Now, before you leave, I just want to give you one final tip. Don't overthink what you've learned. Focus on expressing the ideas and things you want to say in your writing. Remember, do the practice activities and quizzes in this module to consolidate the techniques you've just learned. So, as this is the final video, I wish you the best of luck in your exam. Congratulations, you did it. And that concludes the writing section of the exam. I really hope that you not only enjoyed this aspect of the course, but that you also found it really useful in terms of improving your writing in general. The skills you've acquired on this course will enhance any type of English writing you do for the rest of your life, not just for the CAE exam. So make sure you keep hold of all of your notes. Also remember to do all the additional practice activities and quizzes that are included in this module. These are really valuable in helping you to strengthen and solidify the knowledge you've already gained in these videos. And if I have to give you one final piece of advice, I would consider practicing each type or style of writing that you've learned, then working with an experienced home studies English tutor, myself or another teacher, to ensure that you're correctly using and implementing all of the writing theories and techniques that you've learned. If that sounds like something that would benefit you, then contact Home Studies for more information. And finally, I wish you the best of luck in the writing section. I truly believe that if you apply everything that you've learned, you will do well.
Hello and welcome to Home Studies e-learning for Cambridge English Advanced. This is a C1 qualification that shows you have the language skills that employers and universities are looking for. It is a thorough test of all areas of language ability. My name is Natalie and I'm here to prepare you for the speaking component of the exam. Now, as you may know, the advanced speaking exam only takes 15 minutes. That's 1-5. So it's quick. But for many students, it can be the most stressful part of the exam. Candidates don't know what to expect. They don't feel confident in their English and they just don't know how to prepare. Well, the good news is that you don't have to worry because we're going to take you through all of that. In this course, we'll explain the exam to you so you know what's coming. We'll give you lots of test tips and advice to help you get well prepared. What's more, we'll tell you what the examiner expects from you. So this can help you to understand how to do well in different parts of the exam. And finally, we'll give you plenty of speaking practice with exam-style questions, all of which is designed to improve your speaking performance and so increase your speaking confidence. Right, so as you might suspect, we have a lot of work to do to get you ready for the exam. So shall we get started? Okay, great. I will see you in the first video. In this video, we'll take a look at speaking part 1. We're going to give you some information, tips and strategies for this part of the exam, and also give you the chance to practice your speaking to help you get ready for the interview stage. Part 1 takes about 2 minutes for 2 candidates. First, the interlocutor asks each of you direct questions, asking for personal information. Then they ask you and your partner questions in turn on general, everyday topics, such as work and study, entertainment, travel, likes and dislikes, daily life and routines, etc. It's important that you only answer your own questions. Don't contribute to your partner's answers, and please don't interrupt them when they are speaking. This part is intended to break the ice, or to try and make you feel comfortable and relaxed in the exam. It also tests your ability to interact with the examiner and to use general social English. So it's not just a warm-up. You are assessed on how well you can answer the examiner's questions. Let's now take a look at some speaking tips which can help you to improve your speaking performance in part 1. Firstly, when you answer the initial questions, so the warm-up questions at the beginning of the interview, try to keep it simple. So you don't want to say too much at this stage. You only need to give brief answers, and please don't prepare long speeches because the examiner can easily tell if you've memorized your responses, and then you won't get a good mark. When it comes to the questions on general topics, then you do need to say a bit more. You need to develop your answers. So please don't use short one-word or yes-no responses. You need to add details and reasons for your answers. They recommend that you speak for about 2 to 4 sentences per response. So you don't want to say too much because you wouldn't like to dominate the discussion, and also the more you speak, the more mistakes you are likely to make. So do try to find the balance. Now, it's completely natural to feel nervous in a speaking exam, but the examiners are nice and they want you to do well. So try not to be too nervous when you go in there. Think of it as a social situation. So imagine you're meeting a new person for the first time. How would you act? What would you say? Try to bring that kind of behavior into the exam room. And finally, remember this is a C1 exam, so you need to demonstrate your language skills at C1 level. This involves using a wide range of grammar structures and vocabulary, phrasal verbs, idioms, collocations, and things like that. If you keep your answers too simple, you won't get a good mark. So let's now take a look at how you can upgrade your answers. There are a number of different ways that you can make your answers more complex without making them more complicated or difficult to understand. For example, you could use comma which is a nice way of introducing more information. You can use a variety of conditionals, so 0, first, second, or third. You could use idioms as well as collocations or set phrases. Phrasal verbs are a great way, especially of making your speaking sound more natural and conversational. And also adverbs can be used to add emphasis and color in your answers. Okay, so now let's take a look at how some of these techniques can be implemented in answers in the exam. A standard warm-up question in the exam is, where are you from? So the examiner could well ask you this at the beginning of your speaking test. A standard candidate response could be something like, I'm from Warsaw, but I was born in Gdansk. This answer is fine, but what about if we add a comma which? in order to add a little bit more information. For example, I'm from Warsaw, but I was born in Gdansk, which is a historic port city in the north of Poland. Another standard warm-up question the examiner could ask you is, how long have you been learning English? Many candidates would reply with, I've been learning English for 12 years. So this answer is technically correct. You've used the right grammar structure and it's clear. However, there's one problem with the answer. Do you know what it is? That's right. We shouldn't exactly repeat or parrot what the examiner has said in the question. So instead of saying, I've been learning English for 12 years, we could add an adverb like actually. I've been studying it for ages, since I was about 8 years old. So you give the same information, you just give it in a more creative and individual way. Continuing on the topic of your English studies, the examiner could ask you a question like, why is learning English useful for you? A candidate could respond with an answer like, I need it for my job, and in general, we need English to succeed in life. Now, this answer is fine, it's accurate, but it's not quite at C1 level. So, how could we upgrade? First of all, we need to get rid of the repetition of need. So instead of saying, I need English for my job, you could say English is a requirement of my job. And notice that the preposition there changes too. A better way of saying in general would be generally speaking. And a lovely phrasal verb that means to succeed is to get ahead. So by changing those 3 language points, we can really upgrade the answer. A typical question is something like, what do you do in your free time? A candidate could answer, at the weekend, I like to relax. I'd like to go hiking more often, but I don't have much time for it. So this answer is the kind of thing we would expect at B1. However, this is a C1 exam, so let's look at how we could upgrade the answer. So first of all, can you think of any synonyms for relax? That's right, you could say something like unwind, chill out, or use an idiom like recharge my batteries. And this context is the perfect time to show the examiner you can use the second conditional. So for example, you could say, if I had more time, I'd go hiking more often. It's really good if you can spontaneously use a conditional in answering a question in the interview stage. On that topic, you could hear a question like, what do you enjoy doing with your friends? Candidates often say something like, we like to spend time at a coffee shop when we can, or get something to eat in town. So, when we talk about this kind of topic, it's a great opportunity to show the examiner we can use informal English or maybe even some slang. So, to do this, we could change spend time to a phrasal verb like hang out. Or get something to eat could become grab a bite to eat. They have the same meaning, however, they're just more colloquial. As well, instead of saying when we can, you could use an expression like whenever we get the chance. So let's put that together. We like to hang out at a coffee shop whenever we get the chance, or grab a bite to eat in town. And as you can see, that answer really showcases good informal language skills at the right level. When it comes to the topic of travel, A common question is, what kind of holidays do you enjoy the most? So a typical response could be, I'm very interested in traveling, and on holiday I try to get to places that aren't popular with many people. So this is an interesting answer. However, the language is a little bit simple. So once again, let's see how to upgrade it. If you are very interested in something, we can use the adjective avid. So for example, if you're interested in reading, you can say, I'm an avid reader. Or in this case, you could say, I'm an avid traveler. And when we talk about places that are unpopular with many people, a great idiom to use is to be off the beaten track. So that is to go where most people do not. So let's put that together, and we've got, I'm an avid traveler, and on holiday I try to get to places that are a bit off the beaten track. This answer is lovely because it's got two really nice idiomatic expressions in it. When it comes to talking about daily routines, you might get a question along the lines of, do you like having a routine in life? The candidate can answer, yes, I do. I work a lot and a routine helps me to make sure I have time for myself and my family as well as my job. Okay, so let's look at how we can improve this answer. Instead of saying you work a lot, you could use the expression you're a bit of a workaholic. So for example, someone who likes to shop a lot is a shopaholic. Someone who likes to eat a lot of chocolate is a chocoholic. And in this case, a workaholic fits the context nicely. As well, when we talk about having time for yourself and your family as well as your job, you're really talking about the right work-life balance. So we put that together and the answer could be something like, yes, I do. I'm a bit of a workaholic, so a routine helps me to get the right work-life balance. The examiner might well ask you a question about your future plans. A question like this could be, where do you see yourself in 5 years' time? The candidate might answer something like, I hope I will find a good job. Maybe I'll have a family and kids. I'm not sure though. Again, this answer is grammatically correct. It's more the kind of thing we'd see at B1, however. So to turn this into a C1 answer, let's have a look how we can upgrade. For example, instead of I hope I will, we can introduce the adverb with hopefully, and then instead of using the future simple, we can use the future perfect. Hopefully, I'll have found. Another word for good is decent, which is obviously a better adjective to use in this context. Instead of saying maybe, we could use might as a modal verb. And instead of saying I'm not sure, we can use the expression who knows. So to put that together, we've got hopefully I'll have found a decent job. I might even have a family and kids by then. Who knows? Which is a very good answer to the question. That brings us to the end of speaking part 1. Thank you for taking the time to watch this video. I really hope it's been useful for you. Before I go, however, I just want to make one final point, and I really hope that it sticks in your mind. Simple questions don't mean simple answers. In the exam, in the interview portion, the examiner can ask you questions that are common to B1 or even A2, but that doesn't mean you can give low-level answers to those questions. Remember, this is a C1 exam, and you need to show the examiner that you've got the speaking skills at that level. So in order to get some more practice, please go to the quiz or download the handout. There is a bunch of additional practice to really get you using the right kind of expressions and idioms and phrasal verbs, basically the kind of language you need to impress the examiner in the interview stage. So good luck, and I'll see you in the next video. In this video, we'll take a look at speaking part 2, or the long turn. We're going to give you some information, tips and strategies for this part of the exam, and also to give you the chance to practice your speaking. Part 2 of the speaking test lasts for about 4 minutes, and that's for 2 candidates. You need to speak on your own for about 1 minute. The examiner shows you 3 photographs, and you choose 2 to speak about. It's important that you only speak about the 2 you choose and don't say anything about the 3rd photo. Your job is to compare the photos and answer the examiner's questions. Listen very carefully to the questions the examiner asks so that you speak specifically about those rather than talking generally about the pictures. You also need to answer a short question about your partner's photographs at the end. So this means you need to listen when they are speaking. This part of the speaking test assesses how well you can speak for 60 seconds without taking a break. The examiners listen to how well you can organize your ideas, as well as the language you use to compare and to describe what you see in the pictures. They also want to hear how well you can express your opinions and speculate or make guesses when you don't know exactly what is going on in the pictures. Let's now take a look at some speaking tips which can help you to do well in this part of the exam. Firstly, focus on the common theme in the photographs. So every set of photographs has something in common. So you need to identify what that is. You then need to compare the photos. So this is to say what is similar and what is different about them. If you aren't sure exactly what the photos show, don't worry about it. This is a good opportunity for you to speculate, or in other words, to guess about what the photos are showing. It's important that you give reasons and explanations for your answers. So don't just say something, say why you think that. It's important that you justify your answers. And do try to speak for the whole minute, okay? You're given 60 seconds, and it's important that you try to fill that time. Don't stop speaking until the examiner says thank you. And finally, listen to your partner, but please don't interrupt them, okay? Let them speak, let them have their chance to do the task, and at the end of their speaking turn, the examiner will ask you a question, when then you can give your opinion. Let's take a look at an example of a speaking task and the examiner's instructions. So these are for candidate A. It's your turn first. Here are your photos. They show people in difficult situations. I would like you to compare 2 of the pictures and say how the people might be feeling in these situations and how difficult it might be for them to deal with their emotions. Here is your exam task. You've got your 3 pictures and the 2 questions which you need to answer. When choosing your 2 photos, make sure you choose the ones which you could have the most to say about, so the ones that you could most easily speak about. Now it's time to practice your speaking by doing this exam task. So get a stopwatch and time yourself speaking for 60 seconds. Remember to compare the two pictures that you have chosen and answer both of the questions that are included in the task. After you finish speaking, listen back to your answer and see how well you did. See how effectively you managed to perform the task. Using the speaking prompts in blue is a very good way of upgrading your answer in this part of the exam. So it could be a good idea to try and memorize some of these speaking prompts and actively try and use them when you do the speaking task. For example, you could say, "In this photo, I can see someone in casual pajamas, whereas in that photo, I can see a group of people in formal clothes." I'd say that this is because they're about to do interviews. The lady looks as if she's very upset or possibly depressed about something. Perhaps she's just received some bad news. In both photos, I suppose, they're feeling strong emotions. The woman, sadness or loneliness, and the group of interviewees, possibly nervousness or excitement. Strong emotions like those can, as we know, be very difficult to contain. After you have finished speaking, so after you've spoken for 60 seconds, the examiner will ask the other candidate, your speaking partner, a follow-up question. For example, which of these situations is the most difficult to deal with? Your speaking partner will then have up to 30 seconds to answer the question. Let's now look at another example of an exam speaking task, this time for candidate B. It's your turn now. Here are your photos. They show people working together. I would like you to compare two of the photos and say how important it might be for the people to work together in these situations and how difficult it might be for them to do these activities alone. Once again, here is your exam task with the 3 pictures and the 2 questions which you need to answer. As I said before, choose the 2 pictures which you think you could have the most to say about. Now it's time to practice your speaking by doing this exam task. So get a stopwatch and time yourself speaking for 60 seconds. Remember to compare the 2 pictures that you have chosen. And as I said before, using a wide range of speaking prompts, like the ones in blue, is a very good way of upgrading your answer in this part of the exam. So, as I said, try to memorize them, try to use them actively in the practice tasks so that when it comes to the exam, you feel comfortable with integrating them into your answer. Let's look at some examples based upon the previous pictures. For example, in this photo, there is a group of people in a professional setting, while this photo shows a group of rugby players in a sports setting on a rugby field. Judging by the photo, they're in the middle of a match, which looks quite physical, and they're clearly playing as a team. This person seems to be in charge of the meeting. He could be a manager or perhaps a team leader. His job seems to be to make sure that everyone works well together to achieve the goals or the deadlines that they've set. In both photos, I imagine teamwork is essential for the success of the group and impossible to achieve by just one person alone. Once again, the examiner will ask the other candidate a follow-up question. So if your speaking partner is candidate B, then this question would be for you. Which of these situations require the most teamwork? So why don't you get your recording device again and a stopwatch and time yourself speaking for 30 seconds and answer this question. When you're done, listen back and see how well you performed the task. So now that we've looked at some examples of exam tasks, it's time to focus on specific exam skills. So these are skills that are important for doing well in the exam, but also skills that can be really useful for life. For example, speculating. As we know, this is the ability to guess about what is going on, what is happening, even though you don't know for sure. So let's look at some examples, common examples of the language for speculating. For example, we've got perhaps or maybe there, and then this would be followed by the present continuous. For example, perhaps they're playing a rugby match, or maybe they're working on a project. So we use the present continuous a lot in this task because we're describing the actions that are happening, the actions that are in progress at that moment in the picture. The same logic applies for they're probably. So they're probably waiting for an interview. Another good expression is it seems like or it seems as if. Both of these are followed by a clause. So, for example, it seems like he's the lead singer in a band, or it seems as if he's the lead singer in a band. These can be used in the same way. We use he appears, so the verb to appear, with the infinitive. So, for example, he appears to be asleep, or he appears to be sleeping in the airport. We could use she might have to refer to the present or to the past. For example, she might have a job interview today. That would be the present simple. Or she might have had a bad day. That's the present perfect. She might have received some bad news, or she might have broken up with her boyfriend. Instead of using might or may, we could also use could. So for example, we could say it could be that he missed his plane. It could be that he is stuck or stranded at the airport. And finally, we can use the expression judging from or judging by the photo. So for example, judging from the photo, they're involved in a very physical rugby match. Or judging by the photo, she's having a really bad day. The next skill that is really important for this part of the speaking test is comparing. Okay, so this is when you compare the similarities as well as the differences between the two photos. You can open with something like, in this photo I can see, whereas in this photo someone is. So whereas is a great word we can use for comparing two things. It serves the same function as while. So for example, he looks quite upset while she seems to be in a good mood. So again, we're comparing their emotions, for example. Another good way of introducing contrast or of comparing is to use the expression on the other hand. So on the other hand, this photo shows a group of people who are playing a sports match. Both is the key word we use when we want to show the similarities. So for example, both pictures depict teamwork. In both photos, I imagine the people are working hard to complete their task. Depict is just a fancy word for show. So instead of repeating show multiple times, you can mix it up and you can instead say, this picture depicts X, Y, or Z. So the takeaway here is that whereas, while, and both are the magic words to be used for comparing in the long term. So that brings us to the end of the video for speaking part 2. Thank you for watching. I hope it's been useful for you. Before I go, I would just like to leave you with one final thought. And as I always say to my students, I'll say to you now, don't talk to the photos, talk about them. So I understand that if you are nervous, it might be easier just to look down at the photos for the full 60 seconds. However, this is not a very engaging way of speaking or performing the task. So it's important that you still try to make eye contact with the examiner and your speaking partner. Try to engage them, okay, in a natural, friendly way. Try to bring them into the conversation rather than just talking to your paper for the minute. Okay, and I hope that by doing this course and by doing the additional practice activities, that it would make you feel more confident and more ready to take on the task in a positive, engaging way. All right, so good luck with the practice activities, and I will see you in the next video. Hello, and welcome to Home Studies e-learning for Advanced. Thanks for joining us. In this video, we'll take a look at speaking part 3, or the collaborative task, in which you and your partner work as a team. We're going to give you some information, tips and strategies for this part of the exam, and also give you the chance to practice your speaking. Part 3 is divided into 2 parts and takes about 4 minutes for 2 candidates. The interlocutor gives you and your partner instructions and a mind map with a set of written prompts. First, you discuss the task with your partner for about 2 minutes, and then there's another question you talk about for about 1 minute. Focus on interacting with your partner, as the examiner doesn't take part in the discussion. Here is an example of an exam task. So you see the mind map, and in the middle there is the question. So this is the question that you are to discuss with your speaking partner. In addition to the question, there are 5 written prompts. So these are there to help you and to give you ideas upon which to base your discussion. You don't need to use all of the prompts, but they are there in case you would like to. It's important to listen to the task carefully so you understand exactly what you need to do. You also have 15 seconds to think about the task before you start speaking. You should start talking on your own and not wait for the examiner, for the interlocutor, to ask you to begin. After 2 minutes, they will ask you to make a decision together on the topic you have been discussing. You have a minute for this part of the task. In general, this part assesses how fluently you can speak and how well you can participate in a discussion. Specifically, it tests your ability to do the following. Firstly, exchange ideas. So that is to say what you think about a topic, and then listen and react to what your partner thinks about it. Secondly, to express and justify your opinions. So that is to give your opinion, but also to give reasons for why you have that opinion. Next, you need to agree and/or disagree. Candidates often think it's better just to agree with your partner to be polite. However, in this part of the exam, it can be good to disagree because disagreement leads to discussion, and that is the most important part of this task. Then you need to speculate. So as we know from the previous video, to speculate is to guess what you think might be the reason for something, even though you're not 100% sure. And finally, you need to negotiate and reach a decision with your speaking partner about the question that has been asked by the examiner. Remember, it isn't necessary to reach a decision, but you should discuss options and give reasons and at least try to disagree. It is okay if by the end of the task, you and your partner agree to disagree. Let's now take a look at some speaking tips which can help you to improve your performance in this part of the speaking exam. So firstly, focus on depth and detail. So there's no need to rush through and discuss all of the 5 prompts, okay? You don't need to talk about all of the prompts. It's better to talk about 2 or 3 of them in detail to develop the topic, to show that you've got a depth of language ability rather than quickly going through all of the points. It's great if you can find links and connections between the points, okay? So you can clearly articulate what different prompts have in common. One of the key aspects of this part of the exam is your ability to engage your speaking partner. So this is not a monologue, this is about how you can communicate with your speaking partner. And so the best way to do this is just to remember the simple GJG. All right, so this is to give your opinion, to justify your opinion, and then get an opinion from your partner. Okay, so GJG, give an opinion, justify an opinion, and get an opinion from your partner. And this way you can balance your talking time. Remember, it's a C1 exam, so you need to show that you have a range of language, both vocabulary and grammar, which you can use naturally and appropriately in the discussion. In the final part of the task, when the examiner asks you the final question, it's not good to make your decision too quickly. All right, you have a full minute to discuss, so it's about negotiating. So you give your opinion, and then your speaking partner can either agree or disagree with you, and you can go back and forth until you come to some agreement. And finally, you're fine to interrupt if your partner is talking too much. Okay, if they try to dominate the discussion by talking for the entire time, then you need to find a polite way of making sure that you also have your say. Let's read through the examiner's instruction for the exam task together. Now I'd like you to talk about something together for about 2 minutes. Here are some ways that people make extra money, and a question for you to discuss. First, you have some time to look at the task. Now, talk to each other about what options one might consider when looking to increase his or her income. So as we said before, there is the mind map that is given to you with the question in the center and then a number of helpful written prompts around it. Take 15 seconds to read the task. So here are some examples of how you might comment on the prompts using appropriate language. For example, to give an opinion, you can say, I think or I feel that asking for a raise is a good place to start. And then you follow that with the question, do you agree? Okay, so here you give your opinion and then you ask for your partner's opinion in return. If you would like to agree with what your partner is saying, you can say something like, I totally agree with you about cutting down on expenses. But if you would like to disagree with what your partner is saying, you could use an expression like, I see what you're saying, but selling unwanted things is unlikely to make much money. Then, as we said, it's good to establish a connection. So, for example, you could say, well, I think getting a second job and working extra hours are similar. They're both connected to increasing your workload to make more money. And then We want to engage our partner as much as we can, so we would like to ask for their opinion on a different prompt if we would like to move on to another one. So instead of just giving our opinion first, we could say to them, so how about investing in assets? This is another way of saying, what do you think about the idea of investing in assets? Now let's read the examiner's instruction for the second part of the task. Now you have a minute to decide which option would be most suitable for a student and why. To do the second part of the task, you look at the same mind map as before, and you consider the 5 prompts which you discussed previously, and decide in this case which one would be the best option for a student. You can open the discussion by giving your opinion. For example, I'd say that cutting down on expenses and sticking to a tight budget would be the best idea for a student. How do you feel about that? So just like in the first part of the task, here as well, first you give your opinion, and then you try to get an opinion from your partner. When they offer their opinion, you can agree with what they say. For example, you could use an expression like, I couldn't agree with you more. They could download an app and try selling their used clothes, books, or electronics for some extra cash. As in this example, you shouldn't simply just agree with your partner, you should also offer some additional information, an additional reason or example to illustrate why you agree with their opinion. Or, if you would like to disagree, you could use an expression like, I'm not convinced that investing in assets would be an option for most students. And as we said before, this could lead to further discussion. Once you think you and your partner have reached some kind of agreement, then you can open with the question, so do we agree on that? In order to do well in speaking part 3, it's very important that you show a wide variety of speaking skills. So this is not a monologue, this is not just you talking, this is you trying to engage your speaking partner in a number of different ways. So to practice this, let's start by looking at the prompts on the right and brainstorming as many expressions for each one as you can. It might be helpful to imagine that you are in the exam and you are speaking with your partner. So what do you say? How do you deliver on the following? So number 1, start the discussion. Number 2, ask your speaking partner for their opinion. Number 3, agree with their opinion. Number 4, disagree with their opinion. Number 5, interrupt them politely if they're talking too much. Number 6, keep the conversation going if there is dead air. And number 7, reach an agreement on the topic that is being discussed. Okay, so pause the video, brainstorm as many expressions as you can for each of the prompts, and press play when you're ready to continue. So now that we've taken a look at the exam task, let's take an in-depth look at the exam skills. So by that, I mean the language that we can use for the different skills that are required in the exam. The first one is starting a discussion. So to do so, we can use a few set expressions like, shall I start? Or if you'd like to be a bit more colloquial, you can say, shall I get the ball rolling? You could also ask a polite question, do you mind if I go first? Or you could change it using would to say, would you mind if I went first? Any of these would work as a means of opening the discussion. Now let's move on to asking opinions. This is a really important skill for the exam because you are assessed on your communicative ability, so your ability to interact with your speaking partner. So to ask someone's opinion, we can use a variety of expressions like, what do you think about that? Or do you agree with me? Do you know what I mean? Or how do you feel about that? You could also ask, what are your thoughts on this? What's your view on that? Or, to be more colloquial, what's your take on that? And a really nice one to use if you want to sound more native is, what do you reckon? So this is a common verb in British English, which means, what do you think? Or what is your opinion? Okay, and when you're trying to use these questions in the practice activities and in the exam, focus on the prepositions. It's really important that you get those right so that the questions you ask sound natural and they come across well. As we said before, in the exam, you can agree with what your partner says, with their opinions. So here are some fixed expressions like, I completely agree. You could also say, I totally or I absolutely agree. For emphasis, you could say, I couldn't agree with you more. That's a good point. Or, I'm with you on that one. Another nice expression is, I tend to agree with you. Or, to speak enthusiastically, you can say, I see exactly what you mean. If, however, you would like to disagree, there are also some fixed expressions that you can use. We usually start with an acknowledgement, followed by a but or however. So, for example, I see what you're saying, but. I take your point, but. I see what you mean, however. So this is a way of politely disagreeing rather than just being too direct in your disagreement. You can also use the expression, I'm not convinced. And finally, if you and your partner just can't get on the same page, if you don't have the same opinion on something, it's nice to sum that up by saying, I think we're going to have to agree to disagree. And that's perfectly fine as well. Now, if your partner talks a lot, and if they are turning the discussion into a monologue, you might need to politely but firmly interrupt in order to make sure that you get your speaking time in the exam. So, in order to do this, you can memorize and use some of these fixed expressions. For example, can I add something here? Or is it okay if I jump in here for a second? You can also say, if I might add something, or sorry to interrupt, but. So this is really all you need, just a little expression to make a note of the fact that you feel like you're not being heard, and then to add your own opinion afterwards. And as we've said, it's really important that throughout the discussion, you keep talking. So if, for example, there is nothing to say or there's a pause in conversation, it's good that you quickly react and say something like, well, let's move on to, and then you can make the suggestion, or shall we go on to the next one? Or, so what about this one? Or how about that one? So a quick prompt to ask your partner a question, which will kickstart the conversation and avoid any awkward silences. And finally, you need to reach agreement. So once you've discussed the task or the question with your partner, and you've both given your opinions, you can suggest some kind of agreement. So you can use expressions like, shall we go with? Or, so do we agree on that? A nice colloquial one is, are we on the same page? So that means, do we have the same opinion? So are we on the same page? Or to simply show your agreement, you can say, yeah, I would go with that. And that brings us to the end of speaking part 3. Thank you for taking the time to watch this video. I hope it's been helpful and that you've learned something. So as always, I have a top tip for you to wrap things up. And for speaking part 3, my takeaway is that you need to avoid dead air. So dead air is that situation in a conversation where no one is saying anything. There is complete silence. And dead air is pretty much the worst thing that can happen in the speaking test. So it's your job as an interlocutor to keep the conversation going for the full 4 minutes. So you can either, if there is that lull in conversation, you can give an opinion. You can revisit a point that was previously discussed. You could ask your partner for their opinion on something. It doesn't matter really how you fill the silence. It's just important that you try. All right, so that's all for me. Good luck with the practice task. I hope it helps to consolidate what we've done in this video, and I will see you in the next one. In this video, we'll take a look at speaking part 4, which is a discussion between you, your partner, and the examiner. We're going to give you some information, tips, and strategies for this part of the exam, and also give you a chance to practice your speaking. Part 4 takes about 5 minutes for 2 candidates. The interlocutor asks you questions to lead a general discussion that develops the topic of part 3. They may ask questions for both of you to discuss, or they may ask you questions in turn. If a question is for you, the examiner says your name. If it's a question to discuss, the examiner indicates it with a gesture. The examiner asks the questions, but then you need to interact with your partner for the majority of the discussion. This part of the test assesses your ability to do 3 key things. Number 1, to express and justify your opinions. So that is to give your opinion and also to give reasons, details, or examples to support it. Number 2, to agree and or disagree. It's important that you pay attention to what your partner says and to say clearly if you agree or disagree with them. Remember, there are no right or wrong answers to the questions, just proof of your language ability and how well you can communicate with your speaking partner. And number 3, react to ideas and opinions. So it's also important for you to react to what your partner says, just like you would in a real-life conversation. Let's now go over some speaking tips which can help you to do well in this part of the exam. So firstly, develop full, detailed answers to the questions. So in this part of the exam, you really need to show your language ability, and you can't do that if you give very short answers. So think about giving reasons for your opinions. Think about giving examples. Think about relating the question to your own life. So just try to say more to show a wide range of language skills. Secondly, it's important to listen very carefully to what the examiner says. Unlike in the previous parts, there are no written prompts. You don't get to see the questions. You will only get to hear the examiner asking them. So in the exam, you can ask the examiner to repeat. However, you can't ask the examiner to explain or define anything in the questions. You have to work that out for yourself. Next is a very important point because it's one of the most common mistakes that candidates make in this part of the speaking test. And that is they tend to interact with the examiner more than their speaking partner. Now, the examiner will ask you the question, but then it's a discussion with your partner. So you need to make eye contact with your partner. You need to engage your partner in the discussion rather than the examiner. So Talk to your partner. Ask them for their opinion. Engage them in the discussion as much as possible, and don't really pay that much attention to the examiner. They will be listening to what you say and grading your responses. Next, try to stay relevant to the topic. So the examiner will ask you specific questions and you need to try and respond to those questions. Of course, you have to develop the topic, but you have to develop it in a way that is connected to the question. So in other words, don't ramble. So to ramble is to kind of talk in a confused way about something without really getting to the point and just talking about things that are not suitable or not relevant to the question. So take care not to ramble and stick to the topic at hand. And finally, you might need to use delaying tactics in the exam in order to buy time. Okay, so what do I mean by delaying tactics? In the exam, they might ask you a question that is quite difficult to answer or something that you haven't thought of before. So you need a moment to just organize your thoughts. So instead of saying nothing and having dead air, it's better to use some delaying tactic. For example, say something like, "Oh, that's a good question. I hadn't thought of it before." Or, well, let me think. So you just use little fillers in order to buy time, in order to formulate your opinion and how you would like to answer the question. So as we said before, there is the mind map that is given to you with the question in the center and then a number of helpful written prompts around it. Take 15 seconds to read the task. Here is a short sample of the kind of questions the examiner might ask you based upon the task in part 3. You could hear questions like, do people overestimate the importance of holidays? What are the advantages of going abroad on holiday? Are there any places where you think it is inappropriate to build theme parks and specially designed holiday resorts? Now it's time to do some structured speaking practice to help you prepare for part 4. Listen to the exam-style questions and then give your answers. In each case, you will have up to 20 seconds to reply. In the real exam, you might well speak for longer than that, depending on how much you have to say. However, this is a controlled speaking practice activity, so we will set a time limit of 20 seconds for each answer. After you have finished answering, look at a sample answer to see how yours could be improved. The target language for giving opinions, justifying opinions, and getting opinions from your partner is highlighted in blue. What type of jobs should be most highly valued and paid? Now take 10 seconds to read through a sample answer of an exam candidate. As you can see, the candidate introduces their opinion using the expression, "well, as I see it." After that, they give reasons for their opinion and then include their speaking partner with the expression, "don't you agree?" What part does the media play in people's expectations of life nowadays? Let's look at another sample response. Take 10 seconds to read the answer. Again, the candidate starts by giving their opinion using the expression "from my point of view." And at the end of the answer, asks the question, "Do you ever feel that way?" as a means of introducing their speaking partner into the discussion. How important is it to follow fashion trends? Once again, please take 10 seconds to read the candidate's response. Here again, they open with an opinion. I tend to think. Then they offer an example using the expression "for instance." And at the end, they try to elicit their partner's opinion by using the question, "Do you know what I mean?" Some people say it's only possible to be happy if you have a lot of money. What's your opinion? Same story. Please read the candidate's response. In this answer, the candidate is using a filler, which suggests that the question is difficult or they're just not quite sure what to say straight away. So they use an expression to buy time. Oh, that's an interesting question. Once again, they offer an example, this time using like. And as we've seen before, the partner is included in the discussion by receiving the follow-up question, what are your thoughts on that? Do you think that people have the right priorities nowadays? Why or why not? Please take another 10 seconds to read the candidate's answer. As you can see, the beginning of this answer is quite similar to the previous one in that in both cases they use a filler. Once again, the candidate is trying to buy time or delay answering the question. So they say, well now, let me see, I feel. So they're just giving themselves a little bit more time to think of what they'd like to say. They'd also like to highlight why they have a particular opinion, and so they use the expression for this reason. Once again at the end, they ask their partner for their opinion using the question, what's your take on it? This is the final example. Please take some time to read through the candidate's response. They start by introducing their opinion using the expression, I'd argue that. They then introduce a contrasting opinion using the word whereas. Whereas is a synonym of while. So in your answer, you can use whereas or while to show a different point of view or two differing sides of the same argument. They then close the answer with the question, what do you reckon? And that is a very British way of asking someone's opinion. So it might be a good one to memorize to make a good impression on the examiner. Now that we've looked at some sample answers with target language highlighted in blue, it's time to focus on the exam skills that you will need to do well in this part of the exam. The first important skill is giving your opinion. So let's look at some ways that you can say what you think in English. You could say, well, in my opinion, or I think, I feel. You could say, from my point of view, or from my perspective. Or how about saying, I tend to think, or I tend to believe. You could also say something like, I would argue that. All of these are solid ways of introducing your opinion in a speaking task. Another important exam skill is giving reasons and examples. So remember, we don't just give our opinion, but we also say why we have that opinion. Here are some fixed expressions to help you give reasons for your thinking. You could say, one reason why, or for this reason. You could give examples simply by saying, for example, or for instance. Listen to that one more time, for instance. It's a more sophisticated way of saying, for example. You can also use like or such as to give examples for your thinking. As you know, part 4 is an interactive task, which means you need to be able to include your partner in the discussion. In order to develop this skill, you can try to memorize some of the following expressions. For example, you can give your opinion and then say, don't you agree? If you aren't really sure about a topic, you can give a vague opinion and then pass it on to your partner with, perhaps you know more about it. You could also elicit agreement or disagreement by saying, wouldn't you say so? If you'd like to ask them a general question to bring them into the discussion, you could ask a question like, what are your thoughts on all of this? Or how do you feel about that? Or where do you stand on? And then the particular question that you're discussing. In part 4, you might need to delay giving your answer. So that is, you need to buy time because you aren't really sure what you would like to say and you need a second or two to think. If you find yourself in this situation, then using a filler can be a really helpful strategy. Some examples of fillers include, well now, let me see,
Or let me think. Or, oh, what a good question. And there you could substitute any adjective that is appropriate to the context. You could even say something like, I've never really thought about that before. And then continue with your answer. So that is speaking part 4 in a nutshell. Before I go, I'd just like to leave you with one final thought. As you prepare for the exam, it's not just about practicing your English, it's also about getting informed. So read the news, listen to podcasts, explore blogs, all in English, and try to expose yourself to as many opinions as possible. This can help you to build up a wide vocabulary in different areas like health, the environment, education, technology, relationships or money, all of which can come up in the exam. And while you're reading, think about how you would express these opinions in your own words. And of course, think about how you could express them at C1 level. Okay, so thank you so much for taking the time to watch this video. I hope it's been useful. Remember to go and do the practice quizzes and the handouts for additional speaking practice. Good luck. I hope you enjoy them.
Well, that brings us to the end of the speaking module. I hope you have enjoyed it and that you have learned a lot. Please don't forget to do all of the practice activities and the quizzes for each part to consolidate everything that we have covered in these videos. And remember that speaking, just like playing a sport or playing a musical instrument, just takes practice. Like they say, practice makes perfect. So your self-study shouldn't end with the end of this module. If you can, try to find a study partner, so a friend who is at or around your level, or maybe even someone who is preparing for the same exam as you. You can do live speaking practice together, for example on Zoom, where you can go through the practice tests together. You can take turns being the examiner and in the roles of student A and student B. Use a digital device to record your speaking. Then you can listen back and give each other some constructive feedback. If you don't have a study partner, don't worry. All practice is good practice. You can ask yourself the examiner's questions and set yourself a time limit for the task, just like we did during the course. Again, record your speaking, and when you listen back, think about how you were able to perform the task. Ask yourself, what did I do well and what could I improve? And finally, if you would like to have a live practice exam session with me or one of our experienced Cambridge exam trainers, then please contact Home Studies for more information. Well, in case I don't see you again, good luck for the speaking exam. I hope it goes really well on exam day.